This is the collected works of Robert Adams. Part 4. Transcript 40. Only consciousness exists. 31st January 1991. Robert, it's good to be with you again. This week I got an unusual amount of phone calls, more than I usually get. People are telling me they feel depressed, out of sorts. I asked each one of them, "What are you doing all day?" And they said, "I am watching the war on TV." Is it any wonder they get depressed? When you still believe that you are the body, then you also believe in other bodies. Consequently, when you watch a war on TV all day long, then you're feeling those bodies that are getting killed, and so you feel depressed. Do you see what I'm saying? If you believe you're the body-mind phenomena, then you are also the body-mind of the whole universe, because there is only one body, and that's the entire world. In other words, you are everyone's body. Naturally, you will be affected by seeing bodies being killed in the war. The smart thing to do is not to watch, but work on yourself. Raise your consciousness to such a high state that you will be above and beyond the war, and you will see it from a different perspective. Everything is consciousness, everything. When you ask, "What is consciousness?" there is no valid answer, so I remain silent. Therefore, you can say that consciousness is silence. When someone asks me to write a book or give a lecture, then I have to explain consciousness in about 50 different words, and each word has another 50 words to explain that, and those words have another 50 words. Though a voluminous book is written with 800 pages. What does it say? Everything is consciousness. I could have written one page, and in the middle of the page I would say, "Everything is consciousness." The rest is a blank. This is the reason why I do not write books, because there is nothing to say. See how confusing it is. We read so many books during the week. You usually do not remember what you read, and if you do, it's intellectual. You're using somebody else's words, where in truth you should be using your own words and having your own experience. I don't know what consciousness is, but I am that. If I knew what consciousness was, it wouldn't be that, because I would be voicing a word, and the word would be limited by the very voicing of the word. Though consciousness is a no thing. It's nothing you can pin down. It's nothing you can describe. It's nothing you can write a book about. Consciousness is silence. Sometimes I say, consciousness is absolute reality, and those are more words, and I have to explain absolute reality. Consciousness is ultimate oneness, pure intelligence. Consciousness is all of those things. But what are those things? Again, they're just words. Sometimes I say consciousness is love, bliss, Sat Chit Ananda, knowledge, being, existence. Those are just words, and you get a good feeling from the words, but the feeling doesn't last too long, for you have not digested the words. You have not become a living embodiment of consciousness. The only way you can do that is by keeping still. If you want to solve any problem in life, do not try to solve it verbally. Become quiet. It is a known fact that people like Albert Einstein, Thomas Edison, and others, when they had a mathematical equation to solve, they would sit in their rocking chair for hours in the silence, and everything would be revealed to them. That's how Einstein came up with his theory of relativity, if you read his life story. He used to spend hours sitting by himself in the silence, and everything was revealed to him scientifically. Though it is with you. If you want the answer to any problem, do not run to a psychiatrist or a lawyer or even a doctor, but sit by yourself and listen. Yourself has all the answers. Why? For as we discussed Sunday, every atom of the universe is within you. You are that. You are the entire universe. You are the microcosm in the macrocosm. Therefore all the answers in the universe must also be in you. All of the solutions, all of the wisdom, all of the happiness and bliss you've been searching for, it's within you. That's what Jesus meant when he said, I and my Father are one, and also, if you have seen me, you have seen the Father. He wasn't talking about a person called the Father. He was talking about a universal principle of harmony, of bliss, of joy. He was speaking of consciousness. It's within you. It is you. You are that. You have always been that. It isn't far away. It's right where you are. And as you sit in the silence and think of these things, you will begin to realize something very interesting. You will begin to realize and understand, well, if my body is consciousness, it cannot be a body, for it cannot be both. It cannot be consciousness and my body. Though it's duality. Though as you start to think about the word consciousness in the silence, it is revealed to you that you have no body. There is only consciousness. And it doesn't seem strange at all. For when you begin to understand and fathom what consciousness really is, you will realize it is self-contained. Consciousness knows only consciousness. It doesn't know the universe. It doesn't know bodies. It doesn't know problems. It doesn't know wars. It doesn't know man's inhumanity to man. It doesn't know anything you know. It only knows itself as pure awareness. And as you sit by yourself in the silence, this becomes perfectly clear. And all of a sudden the realization comes to you, I have no problems. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the world. There's nothing going on. There's only consciousness. I know this sounds strange to some of you because you're so identified with your body-mind that you say, what about the experiences going on here? What about this? What about my rent that I have to pay next week? And what about my husband who left me? And what about my job that I have been terminated from? That's all very real. Of course it's real because you are identifying with the body. Though it is very, very real. There are not two worlds. There is not the world of the body and the world of the universe and the world of your problems and affairs and also the world of consciousness. There is only consciousness and you are that. Just listening to this sets you free. It sets you free from all doubt and limitation. You begin to feel immortality. You begin to understand that you were never born. How can consciousness be born? And if you were never born, how can you die? What dies? Well, some of you say, the body, but I tell you there is nobody who dies. There is just nobody home. There never was a body, there is no body, and there never will be a body. If you can't see that yet or feel it, don't worry about it. All I ask you to do is to sit in the silence. Everything will be revealed to you. This is why I always tell newcomers, don't believe me. Don't believe a word I say. Find out for yourself. Everything I share with you is from my own experiences, not what I read in a book or what someone else told me. When I went to see Ramana Maharshi in 1947, I went to confirm my own experiences, and I laughed when I realized there was someone else who felt what I felt. This teaching appears abstract to some people, but it's not really abstract. It's truth. It's reality. It's your reality. Someone may say, this is too highfalutin for me. I want something practical. I want to improve my humanhood. I just want to live my life out and be a millionaire and be healthy and have a mansion. In other words, you want to have what you think you should have. So does everyone else in this world. But, are they happy? Are they fulfilled? Statistics show that there are more suicides amongst the rich than the poor. Therefore, if being a multimillionaire is so great, why are there so many suicides? Simply because everything must change. We live in a world, as you know, of constant change. And if you don't accept that, you suffer. As I explained Sunday, your body, what you call your body, is in a state of constant flux. It's never the same, just like the universe. There is nothing solid. There is nothing permanent about anything in the universe. Everything is in a constant state of vibration. What appears to be this body vibrates at a certain rate. What appears to be a dog vibrates at a slower rate. What appears to be the chair vibrates at a slower rate also. The more gross something is, the slower it vibrates, but everything vibrates. Everything is composed of atoms and energy with tremendous space between. Nothing is solid. When you realize that your body is not solid, and is not what it appears to be, how can you still identify with it? Foolish. You can tell to what extent you are identifying with your body by the way you react to situations. If a situation still makes you angry, or uptight, or depressed, then you know for sure you're identifying with the body. On the other hand, you don't go to the other extreme and say, I don't care and I don't give a damn about anything. If you didn't, you wouldn't say it. It's not a case of not giving a damn. The more evolved you become, the more compassionate you become, the more you show loving kindness to everything, to the mineral kingdom, to the vegetable kingdom, to the animal kingdom, and to the human kingdom. You show total compassion, loving kindness. You become an embodiment of love simply because everyone is you. I am my brother, and my brother is me, as Emerson said. There is no differentiation between you and Saddam or Bush or anyone else. Though you don't humanly love these people, and you do not humanly hate these people. It's just an experience that the world is going through. Remember, when you believe in your body, then the world is becoming very real to you. And this world is a third-grade world. Like the third grade in school. There are other planets and other galaxies. There are fourth grades and fifth grades and sixth grades and high school and college, but that's all an illusion. Yet if you identify with the body-mind phenomena, there's a whole series of planets, just as there's a whole series of bodies. It's all the same. Don't you see? As long as you believe you are the body, then there are millions and billions of bodies, and the world is a body, the universe is a body. So there are millions of worlds. There are trillions of galaxies. There are trillions of universes. And all this happens because you believe you are the body. Isn't that something? So can't you see now it's your fault that everything is happening in this universe? You are the creator. Everything is an emanation of your mind. It's you who think up these things that are going on in the world today. If you want to stop it, if you don't like what you created, stop identifying with it. Instead, dive deep, deep within and identify with yourself, which is consciousness, absolute awareness. As soon as you begin to identify with yourself, then the whole world becomes yourself, as within, so without, as above, so below. Can you see the picture now? What you are seeing in this world is yourself. If you don't like what you see, do not try to change person, place, or thing. Change your outlook. And you have to be able to catch yourself all day long. Do not get caught up in a situation if you feel out of sorts, and you feel disappointed, and you feel depressed because someone spoke harshly to you, or someone told you something you didn't like to hear, or someone did something to you, or whatever. That's why it appears in most instances that if someone really evolved to a high state, the worst of conditions sometimes seem to befall that person. And when the worst of conditions befall you, it's a blessing in disguise. It means you're growing, and all these things are coming to you to prove to you and to show you that you are not that. So you turn within and see the truth, identify with the truth. I am the imperishable self, the absolute reality, pure intelligence, emptiness, nirvana, ultimate oneness. I am that. Then when you open your eyes, you will see a different universe. You will see love, harmony, joy, bliss. You are seeing yourself. I therefore ask you the question, what do you want to see in this world? Condition after condition after condition after condition? Even if, because of karma, you are living a relatively good life, it means nothing. Even if you are living a relatively happy life, you have perfect health, you have a perfect wife or husband, you have perfect employment, you have a perfect income, you have a perfect home, you have perfect children, it means absolutely nothing, for there is a law of the universe that says everything must change. And as long as you are identifying with the universe, you must go through those changes. Now you may not find much of a change in this life. But remember, what you call your life is but a split second in eternity. Finger snap, like that, you're here and you're gone. Because of time and space you think you have 70, 80, whatever years to live. Nope, your life is but a split second in all eternity, then you're gone. If you have not found your reality or yourself, you may come back again to this planet or to another planet, and the person who is living a relatively good life here has to go through the change. You may be born during the Dark Ages, when the world has gone back around again, and you may get caught up in the Inquisition, where you're caught as a spy or something, and you're tortured, and your toes are cut off, and your fingers are cut off, and your tongue is ripped out, and you go through happy experiences like those. That's the other side of the coin. That's why I say, if you are living a relatively good life, do not say to yourself, I don't need this teaching, I've got everything I want. I've heard so many people tell me this. They say, this teaching, Robert, is for people who are miserable, who are not fulfilled. I don't even answer those people. They are deluded into believing that because they've got the good things in life, that's it. Little do they know the experiences they're going to go through when the change comes, whether in this life or another life. That's why the smart thing to do is to transcend all human experience, for human experience is a big lie. In reality, there is no human experience. There's no experience whatsoever. There is no foundation for creation. Only consciousness exists, and you are that. Any questions? SL, I have a question or a comment. Robert, good. I think I've watched more war on TV and felt less depressed. Robert, less depressed. Because of your exercise. And I know that I have to do it myself, but I can't get it from an outside authority. But I know when I left here on Sunday, the power of the exercises, the who am I questions were so impressed that I could sit and watch war, and I didn't get depressed by this. And when I left on Sunday, I said to myself that I should take, even though you didn't give us an exercise, that I could give it to myself, and as you have always been saying, this is what we must do at every moment. But I didn't do it, and suddenly Monday, I woke up and for no reason I was just depressed. It was as if somehow I had risen myself this entire week, and maybe some things were waiting around, and they all came up. Till maybe a higher ground, because I've been seeing things more clearly. If something is sad emotionally, it's an outside force, and I know better. But I still emotionally. Robert, yes. That's a good comment and question. That's why I do not give you exercises every week, because they become a crutch. And you begin to depend upon them. You look at the I am with the who am I, as if it is an entity by itself, as if that is your savior. But I say to you, you've got to transcend even that and be able to sit in the silence. And go deep, deep within yourself, where you become I am without the words. It is therefore very well in the beginning of teachings like this, not to watch too much TV, not to watch anything, not to read too many newspapers. Not even to read a newspaper. But to try to work on yourself continuously. For as you said, you may build yourself up for a while and then you're able to take all these things, wars, confusion, whatever is coming your way. But the world gets a little too much for you after a while due to the fact that you have not transcended completely. I had some people calling me also and telling me they feel depressed and out of sorts this week and they didn't watch the TV. What happened? What happened is this. They are still identifying with the body and they are picking up the collective unconscious of the human race. Though in today's world there is a fear in the collective whole. People are worried about the war. It's like a negative vibration that goes into the atmosphere. And many people that are passive pick it up. They wake up in the morning, they feel out of sorts, they feel depressed and they have no reason to be. That's what is happening to them. The way they should handle it is this way. They should observe themselves and see what's happening to them and then ask themselves the question, to whom does this come? Of course the answer will come, this comes to me. I feel this. Then you ask, who is the I that feels this? Where did that I come from? Who gave it birth? Who am I? And you do not answer that question. If the feeling still persists, you do it all over again. You ask, to whom does this come? To me, I feel it. After a while you will begin to realize that all of your depressions, all of your out-of-sort feelings, everything, even the good things, are attached to the I. First pronoun I. You begin to understand, I don't want to change my depression into happiness, for that's two sides of the same coin. What I want to do is to transcend the I, and everything will go with that. And you do that by asking the question, where did the I come from? What is I? Or who am I? Whatever you like, and then you wait and you ask again, and you wait and you ask again. If you are now bombarded by other thoughts, you repeat the procedure over again. To whom does this come? And you go through it again. You have to have patience and realize that what you are doing is very important, and one day something will happen and you will realize who the I really is and what it is, and you will be free. St. Excuse me, Robert, there is a saying in the Vedas, there is no beginning, but there is an end. Robert, where does it say that? Well, different teachers have told me that. Robert, well, what they really mean is the saying, all is Brahman and I am that. If that is what you were referring to? St. No. Clear statement from a lot of teachers that there is no beginning, but there is an end. How can there be an end? St. Through ignorance, probably. Excuse me. St. Through ignorance, and end to ignorance. Oh, I see what you mean. There is an end. St. Yes, but no beginning. I don't understand what they mean by no beginning. There was no beginning to begin with. But when you got caught up in Maya, there will be an end to that. St. Right. That is what it means. St. I guess so, yeah. There never was a beginning, and there never will be a beginning. But you somehow came along to believe that the body is real, the mind is real, the world is real, and the universe is real. That belief has to come to an end. St. Yeah. That will come to an end. Yes, sooner or later. That's what I was talking about. St. What I didn't understand is that why they say there was no beginning. Because there is no substance, there is no substratum. There is nothing that began the universe. But you came along in this world like a dream. But it has no beginning. As example, when you are dreaming, does the dream have a beginning? You don't dream about Adam and Eve. The dreams start somewhere. There never was a beginning, but it ends, doesn't it? You wake up. So the dream had no beginning, but had an end. St. Wow. I understand what you're saying, but in the ritual consciousness I still would say that I remember a dream from the beginning with such and such. Robert, but it wasn't a real beginning. St. Something started to happen. I felt myself dreaming that. You didn't feel yourself dreaming, you just started dreaming. That you're in a palace or riding in the plane or you're married with children. St. Right. But you didn't start from a beginning when creation was born. There is no beginning. That is just a continuing dream. St. If that is what is meant, I don't know that is what. Yes, that's what's going on. St. I'm questioning. And the other thing, what I'm questioning is, like you say, you are beyond all that. All this is the Maya stuff, right? Is that what you say? I have nothing to do with Maya. St. You have nothing to do with Maya. You are full of unconditional happiness and love? Is that what you are saying? That's what you are saying. St. No, I'm asking you what you've experienced. What do you experience right now? Peace. St. Peace, but you are not in ecstasy right now. Ecstasy is a human word to describe a physical term. St. No, I mean, but you are experiencing ecstasy. Isn't that ecstasy? I experience nothingness, which is total joy and bliss. St. Okay, why doesn't that translate to the body that you feel so ecstatic and smile and... It would translate to the body if there were a body. But there is no body. St. Okay, so you're functioning in this world? That's how you see me? St. Yeah, with this body. You're speaking from your experience. St. Absolutely, yeah. Even if I'm not around, if you are by yourself, you are still functioning through a body. How do you know if you don't see me? I'm only functioning as far as you are concerned when you see me. St. Huh. You're creating my body. St. No. If I'm not around and you are all by yourself, you still express yourself and you walk around, right? How do you know? St. It's obvious to me. It's obvious to you? St. Yeah. That's your opinion. St. No, it's not an opinion. It's an awareness of mine. Students laugh. It's your awareness and it's what you think. So why should I be doing what you think? St. No, I'm not saying that you are supposed to do what I think. That's what you just said. That's what you see and what you believe. St. You are denying your body, but the truth is that you are a body. That is your truth. Not my truth. St. No, it's also your truth. Because that is what you see. St. Come on, touch yourself, touch yourself. Of course. St. Yeah. So what do you touch? Nothing. St. Oh, that is denial. That is denial. That's your opinion. St. Absolute denial. Sj. I don't share that opinion with you. St. I don't talk to you either. Students laugh. Robert, see what you are doing. You are identifying with the body-mind and you are putting me in your identification. But somebody else would see me otherwise. For instance, if I ask everyone in this room when they look at me what do they see, I would get 20 different answers. Somebody would say, I see a wonderful human being. Somebody would say, I see a sick person. Somebody would say, I see a healthy person. Somebody would say, I see God. Somebody would say, I see a body. So you are telling me what you see. That's all. St. Yeah, but there is still somebody there. You say the lights are on, but nobody's home. Is that what you were saying? Robert, no, that's what you're saying. No, but is that what you experience? Robert, I experience myself. St. So if you experience yourself, couldn't you be the self plus the body? Why should I be what you want me to be? St. This world is not an illusion, it's real, but it's something that emanates from the whole awareness you have. Well, if I'm not why should I say that? St. Because there is no life to the world, and the highest truth as you see it is one. You're saying it in a sense. Let's put it this way. Imagine if you were having a dream and were sitting like this in your dream, and we are talking back and forth together. And I am saying I am not the body, I have no body, and you are saying yes you do. And then we look at each other and you wake up. What happened to the dream? It was all a dream. The same thing is happening now. All this is but a dream. It appears real. But when you wake up you realize that it's gone. St. Practical speaking, you are living a life, I live a life. And you are still here. Until the body actually gives up, doesn't function any more, then you're gone. Robert, the body doesn't give up because there was never a body to give up. St. But I bet you, Robert, that you are going to stick around until your body is not functioning anymore. That's what you see. If you can only get that clear. That's the experience you are having now. If you had my experience you would be speaking like I'm speaking. But you were speaking from your experience and you want me to accept what you believe. St. Yeah, I'm not trying to make you accept anything. What I'm trying to say is from an individual point of view as I am, it doesn't make sense to say, I don't have a body. Even if you are in your highest state, it doesn't make sense to me to say, I don't have a body, because everybody can see your body, not just me, everybody can see you. Robert, if it doesn't make sense to you, then don't say it. St. No, but you're saying, I don't have a body. But you really have one. But that's my experience. St. Well, that's your experience. My argument to that experience is, what is the sense to say, I am not a body if you really have one? But that's what you see. S.J., I think he agrees with you too. It's his practical experiences that he doesn't have a body. St. How come you cannot express infinite joy? Robert, I am. Why don't you look like so full of joy? Robert, again, you want me to be what you imagine it to be like. Sh. It's a projection of your own false imagination onto Robert. You want him to be what you think someone who is enlightened should be. That's nonsense. St. No, that's not what I am saying. Yes, it is. Exactly what you are saying. St. Why isn't consciousness, the highest consciousness, project itself as being something everybody will run after, you know? St. But we do. Students laugh. Sh. You don't see that that's your idea about it. But you're projecting your idea and insisting on it being valid. It may be a bunch of nonsense. That's what's going on in your mind. St. Absolutely, it goes on in my mind. It's your image that you are hung up on, and you are projecting it onto Robert and insisting he ought to be the way you imagine he should. Sm. You're getting mad. Sh. No, I'm not. I'm trying to clear it up. This is getting redundant and stupid. We go around and around getting nowhere. Sm. You see, Robert, where you're coming from, that is all that is. You see everybody from where you're coming from. I didn't understand it before either, but now I understand it. I see Robert from where I'm coming from. I see you from where I'm coming from too, everybody. You are just a reflection. Robert's a reflection of you. St. Hold on, I'm not trying to upset your group here. I'm not trying to make an argument against you. I was asking Robert a question: what I feel about total bliss and consciousness, and in my opinion, I'm just a person. I'm not a guru or teacher or nothing like that, but as a person, I see consciousness to be blissful and uplifting to everybody as soon as you recognize it. That's words, but you can't see him. St. I mean total consciousness should be beyond words. That's right. Totally experience it without having to look for it. Robert, then you can't see it. St. What? You will not be able to see it because it's beyond words, beyond thoughts, and beyond space. St. So can I feel it? You can feel it. When you become it, you'll feel it. St. Yes, so if I feel it, then I don't need to ask questions, I don't need to seek anything, but I am it. Then you should do the practices, and you should practice within yourself to be able to feel it and become it. St. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, can this spread like immediately? I cannot realize that. There is something there which I really want. You mean, can I give it to you? St. Yet there is something there that I really want. I want to go after that. This is what I really want, what I'm here for. Then you have to be receptive, and you are receptive when you empty your mind, no thoughts. St. I mean anybody, even if you are not receptive. If you are like an innate object or something that even will start to vibrate and say, oh, I want to go after this. You're speaking of siddhis. You're speaking of powers. You're speaking of a completely different teaching. We're not trying to give out power here, or become a cult in magic and be able to do strange things. I know what you're looking for. You're looking for proof? You want me to be like Sai Baba and materialize ash, or materialize a medallion. St. What is the difference between you and Sai Baba? I don't know. We are all the same spiritually. But this is jhana. This is Advaita Vedanta. This is not Kashmir. St. Yeah. Though it's a little different to what you are used to. St. I've been studying both sides. Forgive me, but it's okay. St. In my opinion, I just wanted to hear it from you. Why aren't you always smiling, or be always in rapture, you know? That's how I picture beauty. Who pictures that? St. I do. Who are you? St. I guess, as you say, I'm everything, right? But are you? See, what you are doing is you are repeating my words. What do you think you are really? St. No, I know what I'm speaking of. I'm just a person. That I know. Though if you are a person, then you are an ego. Absolutely. Though if you are an ego, you are part of the world. St. Absolutely. And you see what everybody sees in the world. St. Yeah. So why should I become what you want to see? St. No, I'm not saying that you should become what I want to see. But you say you want to see radiance and smiles and bliss. St. That's not what the world is. I know, but you said that is what you want to see. St. No, I want to see consciousness in total freedom and beauty. What do you see now? St. What do I see now? An old man sitting here and talking to me. Okay, so change your opinion, go within yourself and find out who you are. Then you will see me like you. St. If I see you as me, then there is no more bodies, huh? You are speaking of yourself now. But if you work on yourself and dive deep within yourself and lift yourself up a little, then you'll see me as yourself, because there is only one self. St. Well, that's a theoretical thing to me. But as long as I have to function my body, I don't have to deny my body. I know I can say that I am beyond the body, true, but I also have a body. Robert, who said anything about denying the body? I never said you must deny your body. I say you do what you have to do with your body. As long as you believe you are the body, then you have to take care of it, and you have to be careful of what you do. If that's what I have to do, so do it. And everybody's happy. I don't think I have to wait around for that. Then do what you have to do. But don't see anybody else as you. Everybody is different. Absolutely. I see everybody's different. I understand that. Though you're giving your attributes to me. No. Of course everything is coming out of your mind. Everything that comes, where does it come from? It comes from what you know. No, when we have a conversation, what you speak comes out of you and what I speak comes out of me. Exactly, so you're seeing the whole class from your viewpoint. Yes, of course. So you're saying your viewpoint is correct, and that's all there is, your viewpoint. No, I see that you have a viewpoint too, otherwise we wouldn't be talking. I'm speaking to you to make you understand that you should be silent and go deep within yourself. And everything will take care of itself. That I understand. I have no quarrels about that. Then everything will take care of itself. But, you're all right, keep up the good work. Yeah, thank you. Sorry it takes too long. No, you're totally honest from your point of view. Yeah. One of the crucial things that I've learned is to ask myself, what am I assuming? From that point of view, and then I look at the assumption. And I find the assumption from this point of view is false because I'm assuming, and I sure don't see Robert the way other people see me. Yeah, there are all points of view. And I realize that I come from a very strict point of view. I don't at this moment know that there is a road outside there. Now you would say half an hour ago I was driving up in my car on the road. But right where I'm sitting I think there is a road outside, but I don't really know it in an absolute sense. I can assume it, that's not an unreasonable assumption. But most of the assumptions that I had when I looked at it were unreasonable. And maybe you are making some assumptions that you assume for other people, and that's what's going on. I've not really thought about Robert smiling too much. Maybe you would like to do something, maybe not. I did not say that, do you understand? I'm just saying that, if he doesn't smile too much. At this point is a tape break. Robert's just writing reality, and if there is a problem then he has to maybe prescribe something to the best for your silence. After you prescribe silence you just be silence and you get there. From your picture you may be so many years away from enlightenment, and when it happens you probably all of a sudden you see it. I wish. A dangerous assumption. Students laugh. General talking and laughing between students. Student describes experience of confusing vibrations on the right side of the chest, spiritual heart, to stomach vibrations which he thought was the real thing. Robert, it's not stupid at all, Fred, because it made you realize that it was not the spiritual heart. Yeah. Sounds very useful. But I know my physical heart is not where the stomach is. That is where the vibrations went, and therefore the vibration that went back to the stomach couldn't possibly have anything to do with the spiritual heart. But all the mistakes we make is not because we're stupid, it's because it shows us it's a mistake, and we have to grow out of it. It makes us go onward. I was assuming that the spiritual heart was on the other side of the physical heart. That is what I was assuming. If the assumption is wrong, the point of view is wrong. like what is happening here. I did happen to know that the assumption I was operating on because it usually the law. You've got to see what the assumption is based on. I have things to learn, so I have to see what I'm assuming at this point of view. But I know I'm assuming things, and when I come here I'm assuming things. But I know that my assumptions are mine and not his. But I'm expected to dance, it's okay. Robert, maybe next week, Fred. Laughter. SH. It's okay to have false assumptions, they drop after a while. When you see they're false, they drop. There is nothing wrong with it. You don't have to put yourself down for it. SF. No, I'm not putting down, it just happened. SG. There is a stage when you look at these teachings you examine as being enlightened or not, and then there seems to be a point where it doesn't even make any difference what can enter your mind. Robert, well, that is true. You are coming here to be with yourself. I'm only yourself. There's no teacher and there's no student. There's just the self. Eventually you see that. There is no separation. SH, that bothering made sense. Students laugh. Right on. Bravo. SN, Robert has often said that when you are in a burning building, you don't stop to admire the pictures, you get out as fast as you can. That's like the Buddhist story of the man who was shot by an arrow. Rather than to pull the arrow out to save himself, he wanted to know who shot the arrow, and while he was cursing and booed his father and so on and so on and so on, rather than pull the arrow out to save himself, he needed to know the answers to all these questions. And when some intellectual came to see Buddha, they asked him all these questions of the universe, the existence of thoughts, all these mythological and morphological questions. And the Buddha sat silent. He didn't respond to these questions because he knew that the answer to these questions would not change you at all, because becoming awake has nothing to do with knowing the answers to these questions. Robert, that is a good point, Jay. SN, I want to know if you could comment on something, Robert. When you are observing yourself and feelings arise, is the idea to stop the feelings or just be non-attached? In the same way, when thoughts come, when you are observing thoughts, the idea to stop the thoughts or to not be attached to the thoughts? Robert, there are two ways. One is to observe them, become the witness to them, and just watch without trying to change things. Even if you do that, they will dissipate and become weaker. The other way is to grab them and ask, to whom do they come? Who has these thoughts? And realize it's your ego, the I, that has the thoughts, and then you ask yourself, but where did the I come from? So you use the method which is more convenient for you at the time of your evolution. SN, this is kind of related to the question I asked last week about samskaras. You said the fan about the electricity cut off, the fan continues to spin. We may appear to do the same, but in actuality we are not the same. The question connected with that, in that perhaps if the actions continue, if there is no identification, we don't react. Robert, what you are saying is true, and the example I gave about the fan, about the power being cut off, is for the sake of others. But, as far as I'm concerned, there is no fan, there is nothing going on, there's no reaction to anything. But, when you see a teacher that you are talking about, and the teacher is acting in a funny way, yet people say he's enlightened, that's what you are seeing at that time. Though you give the example of the fan when you pull out the plug. But the blades are still spinning, the teacher is working out the balance of his karma. That's how it is to others. But to the one who is experiencing that, there is no karma, there is no fan, there is no working out anything. There's no existence, there's only consciousness. And consciousness is silence. So the answer would be, if something like that appears for you, or you see something like that, do not try to figure it out, but sit in the silence. SN. Well, I'm not speaking so much from terms of observing someone else's positive vibes. Within my own experience, the difference between reacting and identifying. Say for instance, if someone dies, you react with mourning, but you don't identify with that mourning. Robert, you can say that, yes. Though I am trying to make the distinction between reacting with the identification, whereas some may think that when one is awake there is no reaction. The point I'm trying to make is it's not a matter of reacting, but a matter of identifying. Robert, yes, when I saw a dog being killed. A car ran over the dog, and the dog was dying. Tears came to my eyes, but then the next moment when it was all over, it's like it never happened. It was gone. There was no longer any remorse or anything else. But at the time that it did happen, the body had tears. SN. So we should not think that the person who has awakened is just an empty shell of reaction. There's just no identification to reaction. Robert, there is no identification, but the truth is, nothing like that is really happening. Laughter. SJ, there is not even a question of identifying. There is no one there to identify. SN, I'm speaking from my own experience. I see that when an occurrence happens, I observe myself. In that observation I see a reaction, and then I see if there is identification. If I identify with that reaction, then it lingers. If I don't identify, the space is there. Robert, but you are making it too stretched out. Just look, observe, and know who you are. That's all you have to do. Know the truth about yourself and don't think whether you are identifying or not identifying and go through all that stuff. Merely realize, to whom does this come? I feel this. Where does the I come from? And you'll realize the I doesn't exist, and if the I doesn't exist, the condition doesn't exist, because the condition is part of the I. The solution is always transcending the I. That's a good name for a book, Transcending the I. We'll have to write a book on it. SH, got a lot of pissy sayings. The solution is always transcending the I. It's a very pissy saying. Robert, I know what you mean, Henry. You're okay, Henry. I feel the same way about you. SG, questions concerning identifying with the body and its elimination. Robert, as long as you identify with the body and the mind, then what you're saying is true. There is karma, and there are conditions, and the body came to this earth to fulfill its karmic purpose. But as soon as you transcend the idea that there is a body or a mind and you become no thing, then everything else becomes redundant and you become free of the whole thing. Though all the works of Shakespeare and William Blake, Edward Carpenter, and all these other people, we are finding more of the mystical, but they have to do with the body and the mind. It all has to do with I. I am having an experience, I am spiritual, I feel God. As long as there's an I to feel God, or to have an experience, then it's not real awakening. When there is real awakening, there's no I to have any experience. For the I has been transcended. In other words, there is nobody there to have any experience. You're totally free, and when you're free you don't feel an individual personality. You feel as if you are the self of all. You feel your omnipresence. Your personality is gone. Though all these voluminous works that have been written are really for the I. I have experienced this, and I have experienced that, and I have traveled the world, and I have searched, and I have found this, and I have found that. There's always the I. It's so simple to me that if the I goes, everything else goes, and you're free. It's very funny. Now most of us have so many books we read, but if you had a glimpse of who you really were, you wouldn't even be interested in reading another book. As just reading a lot of books and don't have any sadhana, huh? Students laugh. Robert, that's a good point. Only unfortunately with some people, they become real bookworms and the books become crutches. They have a whole library filled with books. And if something happens, they have to turn the page in a book to find the solution, or to memorize certain words, or to read a certain chapter to make them feel good. But if they burn all the books and they're left standing naked without any crutch or without anybody to depend on, then that will help them more than the books. When you were awakened when you were 14, did you read anything after that? Robert, I glanced through things to confirm my feelings. Though I did look through books because I didn't know what I was. I had no idea what happened. But after you had left Ramana Ashram. Robert, I still glance at books now. But I do not glance with my finite knowledge. So it's just curiosity. I will see who the writer is and what they're writing about. I'm not trying to learn anything or acquire new knowledge or acquire anything. But just in the use of the amount of words they use. They take one sentence and they make a really big book. What about school? Robert, but as long as you believe that you are the body-mind phenomena, it's very important. All these things are important as long as you are a part of the world. If you do not learn these things at school, then you will suffer. You will not be able to get a good job. You will be on a low income rate. Though if you're going to be a part of the world, by all means study, go to school and learn all you can. In the meanwhile, work on yourself until you've transcended and become free. What is it that caused you to awaken? Do you know what that is? Robert, nothing that I know of. I had no interest in anything except football and boxing. You were a sort of an ordinary student. That's it. Again, I never asked for anything. You had no teaching? Robert, nothing, not part of the world. You hadn't read any literature? Robert, hadn't read anything. It just occurred? Robert, occurred by itself. A gift. Robert, it appears to be a gift when you look at it like that, but I am sure there was a time and a place where I worked for eternity. Somewhere, somehow. Why do you think that? Robert, because that's what they say. But who cares what they say? Robert, because it was in the books. Students laugh. Even though you know everything. Robert, I know everything. I know nothing. Students laugh. Oh, come on. Robert, really, I know nothing. Yeah, he means what he's saying. Robert, of course I know everything, that I know absolutely nothing. Students talking and laughing. Some people seem to have a feeling that they know everything. It's a feeling, but it doesn't mean that they know how shoe polish is composed of. There's a feeling there to learn everything. Robert, well, not when you transcend. There is no feeling whatsoever. There is nothing. So nothing you feel. If there were a feeling, there would have to be someone left to feel. Are you at liberty to stick around or to leave? Robert, where would I go? I mean transcending or leaving your body. As Ramana said, where would I go? Robert, that's true. This is why I always say that you are omnipresent. You are everywhere to begin with. All this is the self and I am that. So where can I go? If your body would die, you wouldn't be around for us. That's your viewpoint. Students laugh. Robert, I had the consideration that if your body left it, you would still be with me. Robert, you're right. I had realization weeks ago that if your body went to China, you would still be with me. Robert, there are many times that I have visions that I am with Ramana. We have a conversation and we take a walk on the banks of the Ganges and we talk. Nothing ever dies. S.U. What are you talking about? Things. S.U. Really? Like the weather? No, really. S.B. You talk about the weather and talk about anything. S.H. Whatever. S.D. About things that don't exist. Students laugh. S.T. Do you have a choice to stick around forever like you are now? Robert. The way I am now, I will be here forever because there is no place to be and there is no forever. I'm always there. There's nowhere to go, and there is no place I came from. But what you're seeing is this body, so to you it will not be here. As long as you are in the present state of consciousness, you will see the body die, and be burnt or buried or whatever. You can throw it in the garbage can. But that's what you will see. But that's not happening. For there's no body who will ever die. What doesn't exist cannot be burnt or buried. Though you should ask yourself, who sees the body die? What body dies? Ask yourself and find out. Pause. So let's go into the silence now and practice any procedure that suits you. When we do it together, there is a higher vibration. At this point, the tape ends. Transcript 41. The Good-for-Nothing Man. 3rd February, 1991. Robert, good afternoon. Yesterday evening I received a call from my brother who lives in Indianapolis. I haven't spoken to him in 15 years. First thing he asked me is, Robert, are you still good for nothing? And I said, yes, I am, thank you. Then he went on to ask, have you accomplished anything worthwhile yet? Are you still a nothing? Though I said, I've accomplished nothing, and I am nothing, thank you. Are you something? He went on to tell me his accomplishments. I own a hardware store, and I bought a house and I sent my family to college, my son and daughter. I've got stocks and bonds. What have you got? And I said, I've got nothing. Though he said, why don't you give it up and start living? Though I paused a moment and I said, are you happy? And there was a long pause. He didn't answer. Though I asked again, are you happy? He changed the subject. Then he started to relate how the IRS was on his back, how his wife was running around with some other guy, and all kinds of troubles. Though he ended the conversation saying, if you couldn't be good for something, I'd rather be good for nothing. But I am good for something. I'm good in relieving constipation. Friday, a lady called me from San Francisco. I never heard of her before and she told me, Robert, you saved my life. Though I said, I did. That's interesting. She said, come on Robert, you know you saved my life. Admit it. Though I said, tell me what I did. Though she said, I've got your picture hanging in the bathroom. That's nice. And she went on to explain, yesterday morning I was really constipated. S.H. One look at you. Students laugh. Robert continues, and I thought I was going to die, she said. I was turning blue in all kinds of colors. I couldn't get up and I looked at your picture and I said, Robert, help me. And you came out of the picture and you hugged me and relieved my constipation. Students laugh. S.H. Bravo, you've made it, Robert. Students laugh. Robert, so I said, well, isn't that interesting? And she told me that I was kidding and knew I did it. She wouldn't believe it when I told her I didn't know what she was talking about. This is not the first time I've had experience with toilets. About 2 years ago at about 12 o'clock midnight, another lady called me from San Clemente. And she said, Robert, my toilet is stuffed up, please do something. Though I said, I think you've got the wrong number. You want a plumber." He said, "No, I don't want a plumber, I want you." So I said, "You mean you want me to come over with my toolbox?" She said, "No, I want you to do something, whatever you have to do." So I said, "Okay," and she hung up. She called me back the next morning and said, "Thank you, Robert." Everything became unplugged in the toilet. So you see, students laugh. I'm good for something. S.H., the sacred plumber, laughs. Robert, now the question arises, can a sage be in two places at the same time? Is it possible for somebody to think of a sage and be in communication with the sage physically, yet the sage is not there, he's somewhere else? When I was in Benares in India, I went to see a Johnny that nobody ever heard of, called Swami Brahmadanda, which means the staff of God. He has 3 disciples that had been with him for about 50 years. He was about 90 years old, and I was invited to sit by him. I think I was the first Westerner to get that permission. Though I sat with him a few days, listening to him say nothing. He was mostly silent. On the 3rd day I was with him, he announced to his disciples, 3 of them were devotees, that his body is in pain, it's arthritic, but he has work to do. He hasn't finished his work on this plane. So he's going to leave his body tomorrow at 3:00 and take on the body of a younger person. He said somebody will slip in the street, it was raining, and will crack his head, but I will take up that body. So I listened as I usually do, and we couldn't wait for tomorrow to come to see what happened. Nobody cared about the fact that he was going to die. We wanted to see if he could do what he said. Students laugh. Though at about 3:00 he was sitting in the lotus posture, he actually stiffened up and he did die. I felt his pulse, no pulse, pinched him, nothing happened. The body was an empty shell. And we fooled around with his body for about a half hour to see if we could bring him back to life or whatever, nothing. We heard a commotion outside, and we went out, and sure enough, a young man from Benares had slipped on the wet street and hit his head. There was a crowd gathered, and there was a doctor there. He was pronounced dead. All of a sudden, he got up and ran into the forest. No one has ever heard from him again. Explain that one. There are things going on that are very unusual in this world. Most Westerners never experience those things or come in contact with people who have. There is also the story of a great saint who was passing through the town. In that particular town, there was a snake, boa constrictor, who used to devour little children. They beseeched the saint and said, "Master, please help us. We're all afraid this boa constrictor is going to kill our children again and again and again. Can you do something to help us?" So the master said, "Yes, I will." He went over to the snake and spoke snake language and said, "Snake, I want you to stop devouring these little children in this town. Leave them alone. Promise me that you will." And the snake said, "Yes, I promise." He couldn't say otherwise to the great sage. 6 months passed, and the sage was going through the town again. He saw a crowd of children, 40 or 50 of them, playing in a circle. He went to look, and there was the snake in the middle of the circle, all bloody. The children were throwing rocks at it, kicking it. The snake was nearly dead. The saint chased the children away and went over to the snake and said, "What's the matter with you? Why do you allow yourself to be beaten like this? Why don't you defend yourself?" So the snake said, "Oh, master, I listened to you. I can't help it when you told me not to harm the children. I have become helpless." Then the sage said, "You foolish snake, I told you not to bite. Did I tell you not to hiss?" And this story is simply the fact that most of us think we have to get into a temper and fight because we're spiritual. The truth is, we can make a lot of noise and do nothing. When in Rome, do what the Romans do. We can put on an act. Sometimes when I go to the bank and I want a loan, I put on a 3-piece suit and a tie and act normal. They'll throw me out anyway, but at least I tried. But the reason I'm telling you this story is because this particular saint who did this thing with the snake was seen at 4 places at one time, in various different cities in India. People said he couldn't have been there at this time because he was here. And in another city up north they said, no, he was here. So the question again is, can certain sages be in 3 or 4 places at the same time? The answer is yes. This is a phenomena, but is very, very possible. When you realize your omnipresence, when you have an inkling who you are, that's all you have to know, who you really are, that you are not the body-mind phenomena, that you are absolute reality, that you are consciousness, that you are undivided. This alone allows you to be present everywhere at the same time because you are everything. Perhaps that is why the people on the toilet were able to see me, yet I'm not aware of it. I don't have to be aware of it due to the fact that to be aware of it, I would have to be somebody else. I would have to be the person who is aware and the person who appears somewhere else. But there is only one. And those of us who have faith in sages and saints can actually talk to them, see them in the physical presence, yet perhaps they have been dead for many years, or they're also somewhere else in a different country. All these things are possible. When I mentioned also one day here, many times I have visions where I am walking with Ramana Maharshi along the Ganges. And we're discussing simple things like the weather. This is just another example of the possibility of being in 2 or 3 places at the same time. Now, a vision is not a dream. A vision is an actual experience. It is a phenomena happening in the phenomenal world. Anything is possible. Never believe that something is impossible because it limits you. Even if you have not experienced anything yourself, have faith in yourself, that within you are all possibilities. Of course, the first thing you should realize is that there will never be a time when you disappear or die, because there was never a time when you were born. You have always existed as consciousness, and you will always exist as consciousness. And even if a person is a skeptic, they say, well, I'm not consciousness, that's ridiculous. I'm conscious that I'm a body because I can feel myself, and I am conscious of your body because I see you and I can feel you. And you can scientifically prove this, that you're not a body. You can say to such a person, are you the same person you were when you were conceived? When you were conceived, you were no larger than the size of a pinhead. Yet it was you. And then when you were a young boy or girl, you were no longer the size of a pinhead, you've turned into somebody else. When you were a teenager, you were also someone else. Now you're a man or a woman or whatever, and you're someone else again. You are not who you think you are. If I put your body under an electric microscope, I would see space and atoms, trillions of atoms revolving in the space, and the space would have tremendous gaps between the atoms. The space is consciousness. The atoms are superimposed on consciousness, and they appear to create what you are now. Though you see, you're not really the body. You're a bunch of atoms. You're in a state of flux. You're constantly vibrating. You're not what you appear to be. Though when you identify with your body, you've got problems. Who can tell me why? Why do you have problems when you identify with the body? You're in flux. Robert, yes, exactly, that's the answer. The body is never the same, and you will always be disappointed. The body is skinny at one time, then you say, I'm too thin. The body becomes fat, you say, I'm too fat. The body loses its hair, you say, I am going bald, I've got to do something. The body becomes old, you say, I've got creaks in my bones. You're never happy. You never understand what's going on. And if you live just to make money, and you have lots of possessions, there is nothing wrong with that. As I always like to say, possess all you want, but never be possessed by your possessions, for if you think something is yours, everything has to change. It might be yours for a short time. Then you have to give it up, either voluntarily or forcefully. And you're always crying, you're always bitching, you're always complaining, you always think something is wrong, but the only thing that is wrong is in your thinking. You are allowing your mind to dictate to you and tell you what's what. When you finally wake up slightly, you begin to understand that the mind is not your friend. The mind is only a conglomeration of thoughts about the past and worries about the future. That's all your mind is, thoughts about the past and the future. If you listen, you become disturbed, for you bring the past into the present, and then you become concerned about the future. People read the newspapers about a recession, man's inhumanity to man, war. Who becomes disturbed? The mind. You can never be disturbed because you are egoless. You are Sat Chit Ananda. You are Parabrahman. You refuse to believe that. You still believe that you are human and your name is Mary, or Robert, or John, or Jack, or Jane, and you are deeply embedded in that belief system. Therefore you also believe the world is real, conditions are real, the universe is real, and you invent God in your own image, and then you pray to this God that you have invented in your own image, just like you're talking to Santa Claus. You believe in an anthropomorphic God, and you ask God to give you this, and give you that, and take this away from my life, and take this person out of my life, and bring this person in my life. It's all a very funny game. Yet it helps when you pray, for you're relieving yourself. You're becoming sort of peaceful, for you believe that this God up in the sky will answer your prayer and make you happy. And many times your prayers are answered. Such is the power of the mind. This mind is very powerful, it appears. It can create things. So you better be careful what you ask for. You might get it. Yet the time comes in our evolution when we truly understand what the mind really is. And we begin to observe it, realizing that it functions without us. We begin to watch the mind in action. We watch it making us depressed. We watch it making us angry. We watch it making us happy. We watch ourselves when we accomplish something great and we think we're important. Just the watching alone causes you to go further in your evolution, where it shows you that I possibly cannot be the mind, for I have been watching all this time. I have been watching my thoughts bring up the past and make me unhappy, bring fears into my life, as if something bad is going to happen in the future if I don't watch out. We've been watching the mind do this to us. Then we finally say to ourselves, who is this watcher? Who is this person that has been watching the mind? We honestly have to say, therefore, I don't know. I don't know who I am. I have no idea who has been watching, but I have to admit I have been watching. All these years I thought that when I said I was referring to my mind. I believed my mind was I. But now as I watch myself getting angry, as I watch myself becoming depressed or becoming happy, I realize that I am separate from my mind. Therefore, who am I? Where did I come from? It's amazing that I am able to watch my mind doing all these things to me. But now I know that there is an I. Who is this I? I don't know. How can I find out? By becoming silent through silence. By allowing my mind to empty itself of all thoughts, and as I keep on watching my mind in action, without responding, I notice something very interesting happening to me. I notice that I feel happier. I feel more peaceful and I feel more powerful. I notice that I've lost my fears, my frustrations, and even my searching for truth has slowed down, for I am beginning to understand that there is really nothing to search for. It's all here. Everything I've always wanted is here. Amazing discovery. Yet, I still don't know who I am. But, I'm beginning to understand that I do not have to know who I am. It is not necessary to know who I am. Do you follow? I doesn't have to know who it is. What an amazing discovery. I don't have to go around searching for the I, or wondering who the I was that has been watching the mind in action all these years. I simply have to become still. Be still and know that I am God. And the watching all these years has caused me to become still. In other words, as you practice observation of your thoughts and mindfulness, your mind becomes quieter and quieter and quieter. And to the extent your mind becomes quieter and quieter, to that extent does your consciousness become revealed to you as absolute reality. Now when we talk about absolute reality or Parabrahman, there are no words, for everything I would tell you about that would be superfluous. We therefore learn to keep quiet. We no longer get involved in complications. We keep our lifestyle simple. We actually stop worrying about the future, about our existence, or about anything else. Something tells us from within that the same power that knows how to make apples grow on apple trees, flowers bloom so beautifully, mangoes grow on mango trees, wheat grow in the fields, and yet there's just enough sun, just enough rain, just enough of everything to sustain and maintain their growth. Something tells me that the same power knows how to take care of me. I can therefore be myself. Silence. Silence is consciousness. I no longer have to make something happen, and I no longer have to worry about tomorrow. I no longer have to concern myself with what other people are doing. I can let go of all of this and I will be taken care of. The realization again comes to you that what you call your body is not your body, but is also consciousness. It appears as a body. As you keep evolving, you keep seeing consciousness wherever you look, for you have seen yourself as consciousness and you know there is only ultimate oneness. Therefore, everything must be yourself. Everything becomes yourself and you are that, and you're at peace. From that moment on, everything takes care of itself. What appears to be your body comes under karmic law, the law of cause and effect. Remember, that's an appearance, and your body, so-called, came to this earth for a specific purpose. It will fulfill its purpose without any help from you. That's the important part I wish you will remember. You will be fulfilled without thinking, without wanting, without worrying, without any kind of concern. All your needs will be met. Everything will unfold the way it's supposed to. There are no mistakes. No one came to this earth to suffer. I know there are some of you who believe, well, I must have committed some great sins in the past, perhaps in previous lives, because I'm sure suffering now. Are you really suffering? Is there such a thing? Think about that. The only reason you think you are suffering is because the world is not turning the way that you want it to. Isn't that true? You think you should be this instead of that, you should live here instead of there, you should have this instead of that, and that's what causes you to suffer. But, when you become one-pointed and focus your attention on yourself, with a capital S, it is virtually impossible to suffer because suffering doesn't exist. Now you can see perhaps why people like Ramana Maharshi, Ramakrishna, Christ, and many others, who appeared to be suffering when they died, literally told their disciples, "Nobody suffers. I am not suffering. You're suffering because you see me suffer." That's been difficult to understand up to now, But when you realize that you're not your body and nothing is the way that it appears, it's literally easy to understand. Though again, the secret is to investigate yourself within yourself. The external world can never prove anything to you. The external world is a world of effects, a world of illusion, a dream maya, leela, a play. Do not stake your claim in the world. And let's say that you even have good karma, so to speak, like they say, and things are relatively fine in your life. You think you've got what you want. You've got a great job, you're making a lot of money, you're living with someone you love, you've got a great house, you live in a place where the temperature is always 78 degrees, and you're relatively happy. But according to the so-called laws of the universe, that has to change simply because the universe is in a state of flux. Everything must change. If you have not found yourself in this life, and you simply die like the average person, you are going to continue and experience the opposite of what you have been experiencing. This is the reason you should not just become apathetic to spiritual life because things are going your way, and say like some people say, "Oh, spiritual life is just for people who have problems." Be careful. Begin within yourself. Realize that you are not the person you think you are. Try to understand every day, I am not my body-mind. I am not anything I appear to be. Then who am I? I must find out. And your factory of intelligence is within yourself. All the answers are within yourself. You begin, of course, in the morning when you try to catch yourself in consciousness. Just before you wake up, there's a gap between sleeping and waking. That gap is your true reality. Try to catch yourself in that gap, just in the moment you open your eyes, before your mind takes over. It is absolute nothingness. That nothingness is the absolute reality. As soon as your mind takes over, I takes over, and that spoils it, for you say to yourself, I am awake. And then your day begins. I have to go to the bathroom, I have to eat breakfast, I have to get dressed, I have to hurry to go to work. I have to do this and I have to do that, and you're lost in the day. But, if you saw yourself as consciousness and you were able to see the gap between sleeping and waking, you will be in bliss all day, total bliss. Then when you go to sleep, you do the same thing. You try to find that gap between waking and sleeping just as you are falling asleep. There is a gap just before you actually fall asleep. That gap is who you really are. That gap is consciousness. It is absolute awareness. It is nirvana. It is you. It is I am that I am. As you keep searching for the gap, you will find it. If you remember to do it when you got to sleep and when you get up, and you continue when you first get up, you say, I am awake. Who is the I? I dreamt, I slept, now I am awake. If you glimpse the gap, you will realize that that gap is also called the fourth state of consciousness. Sleeping, dreaming, awakefulness, and the gap is the fourth state. It is your reality. Even being intellectually aware of this helps. So you say, I know that there is a gap there and I haven't caught it yet. So I can ask myself, who is the I that slept? Who is the I that dreamt? Who is the I that's awake? Who is the I that's looking for the gap? It's the same I. From whence did it arise? It seems to arise when I wake up and it subsides when I go to sleep. Where does it go? It goes into the gap. Into that space between sleeping and waking and sleeping. And also when I go to sleep, I think. I think about my problems, I think about my day's work, I think about people, I think about everything. The I is doing all of this. All of a sudden, as I'm falling asleep, the I begins to weaken. I stop thinking. Where does the I go? It goes into the gap. Though you think of this in the morning as you get up, and you continue by saying, well, who is this I? Who am I? What am I? This I is always available for me. During the day you follow the I, and you find out you're saying, I feel good, I feel bad, I feel angry, I feel upset, I feel rich, I feel poor, I feel this and I feel that. Who feels? I. Can there be a time when I do not feel? And something will say to you, when you get rid of the I, you will no longer need to feel anything. You will be in the gap. Though you start to work with the I to get rid of it. And you get rid of it by following it to its source. The source is the gap. The source is consciousness. You do this by simply asking the question, where did the I come from? What is the I? When you do this often enough every day, awareness will start to come to you. Awareness will open up to you. You will begin to realize that everything you talk about is actually attached to the I. I is the first pronoun. Everything else comes after that. To be upset you have to say, I'm upset. You can't just say, upset. For you laugh at yourself and you won't be upset. But when you say, I am upset, then you start to feel bad. You begin to see that everything is attached to this I. And you hold on to the I. You do not concentrate on I, you concentrate on consciousness, the source. You follow the I deep into the heart. You do this by diving deep within yourself and inquiring, for whom is the I? We're saying, who am I? Then you take a pause and you say, who am I? Again and again and again and again. Pretty soon you will identify the pauses in between I's with the same gap between sleeping and waking and waking and sleeping. And everything will merge and you will become free. And you will be yourself and you will live happily ever after, and that's it. So now let's do a little chanting. Chanting. Any questions? Feel free to ask anything you like. Bob? SB, when you call for us to awaken, are you saying that we should awaken to consciousness? Wake up from being a mind and awaken to consciousness, awaken to silence. Robert, wake up to yourself. Wake up to who you really are. Wake up to peace, to happiness, to joy, to bliss. Wake up to your real nature. Your real nature is love. Wake up to that. Everything else that you experience with your body and your mind is false. And so when you wake up, you realize that I am absolute intelligence, absolute reality. I am that I am, Sat Chit Ananda, Parabrahman, and that means happiness. Though every cell inside of your body, so to speak, tingles with happiness when you wake up. Wake up to your own happiness. Discard your thoughts, discard your body, your mind, and be happy forever. Wake up. SJ, is it true that after you experience yourself like that, you experience everything else the same? Made up of that same substance? Robert, when you experience yourself as Sat Chit Ananda, you realize that this is your nature as omnipresence. You are no longer an individual. Your individuality has merged into Brahman. And the whole universe appears as consciousness. Though you are no longer J, and you no longer have the problems and the attitudes that J used to have. You're free, you are the universe, you are the source of all creation. Nothing. You become nothing. When someone tells you, you're good for nothing, you say, thank you. Laughter. SJ, another word for nothing would be everything. That true? Robert, well, you are not everything because you are no thing. SJ, which allows you to be everything in consciousness. Yes, you realize that everything is a superimposition on you. Like the markings on the blackboard. You are the chalkboard, and everybody draws images on the chalkboard. But you know yourself as the chalkboard and as the images. Only you realize that the images on the chalkboard are not real because they can be erased, and if you try to draw an image you draw on the chalkboard, if you try to grab it, you grab the chalkboard. It's impossible to grab the image. There's only the chalkboard. In the same way you know yourself as consciousness, as absolute reality, and everything else is a reflection. SM. Does enlightenment come all at once or in slow stages? Robert. It appears to come in slow stages, but the truth is it happens all at once when it happens. As I always tell you the story about the Buddha when he was sitting in meditation under that tree, his devotees were around him. And prior to that experience he experienced all kinds of things at all kinds of levels. But when he decided to sit for 30 days or even till he died, unless something happened, finally after about 24 days or so he opened his eyes. And his devotees asked him, "Master, what happened to you? Have you seen God?" He said, "No." "Have you become enlightened?" He said, "No." "Well, what happened?" And he simply said, "I am awake." For there was no one to become enlightened. There was no one left to become anything. Just awake pure reality. That happens all of a sudden. Just as when you turn on the light in the darkness. The darkness immediately disappears. When you turn on your own light, my ignorance disappears. Then you are home. It happens when you don't want it to happen. For as long as you want it to happen, you have to get rid of the somebody who wants it to happen. For the person who wants it to happen is keeping you back. And that is the personal I. Therefore silence is the best way to wake up, not by chanting mantras or prayers or incantations. Those things may bring you a little peace. SJ, how can it not be like that? It could be like that as well as the experience. Robert, that leads you to silence. It's the silence that awakens you. SH. Is all thought then related directly or indirectly to the false notion of the personal I? Robert. Yes, all thought is false. When you believe you are the personal I, then you think. Because the thinking is of the I. I think. I'm thinking about this and I'm thinking about that. SH. No I, no thought. Exactly. When the I goes, everything else goes. When the I goes, there is emptiness. It's like cleaning out your drawer. Everything has to be cleaned out of it before you can have an empty drawer. In the same way, your mind has to be completely clear before the self emerges. And you do that by getting rid of the personal I. SH. And that is through persistent observation of the mind's activity as ego, right? Yes, by watching, by inquiring, by being observant, everything will happen by itself. SG. The silence is a little bit like a shifting ground for everything. You're silent and you awaken, and you go into sleep and sleep to the dream and silence. There is always that silence where the shift is taking place between states of ego. Robert, not really in the silence. There is no thing happening. The silence is consciousness. And consciousness is self-contained. Consciousness is not the cause of anything but itself. Everything else is an illusion. SH. Does it cause itself? It only knows itself. SH. It doesn't need a cause. No. It's self-contained. SH. You said it causes itself. It causes itself to be itself, but what I actually mean is it is self-contained and knows itself. SJ. Is it like recognizing itself? Robert. It knows itself as itself, but as nothing else. SH. But that's a little different from causing itself. Robert, it doesn't actually cause anything. Though it doesn't cause anything? Robert, no, it knows itself. SJ, and when we come back to our little self, then we recognize that silence. Robert, no, you don't come back to your little self. Okay. Robert, if you come back to your little self, you will never experience anything else except intellectually. There is no coming back. Point of no return. There is nowhere to come back to. It's been destroyed. Even if one just gets a glimpse of it? Robert, if you get into the highest revelation of the truth and you become a living embodiment of the truth, your body is gone, your thoughts are gone, the I is gone, there is no one to come back to, it's all finished. So we do seem to get glimpses of it. Robert, you get a glimpse of it, but you don't get a total reality. Yeah, enough to talk about it. Robert, yes. The total reality is the point of no return. SA, how much is the freedom going to be? Robert, as much as you want to spend. By spend I mean giving up your ego. How bad do you want to give up your ego? Some of us are so caught up into our lives that we think are important, that we're actually afraid to give up the ego in its entirety. Because we are afraid of the unknown. We say something like this to ourselves: at least now I know where I am and what I've got, or with who I'm with. But if I give everything up, I might just be nothing at all. But the nothing at all is God, what you call God. The nothing at all is bliss. It is something that cannot be explained or cannot be defined. But if really knew what it was, you would fight like hell to get there. SJ, Robert, from the bottom of all of our hearts, we appreciate you coming so much. Sacrificing to come here to teach us. Robert, it's nothing. Pause. SF, is this the silence I'm hearing? Robert, are you hearing the silence? Don't ask me, ask yourself. SE, so your true nature is most easily grasped in the transition states between waking and sleeping. Between deep sleep and dreaming. Robert, yes. And it's always there potentially. Robert, yes. In those pauses, the body-mind mechanism can most easily become aware of consciousness itself or its true nature, at which time it ends, because it seems like a busy work, and it no longer has to do that. Robert, yes. As you focus on that gap every day, the gap will become wider and wider and wider, until you get the full meaning of it as absolute reality. Then you no longer come back. SE, it's like a fault line where consciousness, or where the truth, can come through more easily than when you're fully conditioned during the middle of the day when I'm working or doing something like that. You can say that, yes. SJ, and that we realize that is who we are rather than the body-mind. Robert, yes. You begin to feel it greater and greater as you keep experiencing and as you keep practicing. SH, and that continually erodes and burns away the illusion of being separate. Yes, it does. Your body consciousness begins to lessen and lessen, and the gap becomes larger and larger. SK, that is when you begin to become good for nothing. Laughs. Yes, then you become a good for nothing. SF, when you talk about the gap getting larger and larger, you mean it gets more intense, not that it lasts longer in time? Robert, you are beginning to lose yourself in the gap. And you are losing all your materiality and your mind. So when someone tells you, you're losing your mind, that's another compliment. Just like you are good for nothing, so say thank you. And they say, you're losing your mind, Fred. Say, thank you, SF, you've started it long ago. That is what I've been trying to do. I've been working it for years. SF, when you're using who am I? You put your attention on the pause that follows. Your attention's on the pause is the source. So you ask, who am I? And you wait. You ask again and you wait. You ask again and you wait. And something interesting will happen after a while. Buzzes will become larger and larger, just like the gap, and you will begin to feel a bliss and a happiness and a joy. It will give you an idea that that's you're about to go, until you jump in completely and become free. So the same kind of pause between the breaths. Though when you practice I am, there is also the transition at both ends of the breath. It's much smaller, it's harder to grasp. Robert: yes. When you inhale and say, I, and you exhale and you say, am, the same gap is in between I am. There are so many things you can do, but you have to do it. Robert, you've said also in between the thoughts. Robert: in between the thoughts, exactly. Your job is to become aware of these things. Not when you go home from here, you start worrying about yourself and your body and your image and everything else. Forget about yourself and remember the things we learn here. Last night I was listening to music. Funny thing is, when I got home from work I was really tired. I couldn't even stay up and I put on this fantastic music. And all the tiredness of the body went away, and I stayed up all night in ecstasy listening to this music, and it was like the mind was gone. I was pure love, pure emptiness, and just soaring, flying. Is this a mental happiness, or is this a touch of something? Robert: it can be mental and can be a touch of something. But why did you come back? Now you are yourself again. I haven't got the tape recorder. That's what I mean. I have to carry it with me all the time. What's it called? You know the Phantom of the Opera, the lady who sang Sarah Brightman, All I Ask of You. She has a new album that just came out, and it's unbelievable. Robert: that's why they say that music soothes the savage beast. It makes you calm and relaxed, but you are still a beast. Laughter. Could that be a trick though, if it's just a mental happiness? Just to pacify the mind, maybe not it? It's like the tapes we play here. They calm you and make you peaceful while you listen. So it's like a jumping off point. Yes. It was nice because it showed me something. But why can't it be like that all the time without the music? Yes. It's just like a place to see and then to jump off from. So what you should have said is, why can't I find the I all the time? And follow the I to the source. That felt like the source. Well, it made you happy for a while, so that's good. But it has to go away. But if you find your real source, you will be happy all the time. It seems in that place there is no tiredness, there's no needs. It's funny how the mind gets tired and angry, and then all of a sudden you put on some great music, and you're not tired, and you're not angry, and the whole world is changed, and you can stay up forever. Because you are in another vibration that feels good to you, but it's temporary. Let's sing another song. After music played, is there anything else you would like to talk about? Ask. Robert: talk about the silence. Does the silence have to be a certain purity of depth of silence, absoluteness before it happens? Robert: the true silence is when you've dived deep within yourself and you've passed all the material world and all of the states of your consciousness that you call your consciousness, and all your karma and the whole universe is gone behind. You've left it behind. Then you are in the true silence. The true silence is not quietness. It is absolute reality. Is that the true satsang also? Satsang is silence. SH, always reside in that silence, or is there something going on? Robert, yeah. I mean, it isn't silent when we're talking, and when you are talking, a disturbance to the airways. Robert, it appears that's how it seems. That is how it appears. SH, well, there is a disturbance to the airways. Otherwise I wouldn't hear you. For whom? For whom is there a disturbance? SH, for no one, I guess that's right. SH, but the motion is there. There appears to be a disturbance. SH, there appears to be motion. Just like there appears to be a body. There appears to be thoughts, and there appears to be a personal I. It's all the same. SE, the gap is always there, it's just that at certain moments there is nothing but the gap. Robert, yes. And that's what we have to become attuned to. The nothing but the gap states. Then you become aware of it at all times. Robert, you have to become nothing. You're right. SH, or realize that you are the gap. Robert, you can do that too. That's all there is? Robert, that's it. That's awareness, full stop. Robert, right, there is nothing else. It's all Henry. Henry is all there is. Laughter. SB, when you first started you said the atoms were superimposed on consciousness. That implies two atoms and consciousness. Robert, everything is in the same category I. It all belongs to the personal I. The atoms are attached to the personal I, the molecules. SB, but what are they? The cells. SB, are the atoms' consciousness modified? No. SB, but what are they? The atoms are like the body. They're an appearance. SB, so it doesn't really exist. But it is consciousness. Is consciousness an emotion, or is consciousness at rest? It's an optical illusion. The only thing that is true is yourself, which is consciousness. Everything else is not here, but appears to be here. Like a dream. That includes your atoms, your bones, your lungs, everything. SJ, Robert, it sounds a little bit like either the most advanced way to look at it, or a very sloppy way to look at it. Robert, well, you can look at it any way you like. Well, what I mean is this chair here. It has the form of a chair, it appears as a chair, but it's consciousness. Robert, everything is consciousness. It is consciousness, though it is not per se that this is a dream or an illusion unless it's on the highest level or, like I say, sloppy. Because how can people, if they need a bridge, understand what is happening? If this is an illusion, if this is a chair, consciousness is taking the appearance of a chair. Robert, as long as you believe that you are the body-mind, then you look at a chair and the chair feels solid. And you believe the chair is a chair. Though you're saying it's consciousness, but that's just intellectual. SJ, no, I mean the experience of it as consciousness. There is only consciousness. That's all. SJ, but if there is only consciousness, and it didn't even take on the appearance of form, then I don't see how you can walk with the body and walk from one place to another. Well, you can't see. SJ, yeah. That doesn't mean it is not so. It's like when you are having a dream, and all these things are happening in the dream. And I tell you the dream doesn't exist, and everything you dream is false. And you tell me no. You tell me the same thing you are telling me now. This is a chair, and it must be consciousness. The one saying consciousness is all that there is, and then you wake up, it's all gone. SJ, wake up and the dream is gone. The dream is gone, everything is gone. SB, so we can't really understand it until we wake up. Robert, that's right. And consciousness wakes up to itself. Robert, exactly, now you got it. SK, where does love come into this? Robert, love is another name for consciousness, but not the love that you know. It is a love that cannot be explained. There's really a love that is absolute. If you really knew how you were loved, you wouldn't be able to stand it. That's how powerful it is, but it's synonymous with consciousness and absolute reality. That's the reason why you should never think or believe that you are being hurt or there's anything wrong. That's blasphemy. What you are really saying is, I deny consciousness. I deny love. And you cause yourself to suffer. But when you identify with pure love, you are identifying with consciousness. And then everything is okay, just the way it is. SF, question about whether everything will occur in its own time. Robert, oh, time will take care of itself, of course, you're right. That's true. Even if you do nothing at all, you'll go through lifetime after lifetime, so it appears, lifetime after lifetime, a million times until you wake up. What we are trying to do here, I suppose, is awaken to the truth before we leave. SK, what happens to you after you awaken if you don't come back here? Where do you go? Robert, when you wake up, you stay where you are. There is nowhere to go, there is nowhere to come back to. You just are. You are yourself, your omnipresence. SK, that's true when you are not awake also. Yes, but you don't know it. It's only intellectual. When you wake up, you are actually that, and there is really no place to go and no place to come back to. SK, is there more fun in that place? Yes, you are. You just are. You are an embodiment of love, of consciousness, and that embodiment is omnipresence. ST, Robert, do you agree with the Kalpas, Horionis? Robert, the Kalpas were written to satisfy the longing for people in as far as years are concerned. How long the universe lasts. How long the body lasts. How many aeons it takes for the universe to come back again. And you go into Brahman and Shiva and Vishnu. That's for the benefit of the people. But, in reality, it does not exist. SH, when you just are, there is no you. Though it's a misnomer. Robert, it's a misnomer. Yeah. Robert, there is no you to experience anything. No, so you say then you just are? But there's no you. Robert, there is no you and there's no are. It's just a want for a better word. You're nothing. A limitation of language? Robert, yes. You become good for nothing. Yet so will I, at last. Students laugh. SI, so then what is the reality of will and choice to consciousness? Robert, the reality of will and choice is an illusion. The only choice you have is not to identify with anything that happens, not to identify with yourself as a body-mind. That's your only choice you've got. Everything else is preordained. SI, that's a choice. What's a choice? SI, what you said. The choice not to identify with anything. Play some more music. After music is played, meditation technique we are going to practice now to help us with breathing is, who am I? I am absolute reality, I am not the body. And the way you do it is you inhale and you say, who am I? And in that gap you say, I am absolute reality. And when you exhale you say, I am not the body. So with your respiration again, when you inhale you ask yourself the question, who am I? Before you exhale you say, I am absolute reality. When you exhale you say, I am not the body. Let's do that for a while. Pause for practice. Do it in the privacy of your home. It helps tremendously. Thank you for coming. Remember to love yourself, to worship yourself, to bow to yourself, because God dwells in you as you. I love you, peace. And that's all she wrote. At this point the tape ends. Transcript 42. The fourth state of consciousness. 7th February, 1991. Robert, someone told me last week, Robert, you gave a great talk on Sunday and you will probably attract millions of people. They were wrong on both counts. First of all, I do not give talks. You have to get to the point where you are tired of listening to talks. Then you will begin to make headway in spiritual practice. As long as you still want to hear talks, you have a long way to go before you wake up. It's not the talk that's going to do it for you. The click that takes place inside yourself when you are in the right state of consciousness. That thing is to bring you to the right state of consciousness without words, just by being, then everything happens by itself. But, if you come to listen to a talk, it becomes intellectual, conceptual ideas, words, and that causes confusion. So what attitude should you have? Even when you hear me talk, you should not believe I'm talking. You should open your heart and allow your real nature to express itself, and it will, if you allow it to do so. And as far as crowds are concerned, I am not interested in having crowds. I am not ambitious, I have no goals, and I'm not seeking anything. I'm doing what I came here to do. I didn't plan it. I didn't say I want to be a teacher as compared to the electrician, or as compared to a positive thinking teacher, or as a philosopher or a preacher. I'm none of those things. I am nothing. You can perhaps say that I am a mirror for you. What you see in me is what you are. And as you meditate on yourself, you will begin to see me as yourself. For in truth there is only one self. And you are that. Affect nothing and you'll have everything. Be spontaneous. Concern yourself only with the present. Forget about the past and do not worry about the future. Be what you are, absolute reality. Now, what is absolute reality? It's really the fourth state of consciousness. There is sleeping, dreaming, and the waking state. That is a limitation for us. But there's a fourth state that is called by many names: absolute reality, pure awareness, nirvana, emptiness, many other names. Most people never get into that state in this life, for no one has told them about it. They're satisfied with dreaming, waking, and sleeping. That's like kindergarten. And there are people who are afraid of going into another state because they believe that they've got to give up something. They feel they'll lose something if they experience another state of consciousness. In reality, you do not lose anything. Fourth state is simply extended awareness. It's like this. Imagine you're looking through a keyhole and all you can see through the keyhole is someone being killed by someone else. You see a man killing a woman through the keyhole, and all of your concepts revolve around that. That's how we see the world, through a keyhole. We see a part of the picture. But, let's say you open the door instead of looking through the keyhole. You would look to the left and you would see perhaps in a previous life the woman killed the man. It's in reverse. Now in this life the man is killing the woman, and you would understand what's going on. Then you would go further. You would look to the right and you would see they're both together again, laughing and having a good time, and you would realize that no one killed and no one kills. It's all a game. You would see the complete picture. But, as long as you only look through the keyhole, you're going to see a limited view of things and you become judgmental. This is why we're told not to judge, because we only get a limited picture. Everything that you see in your life is looking through a keyhole. When you awaken, the door opens, that's all. You then understand why everything is happening and where it comes from. This is the reason why sages remain so calm and they never react to anything. Not because they don't care. They see the whole picture. The door has been opened for them. And they see the person who wins the lottery and has $50 million. They earned it somewhere, somehow. There's no such thing as luck, and there is no such thing as chance. And then they see the end picture. When they wake up, they laugh at the whole game. For no one lost anything and no one won anything. It's like a movie. The movie has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And when the movie is over, there's the screen. The screen is the reality. The movie is just impressions upon the screen. All impressions have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Most people go through their life as an impression. They react to everything they hear, see, smell, touch, and taste. They're always angry, they're always mad because they're not getting what they want. This is looking through the keyhole. As you begin to go within, as you take time to forget a little bit about the world, and you begin to ask yourself, from whence cometh the world? Where does the world come from? And you begin to investigate within yourself, where does my world come from? How did it originate? As you begin to do this every day, as you begin to question yourself, why was I born? Who am I? Why am I going through this experience? Who is going through this experience? The more you do this, and the less you react to your conditions, the sooner you will awaken. The awakening isn't something you have to search for. Awakening isn't something that somebody can give you. Awakening is your true nature. It's your real self. You are already awake, but you believe you're asleep. You believe you're human, that you are the doer. You believe all of your experiences are real. And then, if you go a little higher, you think all of your experiences are karmic. But, I say to you, there is no karma and there are no experiences. You are bright and shining just the way you are. But, if you want to play the game of karma, you can. It's a game. Now where did it come from? You created it out of your mind. There are those people who teach courses on karma, reincarnation, and they believe that's it. So naturally you are creating your own destiny. And the joke is you keep coming back again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again, having all sorts of experiences, until 1 century from now, or 1 billion years from now, you get tired of playing the game. And you say, wait a minute. I seem to be going around in a circle. Does it ever end? And then you finally ask the question, for whom is the game? Who believes in their humanity? Who believes in their experiences? Who is it that seems to suffer, or who is it that seems to be happy? Remember, human happiness and human suffering are 2 sides of the same coin. There is no difference. You get tired of the whole thing. So you pose the question to yourself, for whom is this karma? For whom is this world? For whom is this game? Who has to go through these things? But instead of doing this, most people go to psychiatrists, to psychologists, to preachers, to ministers, and so forth. They never get the right answer, because those aforementioned people tell you how to deal with effects. You go to a doctor and you say, my arm hurts when I hold it like this. So he says, don't hold it like that. And that's what we all do. We're looking for answers from external means, and you can never get an answer to your problems or to anything from the world, because the world changes continuously. One time the answer may be this way, and another time the answer may be that way, depending on circumstances, depending on the time. As an example, 50 years ago, if you had a cold and you went to a doctor, they would draw blood. They would give you all kinds of antibiotics, and they would give you everything that was in style in those days. Today, if you have a cold, they do something else. Everything changes, and people who are going to do what's in vogue at the time, but the real answer is within yourself. The solution is within you. Yet you go about it in the wrong way when you're looking to solve a problem with another problem, which is your mind. You cannot use your mind to solve a problem because your mind is the cause of the problem to begin with. And you cannot ask anybody else for the solution because they are using their mind to give you the solution what they think is right. The answer, of course, is to know yourself. When you focus the attention on yourself with a capital S, the problem becomes resolved automatically. How do you focus your attention on yourself? By asking, what am I? Or, who am I? Simply ask, who am I? When anything takes place in your life that you wish to change, do not try to change the thing that is disturbing you. Even if you do, it will pop up somewhere else. Go right to the source. What is the source of my depression? I am depressed. Who is the I that is depressed? Where did it come from? You never answer. You just have a listening attitude when you ask the question, and the answer comes back. You say, the depression comes to me. I feel it. I have it. Then you have to realize that it's the I that has it, because you just said, I have it. So the I has the problem, not you. It is always your personal I that has the problem. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. Just understanding this awakens you. I is not the self. The personal I is the ego. So when you say, I don't feel good, I don't feel happy, I am worried, or anything else in life, even when you say, I feel good, I feel wonderful, you're still talking about your personal I. And your personal I is part of the world of duality. Therefore, when you say, I feel good in the morning, the first thing that comes along that you don't like, you'll say, I feel bad. You do not want to use that method. What you want to say is to yourself, this has nothing to do with me. I feels bad. I feels good. That's not bad English, it's just showing you how to talk to yourself. I is separate from you. You have nothing to do with I. Just being able to see that resolves your problem. If you will try it, you will see I'm right. When you get depressed, when you feel out of sorts, when you feel something is wrong, when you feel angry or whatever, ask yourself, who feels this? I do. And then realize, I have nothing to do with myself. Your perfection is always shining. You are pure consciousness. You are not the personal I. Let the personal I have all the problems it chooses. It has nothing to do with you. But, observe for yourself, become the witness to the fact that the personal I has the problem and not you. That's all you have to do. Just watch it and look intelligently and see where the problem comes from. Then you ask, if the personal I has this problem and not me, where did the personal I come from to make me feel that I've got a problem? That's the mystery. Don't try to be smart and answer the question because it's your ego answering. Ask yourself, where does the personal I come from? Or you can just say, who am I or what am I? You never answer, yet you will notice something very interesting beginning to happen when you get to that stage. You'll notice that you're starting to feel better and better and better, and you even begin to laugh at yourself. Why? Because you're going to the source of your personal I. And the source of your personal I is absolute reality, consciousness. Which means, of course, that your personal I does not exist. It never existed. It's an optical illusion. You don't have a personal I. And if you don't have a personal I, you do not have any of the problems that come with it. This means that you are not the body-mind phenomena. You are not the doer. You are not the sufferer. You are not the person that you think you are. For all these things are attached to the personal I, and if that goes away, everything goes away with it, and you become totally free. Then you begin to feel omnipresence, for your real self is not personal. Your real self is the self as the universe. Your real self is everything. Everything is the self. You realize that your body is sort of an impression on the self, but it has no power of its own. It doesn't even exist. The self exists. Consciousness exists as itself and not as the body. Where does the body come from? If the body doesn't exist, why do I see it? Ask yourself, who sees it? And we get right back to the personal I. For the answer is, I see it. Who am I? You're back to the personal I again. Don't you see? If the personal I is gone, there is no body, there's no mind, there's only consciousness. But, as long as you believe there is a body, there's a personal I. Therefore you cannot say, I'm consciousness appearing as a body. That's wrong. Consciousness does not appear as any body. It doesn't have to. Consciousness is always self-contained pure awareness. It is something we cannot even discuss, for there are no words to describe it. It's something you have to find out for yourself. But, I can tell you for sure, it has nothing to do with your body. It has nothing to do with your experiences. It has nothing to do with karma. It has nothing to do with your God. It has nothing to do with the universe. It has nothing to do with self-realization or liberation. It just is. It is beyond our finite thinking. There are no words to describe the infinite. It's enough that you do away with all your concepts of body, mind, and I. Everything will come by itself. Your job is to get rid of the concept of I. Your job is to get rid of the idea that you are a body, and that you are a mind, and that you are a doer. Always remember, what appears to be a body will do whatever it's supposed to do by itself, but it has nothing to do with you. If you can only see it like that for one day, you'll be amazed at what happens to you. Try this experiment tomorrow. When you get up and you just open your eyes and get out of bed, do not pay any attention to yourself as a body. In other words, just become mindful like they teach you in Buddhism. Watch yourself getting out of bed. Watch yourself going to the bathroom. Watch yourself brushing your teeth. What I'm trying to tell you is that your body will do everything without your help. Only when you identify yourself with the body, or as the body, that the problems begin. But, if you do not identify yourself with the body, you'll be happy. For happiness is your true nature. Really happy. Not happy because something came your way that you like. You will be happy for no reason. You'll just be happy. You will not go about laughing all the time or getting hysterical about it. You will just feel an innate joy. Yet your body will appear to go about its business. It's like the example I gave you of an electric fan. You pull out the plug, but the blades are still turning. So when you practice that experiment, and you don't pay any attention to your body, you'll pull out the plug and you're watching your body going about its business. It will go about its business as long as it has to, until the allotted time comes when it falls and drops, and you're rid of it. Or the blades may stop turning before the body falls, and you become totally immersed in the self. Then, it's a completely different ball game. It becomes sort of difficult to explain, because you are no longer the body, yet the body appears there for people to look at. It seems to be real. But, you know beyond a shadow of a doubt that there is nobody, nobody's home. There is no mind, and there's no doer. and people who talk to you and say, "But I see you doing. I see you thinking and I see your body." So the example you give them is the electric fan. You pull out the plug but the blades are still turning. Though you see the body is still functioning. What has happened to you is you have entered the fourth state of consciousness, beyond waking, beyond sleeping, beyond dreaming. You have expanded your awareness. So the point I'm trying to make is this. You do not have to be afraid that you'll lose something if you go into the fourth state of consciousness. Some people say they have a family and they may think, well, I'll lose interest in my family, I'll lose interest in my work, I'll lose interest in my children, I'll lose interest. It doesn't work that way. Your body will still be the same as it was before as far as appearances go. You will do a better job than you ever did in your life. You will be more loving. You'll be kinder. You'll have a great compassion as far as your body is concerned. Yet you will realize, I am the self. I am is the self, same thing. I am that I am. It will be very clear to you and you will make your life simple. You will not find fault. You will not react. You will simply be yourself, and you'll be happier than you've ever been in your life. But again, there is nothing you have to give up. There is nothing you have to lose. Some people think you become disgusted with the world, and you become a hermit. That's not true. Can't you see, to become disgusted with the world, there has to be someone left to become disgusted. And if there's nobody home, you cannot be disgusted with anything. Though anybody who comes to you and they tell you, I'm enlightened and I hate the world. I have nothing to do with people any longer. I have to live by myself now, smile at them and realize they're worse off than they were before, because there is an I left who is personal. They're telling you, I have to be alone. I have to get away from the world, and I have to go live on a mountain top. A self-realized being can be anywhere. They don't care where they live. They can be in the marketplace and be just as happy as they are if they're living in an ashram. It doesn't make any difference. They're home wherever they are, and they're always filled with joy. They can be in Iraq and get bombed. It wouldn't matter to them. They get bombed, they get bombed. They don't. There are no preferences. All is well and everything is unfolding as it should. So the question arises, why do I have to go to all this trouble so I can become self-realized? That's really an ignorant question. Remember, your real nature is light, consciousness, Satchitananda. You're not trying to be self-realized. You simply want to get rid of the stuff that tells you you're not. For someone has told you, or you have read in a book, or because of previous sadhana that you have practiced, that to be liberated means an end to the dream of Maya. And you have stated what Maya is, you realize it's all illusion, you want it to come to an end. So you put the practice first in your life. Whatever is first in your life right now is what you are. Think what's important to you and that's your life, for you have chosen. But if you want to become liberated and awaken to yourself, then you will deny everything that has to do with the personal I mentally. It begins in your mind. Do not attempt to change things physically. Remember that if you try to change things physically, you have to suffer the consequences. Everything begins and ends in your mind. You begin by wondering or looking for the I, where it goes every night when you go to sleep. Where do I go? And from where does it arise? When you first awaken in that instant, there is no I. But, as you keep waking up, all of your problems, all of your troubles, all of your worldly things, become aware to you. The I is awake. I feel this, I feel that, I feel everything. Where was the I prior to that? Where did it go before I woke up? And as you are falling asleep, the same thing. As you know, before you fall asleep, the I leaves you. Where did it go? and you're sound asleep without the I. As you think about these things, as you ponder on the I, this is pure meditation. This is the highest meditation, following the I to its source. Who needs these worldly things? Who feels hurt when they are gone? And who feels happy when they have them? Watch your attachments. Become aware of what you really are. See what bothers you the most, what annoys you, what makes you angry, what makes you upset. Watch yourself. And always realize, and I'll reiterate this over and over again, and I'll tell you about this all the time, always be aware that what is happening to the I is not you. You are not the I. You are consciousness. You are Sat Chit Ananda. You are absolute reality, pure awareness. That is your real nature, and that's who you are. You are not the I. And the way you find out your real nature is by following the personal I to its source. Finding the source from where the I arises and finding the source where the I sets. As you practice these things, you're practicing pure meditation, and you will be free. Any questions? SF, Robert, I have a question. Inquiring who am I, and the affirmation, I am, which one is more potent or quicker, or are they the same? Robert, it depends on the maturity of the person. They're all different. Yes, I am. From my perspective, mentally saying a mantra is better than vocal saying. Is that also crying for I am? Robert, mentally saying it is better than what? Mentally than having to say it aloud? Robert, it makes no difference. When you say it to yourself, you can say it during the day or when you are around people or everything else. When you say it out loud, you have to do it by yourself. Laughter. SF, another question I think is important, but is chanting more advantageous than listening to music? Like or any of that kind of music? Robert, again, it depends on the person. Chanting is very, very good. The purpose of chanting is to make your mind one-pointed. So you can realize that you are in silence, and you are quiet, and you're still, and you're able to sit in the silence. As you know, when you chant for about 15-20 minutes or a half hour, you feel very comfortable and very relaxed and very mentally still. Your mind becomes still. Then you can watch your mind more closely. You can ask, who am I, more sincerely after a chant, and the question will go deeper into the self. But, when you are doing worldly things, for instance coming home from work, you have your mind on the TV and then you ask, who am I? It's more superficial. It doesn't go in deep enough. But, when you chant for a while and then you say, who am I? Or then you say, I am. It goes much deeper into consciousness. SF, so the question is chanting better than listening to the music? I should think so, yes. Because your entire being gets involved with the chant. SK, Robert, just a question about the loss of body consciousness. It seems that in the morning, it seems there is a real body consciousness, and as the day progresses then I sort of lose it. Robert, well, as you observe yourself in the morning being body conscious, ask yourself the question, to whom does it come? Who feels this? And then, it will come to you that, I feel this. I feel that I am the body. Ask yourself further, who is the I that feels it is the body? And then the answer will come, I do. Though you ask, who am I? It always goes back to who am I? And you follow it to the source by repeating, who am I? SK, it seems that it is more clear in the morning, the first half of the day. I'm not saying that I feel it all the time, but I still feel peace in the morning, and then if I go on to the afternoon or evening it seems to be less. Robert, sure, because when you get up in the morning you have just come out of deep sleep and you are in the state of pure reality without knowing it. As you awaken from it, you're feeling the leftover of the reality that you were in before. It stays with you, so you feel blue and mellow in the morning, but as you go into the day, you become involved in the day's activities. You hear about the war and you hear people's problems. You pick up the collective unconscious of the human race, and your mind really gets involved with the world. So you lose the who am I. But if you practice enough, and you always catch yourself no matter what time of the day it is. You catch yourself thinking, you catch yourself getting involved in the world, and you watch yourself and you ask the question, to whom is this happening? You will find that as the weeks and months pass, you are becoming more mellow, more peaceful, more relaxed and happier, and you'll make headway. But stick to the practice under all circumstances. Let nothing stop you from practicing. And again, if you can't practice sometime, or if you get tired of practicing that method, become the witness. Become mindful. Watch what your mind is thinking. Become aware of what your body is doing. Become aware of the sensations in the body and mind. Then you can ask yourself, to whom do these come? Who has these feelings? Who feels this? I do. Where does the I come from? What is the I? Who am I? And remember always that the whole world is attached to the personal I. When you abolish the I, everything else will go with it and you'll be free. St. Robert, did you say that when you are in that kind of awareness, you could be bombed? Or in another view, is it also the case it could be that a leader as Hussein or George Bush could be doing stuff, if you're not trying to be the doer? Robert: okay, so what's the question? Well, is it possible to be realized in a position like those people? Robert: oh, I see what you mean. A self-realized person will never become a Saddam. It's impossible, because you are purifying your body to an extent where what appears to be the body becomes simple, uncomplicated. Your needs are very little. You do not become involved in bombing countries or doing anything like that. If you read the ancient manuscripts of India, there have been many kings who were enlightened, and they ruled for thousands of years as the stories go, and they had peace and love and harmony in the country. Though a truly enlightened person, their life becomes harmonious, peaceful, joyous. They do not become involved in those things. It's unnecessary. Are you saying that an enlightened being couldn't be a leader nowadays, because it seems all governments are corrupt or not straightforward? Robert: that is what I'm saying. You wouldn't get into that situation. You would have to get involved in the situation. But it would be beneficial for the world if you have an enlightened being as a leader, right? Robert: on the contrary, because it means forcing enlightenment on others, and you can't do it. You have to allow karma to have its way. What I mean is, you leave the world alone. The more awakened you become, the less you have to do with the world. But yet you are the world. It's a great paradox. Self is the self of the universe and the world, but yet your body has nothing to do with those things. St. What do you say about taking on karma? If an enlightened being was a leader, he could take the karma of the whole nation. He doesn't take on any karma because he would never be in that position. But there were enlightened beings before. Robert: yeah. And they were leaders for sure. In the Gita, Arjuna, the great warrior, became a leader. Robert: Arjuna was a great warrior, but Krishna never did anything. Arjuna was a warrior. He was part of the warrior class. He was not awakened. Excuse me? Robert: he was not awakened. Krishna told him to fight. But did Krishna fight? He did fight because he was a warrior. Robert: because that is what he was. But he's speaking of the enlightened person himself. The enlightened person is Krishna. and he didn't fight. S.H. Arjuna was identified with his Kshatka. Robert: yes. He had to fight, he had no choice. Robert: exactly. But a Krishna never fights. Students discuss this. Robert: so you will never find a person who is enlightened who gets involved in those conditions. S.G. so what is an enlightened person? Nothing. S.G. yeah, so that is what I mean. He does not contribute, either in a negative way or a positive way. He does nothing. By his very presence he's a light in the world, by doing nothing, by not acting. S.J. not to be condescending, but on the outside you appear that you are very active. I'll bring up Dalai Lama here. He's very active. Robert: the Dalai Lama is a wonderful person, so was Gandhi and others. But a self-realized person is always the self and really does not get involved in anything. But the body may appear to be doing things. So for example, same for the Dalai Lama? Robert: yes. St. That's what I meant actually, that was my question. You may be self-realized and still be a Saddam Hussein or a George Bush. Robert: no. You wouldn't be a Saddam Hussein, and you wouldn't be a George Bush. St. Why can't you take on karma? Robert: don't have any left. Not personal karma, I mean world karma. Robert: because there is nobody left to take it on. S.G. in the world? Robert: no, in the person. He asked why can't an enlightened person? He doesn't want to take the responsibility, that's not what he's after. S.F. there is nobody left in him. S.J. there is no perception of karma because it doesn't exist anymore. Robert: there has to be somebody to take on karma. S.G. if you thought it that way, then the enlightened person, because there can be karma for any person. S.H. there is no person there. The person vanished. The person vanished, yeah, but the person is there because we see him and he is real. S.H. that is your idea of what you are seeing. He's real, he is, because if you go and lift the arm there is something there. Robert: well, that's your perception. S.H. it's the way you look at it. S.G. well, you think it's everybody's perception. Each one of us has a different perception. Robert: yes. But there is no final word as far as I can see. Robert: find out for yourself. I beg your pardon. Robert: find out for yourself. Go within yourself and find out. It's as if there is a reality that you speak about. And there is also a reality of every day. People get bored and suffer and enjoy food and die, and then I should like to pay respect to both realities. Robert: well, do that. Do you that? Robert: no, you can do that, I don't do it. Yes, I do that. Robert: good. One can do that. One can accept the reality that you are speaking about, it everybody's choice, but there is also suffering beings, animals, plants, people, joyful being that I would not want to miss. Robert: well, then keep coming back again and again and enjoy it. That's your choice. Right, well, that's one possibility. Robert: as long as you enjoy the things of this world you have to come back again and again and experience them. It seems to me that one has to pay respect to other human beings. Robert: of course you do. No one is saying not to do that. But you are speaking of two different levels. Yes, I see that one level doesn't fit in with the responsibility of the other. Robert: in the relative world you should practice loving kindness and peace and harmony and happiness, if that's your karma. But your karma could be that you become a murderer. You can't tell. That is why I say not to get involved in the world, but to find yourself first. And then see what you do. You said first, well then if I find myself first, and I find myself doesn't exist, then I don't have anything to do. Robert, then you'll see, then come and tell me. Find yourself, then come and tell me what you want to do. St. Is it possible, Robert, that you can say that I have a body and there is a world? Robert, sure you can say that. You can say whatever you like. What I'm trying to say, in my perspective, I'm realizing I'm not the body, but I have a body and I have a mind. Robert, who has a body? Who does? I do. Robert, who are you? I am the background of all the paths of my awareness. Robert, that is what you think you are. But you are pure intelligence. Yeah, but you call it that, but that's what I'm feeling, that I have to include my body and my mind. My mind can go millions of miles away out to a star. It's some millions of miles away, and I'm sort of making contact of that life. Robert, in your mind. In my mind. Right, it's just my mind, but... Robert, so when you work on yourself and you transcend the mind, you'll be free of that. St. Right, and I also feel that I am astral projected. What do you say about that? That is out of your mind. All that comes from your mind. Those are occult games that you play. It keeps you from becoming free if you keep identifying with the occult world. Go beyond that. St. So you say that soul is still a part of the mind? Yes, the body, the soul, God, extraterrestrials, planets, spirit, everything comes from the mind. When the I goes, all those things go also. St. What keeps you localized? Your belief that you are the body. St. You are not the body and you are still localized. We're going back to that game again. That's your perception. SG. Well, it's good to say, well, that is your perception, but that is still not the final answer. It's an opinion. Robert, whose opinion? Well, it's yours. Robert, I don't have any opinion. Well, you just said that to him, that what you were saying, it was just perception, so that is your opinion. Robert, that is his perception, I'm telling him, but it's not an opinion, it's a fact. It's a relative fact because that is what he sees right now. Yes, so this moment it is a fact for him. Robert, but I'm not speaking of any opinions. I'm answering him at his level. That is his perception. Don't you think that that is your opinion? Robert, no. St. So truth, beauty, and goodness is a fact of your state of awareness, isn't it? Robert, no. It's not a fact. Why then are you making differences? You say a realized human could not be a world leader. Robert, I'm making differences for your sake. But, you said you could be anywhere in the marketplace, but you could never be a George Bush or a Hussein. Robert, no, I couldn't. Why is that? Robert, because there is nobody to be that. SH, that's the final answer. SG, so there is nobody to be that, so you couldn't be Michelangelo or Leonardo da Vinci. Robert, that's right. Though like it's all the same equation? Robert, exactly. SF, you know I looked up the word relative in the dictionary. According to relative sense, it's not really so. My dictionary tells that because relative depends on something else for its existence. The dictionary itself says, relative is what it seems to be. But it has not self-independence. Robert, yes. When we speak of absolute terms, difficult to explain. What I am doing is I am trying to answer you on your terms. For you to perceive it. SH, but in your case there is nobody left to be anything, period, full stop. Robert, I'm totally empty. That's right, nobody there. Robert, nobody's home. Though it's not possible to be anybody or anything. Robert, that's it. But if I talk like that, most people would not be able to understand what I'm talking about. Though I answer you on your terms. St. I have listened to Jim Klein, and he talks in a similar fashion as you do, but he says that he has a body, and he has a mind, and he uses it when he pleases. Robert, good for him. What can I do? SF, very simple. You don't have to believe Robert, and you don't have to believe Jim Klein. You can go and find out for yourself and then see. SJ, you don't believe yourself either. Laughter. SG, but I think for us to understand, everything is tied up to it. Robert, well, the point is not to understand it at all. Kind of. Robert, if you understand it, you've got a problem. Students laugh. What did you say? There is no problems, did you say? Robert, no, if you understand anything I say, you've got a problem. St. Robert, what kind of experience is your daily experience? What's going on? You still have the senses, you see, obviously you are looking at me. Robert, whatever happens is going on. Yeah, okay. Robert, whatever happens at the time. But you still have the same functions. What are the differences between my body? My body has its functions, receiving and sending. It's like a receiving and sending station. Robert, there is no difference between my body and your body. Yeah, right. You are still functioning, right? Robert, that's what you see. That's your perception. No, what I'm saying is, what's your experience? Robert, I don't have any experience. None. Robert, no. Whatsoever. Robert, no. Let's say your body was in tremendous pain right now. Excruciating pain. Robert, what have I got to do with that? What would it be like for you? Robert, my body would be in pain, that's how it appears to you. No, not to me, to you, I mean. Robert, don't worry about me, that's how you see it. But, I'm asking you, what will happen, what will you experience? If you were in excruciating pain? Robert, I experience whatever you expect me to experience. No. I'm not talking about me. I'm asking you, what is your experience? Robert, it has to do with you because you perceive me as you perceive yourself. Are you saying you cannot have pain? Robert, there is nobody to have pain. There is nobody. Robert, but the body will appear like it has pain. Robert drinks water. SG, did you feel that water? Did you feel that water touching your mouth? Robert, sure. SF, it looks very clear to me. May I ask you, what's the real question that is bothering you? ST, I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, there are honest questions and there are questions that are not too honest. Really, what you are after? I mean, what's your real question, the bottom of the question? ST, I don't know, I have no statement, I'm just here to. Sometimes we make questions not precisely because we want to know something deeply. We make questions because SJ, we aren't aware of what Robert meant by that. Robert's speech. SF, right, that could be the case. SM, that's the purpose. Yeah. SH, it's incredible that somebody could really be totally, completely disidentified with their body and their mind. Students agree. He cannot accept that, and he keeps challenging and asking to try to defend itself. Robert, and that's good. And that's where he's at, and that's great. That's what we're here for. ST, I think I'm at the truth, you know. SH, of course you are. Robert, that's good. At this point is a tape damage. SF, are you taking some of Robert's suggestions and working on yourself? ST, are you asking me personal questions? Yes, I'm asking you personal question. ST, I will refuse to answer that because I'm not here to be questioned. That's okay. ST, yeah, but I'm not coming to have any suggestion from you. I'm here for Robert. SJ, we're all here for Robert, and you don't listen to what he says, then what's the use in keep on going? Just keep on doing this, you know. Maybe we could wait for Robert outside until you're ready to listen. Robert, no, he's only come 3 times, let him be where he is. SH, he can only hear as much as he hears at this point. You can't rush the process. Robert, of course. He's doing fine. SG, different teachers makes me ask questions. Why of all perceptions? Or the perception that there is no perceptions? Why not include rather than exclude? It seems to me that the who am I question, which is the most profound of all, is to improve everything. If you answer the question, you have to include everything in the world. And at the end, I don't know because I have not arrived at the end. It's not a question of excluding, but a question of including. Robert, see, what happens is this. To include something, there has to be somebody to accept, or somebody to listen, or somebody to argue. But if there is nobody there, there is nothing to include. Where would it go? There's no place left. SG, then there is no question then. There is a question for you, yes. SG, there is nobody there. There is nobody to answer. SG, so there is no subject and object. No, there's not. SG, no subject and object. I was wondering when that question was first asked, is it known when the question, who am I, which is the basic question of all philosophy, religiology, psychology. When was it first asked? Because I knew about Ramana Maharshi, that he was the first one that asked that question, but before him, when was it asked? Robert, it goes back thousands of years when illusion first descended. SG, when what? When illusion first descended. SF, quite a few thousand years probably. Laughter. SG, he doesn't ask any particular question. Robert, whom? This one. Robert, he knows. He knows? Laughs. Robert, he goes to sleep and he's happy. Robert, okay, let's become still for a couple of minutes. Make yourself comfortable. Focus your attention on your breathing. Listen to your breath. Become the witness to your breath. Long silence. Peace. Remember to love yourself, to worship yourself, to pray to yourself, to bow to yourself, because God dwells in you as you. I love you all. Peace. At this point, the tape ends. Transcript 44. I am 10th February 1991. Robert, I see we have a few new people here. If you came to listen to a lecture, forget it. I am not a lecturer. If you came to listen to a sermon, you'll be disappointed. I do not give sermons. If you came to hear something profound again, you will be disappointed, because the only thing profound here is you. I am merely a mirror, and what you see is what you get. Imagine, if you will, that you're looking into a mirror. Do you like what you see? Do you see divinity, or do you see a sinner? Do you see a radiantly happy person, or do you see a miserable, depressed person? Wherever you look, you meet yourself. Whatever you see in the universe is nothing else but yourself. As a matter of fact, there is nothing but the self. What do you see? Think about that. Chanting is very helpful to make you one-pointed, to put you into a state where you can absorb your own reality. So let's do a little chanting together, shall we? Tape resumes after chanting. Have you ever wondered where everything comes from? Think about that. Where does everything come from? SM, the mind. Robert, the sun, the moon, the trees, the universe, everything. When you look at the variations of the world, the amount of insects, animals, the various animals, trees, vegetables, the variations of leaves, flowers, human beings, where do they all come from? How did they get here? Someone may say, God created them. Yet what do you know about God? Who is this God? Someone else may say, well, it's consciousness. Everything comes out of consciousness. How do you know? Have you had that experience? Someone else may say everything is Parabrahman, beyond God, beyond the infinite. How do you know? Have you experienced it? One of the best answers I had to that question was an answer that Ed gave me yesterday while I was talking to him. He said, Robert, the more I see you, the less I know. I don't know anything. I doubt everything. And that's profound. Because that's the truth. To know something, you have to first know nothing. The more you think you know, the less you are. Yet where did all things come from? How can we explain it? Whatever you say caused it. What caused the cause? What is the explanation for life? It is infinite, but where does it really come from? I can answer that by telling you a story. When I was around 10 years old, my uncle took me to see a hypnotist. He was a pretty famous fellow at that time. He was also a magician. There must have been about 400 people there at Town Hall, downtown New York. He picked out certain people. He asked for volunteers first. I told my uncle, why don't you volunteer? He said, okay, and he did. And there were about 25 volunteers who sat on chairs on the stage. He spoke to each one of them. He told most of them to go back to their seats. He picked 5 people out of the bunch. My uncle was one of them. He needed to hypnotize them, and he made them all do funny things. But what I really remember is my uncle. When he was finished, before he unhypnotized everyone and brought them back to this reality, he said to my uncle, when you come out of it, you will go back to your chair, but when I clap my hands, you will imagine there's a black widow spider on your neck. And I was really laughing. He clapped his hands first, and my uncle came out of the trance, and he said, was I hypnotized? I doubt it. He went back to his chair. The hypnotist started talking about something else. Then he stopped and clapped his hands. As soon as he did that, immediately, my uncle started squirming and slapping his neck. And he told me, Robert, there is a spider on my neck. See where it is? And he stood up and started wiggling and slapping himself all over. The hypnotist clapped his hands again, and my uncle came back to the natural state, the human state. When I looked on his neck, there was a red welch on his neck, like a spider bite. Where did that come from? There was no spider. Where did the bite come from? Who put it there? SJ, did he get sick at all? Robert, no. His mind wasn't that powerful then, huh? Robert, he didn't get sick at all. When the hypnotist clapped his hands, everything came back to normal. But the welch, the red mark, was still there. The same power that caused the red mark to be there causes this universe to be here. In other words, no thing. There is no cause for this universe. Another illustration is this. There was a monk sitting in the classroom with his teacher, and the teacher is explaining, all things come out of nothing. And this monk was interrupting the class by saying, how can that be, master? That sounds impossible. How can that possibly be? And the teacher said to the monk, Do you see the fig tree outside the window? Yes, teacher. Go out and bring me a fig. Yes, teacher. He proceeded to bring the fig and put it in front of the teacher. The teacher said, "Break open the fig." He did. What do you see? Why, thousands of seeds. Take one of these seeds, and here is a razor blade, and cut the seed open. It took him a long time, but he did. And the teacher said, "What do you see?" "Well, in a fig seed there is only a hollow." And the student said, "Nothing, teacher." And the teacher said, "Correct. The nothing that produced the fig tree is the same nothing that produced the universe. It's an optical illusion. The universe does not exist as it appears. It's an emanation out of your own mind. Yet the world appears real. How can it be an emanation? Well, how can my uncle's neck become red as if a spider bit him? There's no spider. I'm sure many of you, when you were children, used to stand at the railroad tracks and look way down in the distance. It would appear as if both tracks became one optical illusion. When you are in the desert and you're thirsty, you see an oasis with water, but as you investigate it closer, there's nothing. Nothing exists. It's an illusion. This world appears to be a world of effects, no cause. The world is egoless. It didn't come from anywhere. How can that be? Think about when you're dreaming. Does your dream have a beginning? It just begins. Everything is already there. The trees are there, flowers are there, people are there, situations happen. Everything just begins. There's no beginning. There is no cause. Yet where did the dream come from? Psychiatrists and psychologists tell you the mind, the nerve impulses in the brain cause the dream. The world and the universe are just like a dream. But how does it affect you? Being a world of effects, the whole world is impersonal, totally impersonal, until you identify with certain situations and you make it personal. As an example, take a cold. A cold is impersonal when it doesn't affect you, but you have been brainwashed to believe that you catch a cold. Therefore, when people have a cold, instead of just watching and not identifying with the cold, something within you subconsciously from your upbringing believes a cold is normal, and you say to yourself, "Everybody catches a cold." And sure enough, you do also. I recall when I was about 9 years also, I used to run out every day when it snowed in my t-shirt and play in the snow. I would do this every day. My mother didn't see me. I had fun. I'd throw snowballs, build a snowman, yet I never caught a cold. One day my mom saw me going out in a t-shirt and she screamed at me, "Robert, get back in the house and put on your coat this instant or you'll catch your death of cold." Sure enough, that day I caught a cold. Why? Because I identified with what my mom told me. After all, she's my mom, she must know what she's talking about. Let's take something else, a cancer. What we call cancer, again, is impersonal. Yet when some of us identify with it, we appear to have it also. If we looked at cancer like we do a cold, the cancer would disappear by itself. Yet what is the first thing that comes to your mind when you've been diagnosed as having cancer? Death, and so you start deteriorating. But, in reality, there are no cancers. There are no colds. There's nothing but consciousness. Yet, you are seeing the world, you are believing the world, and you are identifying with the world. It's not the world or any condition that has come upon you. You have created your own condition by what you have accepted, believed, and identified with. Take a look at your life right now. Think what's going on in your life. Are you happy? Are you miserable? Are you healthy? Are you sick? Are you rich? Are you poor? Doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is everything you are is what you have identified with somewhere, somehow. There's no power outside of yourself. There is no world outside of yourself. There is no creation outside of yourself. There is no universe outside of yourself. There is no God outside of yourself. You have given birth to all of these things. You are playing a game with yourself. You're putting on an act. Why? Ask yourself. This is called in Sanskrit Leela, the grand illusion, the grand play, or Maya, which is the grand illusion. You identify with the world and you suffer accordingly. Think about what's hurting you right now, what upsets you and makes you angry. Something you have to do, something that's going on at home. It makes no difference what it is. The fact remains that you're giving it power because you are identifying with it. Now, to solve that problem, all we have to do is to change identification. We have to start identifying with the reality. But, you say, I don't know what the reality is. Then all you've got to do is to get rid of that which is not the reality, and the reality will come by itself. In other words, you have to realize and start working on yourself. By knowing that I am not the world, I am not the physical universe, I am not my situation, I am not my body or my mind. Therefore, who am I? That is the question. You never answer. You merely remove the obstacles, for you can never really know who you are by verbalizing it. It is only in the silence that the ultimate truth comes to you. It is only when your mind becomes quiescent calm, like a motionless lake. A motionless lake reflects the stars, the moon, the sun. But a lake that's noisy, vibrating, reflects absolutely nothing. In the same instance, a being whose mind has become motionless, whose mind has become calm, relaxed, peaceful, begins to reflect their own divinity, begins to reflect pure awareness, nirvana, emptiness. That always comes by itself. The ultimate reality is already there. You do not have to search for it. No one can give it to you. You have simply to remove the things of the world. A person asks, am I to give up the world? Am I to give up my profession, my family, and go and meditate in a cave? Of course not. You are to give up these things mentally, not physically. Physically you give up nothing, but mentally you begin to realize, everything in my life is an emanation of my own mind. As you start to give up these things mentally by realizing, I am not my body, I am not my mind, I am not the world, I am not any condition, you will notice you become calmer and calmer, happier and happier. Yet your body will continue to do whatever it came here to do. But the things will be done better, for you are not interfering with them. You are no longer interfering in trying to make things happen. As an example, say you're a salesman. Before you used to plan and scheme how you're going to make the sale. But with this new knowledge, there is no one to plan and there is no one to scheme, for your mind is becoming empty. Yet your body will continue its work of being a salesman, and because there was no one to interfere, you will become a super salesman. Why? Because the real nature of the universe is total joy and total bliss. That is your real nature, for you are the universe. And as you get yourself out of the way, the same power that appears to grow the grass, that causes the flowers to bloom, that grows oranges on orange trees, will take care of you. You have nothing to fear. How do you start? By realizing you know nothing. Not by trying to be smart and recite affirmations that you learnt in a book, but to realize, I know absolutely nothing. I have no idea how a tree got here. It just appeared. What came first, the seed or the tree? I don't know. How did Henry's dog get here? Where did his dog come from? Where did the first dog come from? Nobody knows. Where did the earth come from, the moon, the stars? You have to admit to yourself divine ignorance that you know absolutely nothing. That's how it begins. This is also why the great sage Lao Tzu said, the more you talk, the less you know. The less you say, the more you know. Why? Because when you talk, you're talking about the world and worldly things. What else do you talk about? And since the world doesn't really exist the way you think it does, then you don't know too much. But the less you say, it means you're beginning to go within, to dive deep within yourself, where your reality is. Then you begin to become your reality itself. That's how it begins, by saying, I know nothing. The next step is to realize that you exist. That's the only thing I'm sure about. I exist. Who exists? I do. Well, who is this I that seems to exist? Where did it come from? I don't know. Who doesn't know? I. We're back to I. Though something within you begins to tell you that I is responsible for everything I believe. Where did I come from? Who am I? You begin to search for the source of the I. You do not affirm where the source is. There is no use affirming the source is consciousness if you have not experienced it, but what you do is you follow the I to its source. How do you do this? By asking yourself, who am I, or what am I? Taking a pause and asking yourself again, who am I? As you keep practicing this, something very interesting is going to ensue. You are going to find that you're becoming happier and happier, that you're acquiring a feeling of immortality. You don't know why. You just feel it. All these truths become revealed to you. You start to understand that there never was a time when you were born, and you don't even prevail now as a body. There will never be a time when you disappear. You as consciousness has always existed as pure awareness, as absolute reality. This will all come to you. You will try to share this with your friends and your relatives, yet you will not be able to, for there are no words that can describe it. What has happened to you is you have merged in consciousness. You have become the self, and you realize that the whole universe is none other than yourself. There are not two selves, or three selves, or four selves. There's only one self, and you are that. It becomes very clear and very evident to you. Then you become an asset to the world, for you treat everyone as you would treat yourself. This is all done automatically. I'm trying to use words to explain it. When it happens to you, those words become foreign. You become a living embodiment of consciousness. Consciousness is your real nature. What you think you are now does not exist. It is mass hypnosis. The situations you are involved in are false. Nothing is as it appears to be. Therefore, begin to work on yourself. Find out if what I'm saying is true. Do not believe a word I say. Experiment on yourself. You do not have to go anywhere. Just where you are yourself at home, begin to spend more time diving within yourself, watching, witnessing. When thoughts pop up, simply ask yourself, to whom do these thoughts come? To me. I think them. Who am I? What is the source of the I? As you do this, my friends, I can assure you a marvelous change will take place in your life, sooner or later, and you will become free. No one is doing anything to anyone. We are not the body or the mind, either subjective or objective or universal. It only appears that way to you when you're dreaming the mortal dream. But when you wake up, that no longer exists. How do we know that we were always here, and that we will always be here? Isn't that just a theory? Robert, it's a theory if you have not experienced it. How can you experience that? Find out for yourself. Go within. SL, then if you experience it, your mind is still there. How do you know? Your mind is what hinders you. SL, the mind is a part of the source. No, it's not. SL, everything is. Nothing is because nothing exists. SL, what do you mean nothing exists? To be part of the source means that the source had to produce these conditions. That's what you're implying. But, in reality, what you call the source or absolute reality only knows itself as consciousness. It doesn't know anything about this. You do. You know that there is a world, but the world really is not there. What you call the source only knows itself, that's all. But, find this out for yourself. SL, but then you're saying everything always existed, the dog always existed too. Any appearance. SL, we're an appearance too. Your body is an appearance, the world is an appearance, but it's not really you. You are not the world as it appears. You appear to be. SL, but we all work together. It all goes together. No, it doesn't. It appears that way. But, there's no one to work together. There are no others. It's just as if you tell me, the sky is blue. But if you go into the atmosphere, you'll find that there is no sky and there is no blue. It doesn't exist. SL, but I'm relating to you because you're there. Without you being there, I don't have the same illusion, if that's what you want to call it. If the dog isn't there, I don't have the same perception, even though that perception, that Layla, whatever you call it, is very important. That's how you see it from where you are coming from. SL, I mean just being. I don't mean it's important to the person as a person. It's important because that's what life means. To whom? To you. SL, to me. That's my life. That's how you see it right now. But, let's imagine you're in kindergarten. SL, kinder, pardon. Laughter. Kindergarten. SK, no grade school. Robert, in grade school. When you were in kindergarten, that was your life, and that's all you knew. SL, fine. But, then you grow up. SL, good. And now you're somewhere else, and you're saying that's your life. SL, good. But, life is a series of growing. SL, good. Therefore you'll grow out of what you believe now one day, and you'll see something else completely. SL, but you know that after certain stage you begin to suspect that this is so. But I still feel grateful to the flower, to whatever is here. When you were in kindergarten, you felt grateful for the spit balls you were throwing and the hair you were pulling. That was your reality. Though now this is what you are telling me about yourself is your reality. But there is more to it than that. SL, I don't mean to contradict you. You can. SL, but if you obliterate all of that, then you have to be nothing. That's it, you got it. You got it. That's it. When you become nothing, you're everything. SJ, is there ever a point that one feels they know something? Robert, there is nothing to know because you are everything. Consciousness knows itself. SJ, so there is no knowing. There's not going to be any knowing. There is no knowing as it is now. There's just pure awareness, total awareness, pure intelligence. You know yourself. SJ, and you know everything else is yourself, but as to where it came from, what it is, you don't really know. That all becomes clear to you. It didn't come from anywhere because it never existed. It's only an appearance, and it appears real to you at this time. But there will come a time when all of this will be gone and you'll be free. SP, so Robert, the only thing to really do is to hold on to the nothing, but then there is nobody to hold on to it. Robert, when you follow the I to its source, the I dissolves into consciousness, which is called nothing, no thing. And another word for that is bliss, harmony, love. You become a living embodiment of that, and you can't explain it because there are no words. Remember, the finite can never comprehend the infinite. You can only find the truth in the silence, not by words. SB, to the mind it looks like zero, but in reality it's reality. Right? The mind is zero. SB, it's just the opposite then. The mind thinks it's something, and that the nothing is zero. And in truth what you're saying is, the zero is the real reality, and the mind is really zero. Well, you can say, all the world loves a lie. Therefore when I tell the truth it thinks I'm telling a lie. SK, so the dreamer can't wake up because he's not dreaming a dream. Robert, exactly. I don't understand that. Robert, no one is dreaming. You appear to be dreaming as long as you believe you're a body. But, when you awaken you will realize that you've always been awake. There never was a time when you were anything else but pure consciousness. SG, would that be referred to sometimes as your soul then? Robert, no, the soul is part of your mind. The soul doesn't exist. You're giving credence to that. Just like reincarnation, karma, and the rest of it. As long as you believe you're a body, then all these things are true and real, but as soon as you realize you're not the body or the mind, everything else becomes redundant. SB, it's like the soul is supposedly an individual and you're saying there is no such thing because there is only consciousness, which is not an individual. Robert, it's the same thing as people believe when they die their soul becomes something else. You go to a causal plane, or an astral plane or whatever. That is true for people who believe they're the body, because you are creating all these things, but as soon as you wake up to your true nature, none of that exists. ST, Robert, how do we appear to you? Robert, as myself. There's only one self. When I speak of myself I don't mean as Robert. I mean as consciousness. There is only one ultimate reality and I am is that. SB, but you see our body, right? You see a body? Robert, yes. I see a body like a mirror sees reflections. You see reflections from a mirror, but you're not the reflection. You're the mirror. In the same way I see everything as a superimposition upon the self. There is one self, and I am as that. SB, can you see actually consciousness? Does consciousness have an appearance, a physical appearance? Nope, I see you. Like when you go to a movie and you see the images on a screen. You forget about the screen and you think the images are real. But, if you try to grab them you grab the screen because there really are no images. Though I see you as consciousness. Though I see the screen rather than the impressions. SB, but you can't see it with your physical eyes. Do you feel it or do you know it? A knowingness way of it or beingness way of it? I experience oneness. SB, oh. Everything is one. Things come and go, but the oneness never changes. SB, then you feel that you are each person. No. I feel that I am a unity. There's one. Nothing is divided. There's only oneness. SK, do you feel it, or do you know it? SD, omnipresence. Robert, omnipresence. Feeling and knowing are both wrong. There is a state of being where you just become that, and the only other word for it is silence. SB, is it a great happiness? Total bliss. SK, one of the songs you play says existence, knowledge, bliss. That true? That Chit Ananda, existence, knowledge, bliss, those are all part of reality. That's all reality. But it's beyond that. You're looking for words to explain it. Again, remember, the finite cannot describe or explain the infinite. There are no words to describe it. You've got to dive within yourself and prove it to yourself. This is the reason I tell you so often, do not believe me. Do not believe a word I say. Why should you? But dive within yourself and find out. Prove it to yourself and then come and argue with me. Let's sing some more songs. After singing, SQ, did you say that there is no karma and there is no reincarnation? Robert, yes. Would you put karma on the current Middle East crisis? Robert, the current Middle East crisis is a part of the illusion. SQ, it's an illusion. It's part of what you see. Something that you have created in your mind. SQ, well, I think right now they're not coming from my mind. True they are. Right now we are sitting here too, but that's your perception. The whole idea is to transcend the perceptions, and we see something else completely. SQ, what is my perception? What you're telling me. SQ, why would I? Unclear, of course, it's like you are having a dream and in your dream we're talking like this. And you were telling me what you just told me and I'm telling you it's a dream. But you say, no Robert it's not, can't you see we are all sitting here? I can walk over and pinch you, and you come over and pinch me in the dream. And you say, there is a war and there is a war going on in the dream. Everything is happening, but then you wake up. SQ, I can't really understand. Why is there no karma, no reincarnation? Because you believe in it. Because you believe in it. Only because you believe in it. SQ, well, that is why it exists. SQ, but then why are you saying they don't exist? I'm taking of my own experience. SQ, but can you prove it? Students laugh. I mean, I can't really understand what you're saying. I don't want you to. SQ, I know, but it's different. Whatever I would tell you wouldn't matter because they're just words. This is why I say, find out for yourself. SQ, well, I have. That's where you are right now. But there's more than that. SQ, oh. I know there's more. Are you saying that you are better than I am? No, I'm not. I'm worse than you are. Laughter. SQ, but you don't know that. How do you know that? Because you just told me. Laughter. SQ, these are just words. That's right, they're words. That's why we're talking. SQ, so if you go into consciousness there's nothing. What is pure consciousness? SQ, well, I would think that from what you say. I hope we can communicate in it, or God consciousness, whatever you want to call it. It's just consciousness. Why do you say something that you haven't experienced? SQ, well, I had experienced it because you said so. So you've experienced it? SQ, yet I have experienced it. Then you'd have nothing to say. SQ, so I don't know about that. Your statement of no karma and no reincarnation, I'm solving that because I've found them to be true, and so have lots of people. Well, enjoy it. Enjoy it, SQ. Well, you've got to find your own concepts. You learn to ride on the things you feel are correct. Dive within yourself and find out. Go deep within yourself. The answers are there. SQ, okay, I think I understand, there's no argument. SG, well, why should there be reincarnation if what we really are hasn't been born and doesn't die? Robert, but we don't know that. SQ, yay, But if one experiences that like an explosion in the self, then there is nothing else. SQ. Right. But I wondered about why should there be reincarnation of a person if all we truly are isn't born and doesn't die? Because she believes she is the body. As long as you believe that you are the body, there is not one body, there are many bodies. SQ. I can't agree with what you're saying, Robert, that I am not the body. I know that I am not just the body, I know that. But you believe in your body. You believe that your body is real. SQ. Well, for now. Why should it be otherwise now? SQ. You also said there was no soul. For whom is there a soul? For the body. SQ. Yeah. As long as you believe that you are the body, then there is a soul, there is karma, there is reincarnation, then there is God, there is everything. But as soon as you transcend the body, then it all disappears. SQ. Robert, are you an atheist? SQ. Are you an atheist? Robert laughs. I believe that God is all things. What we call God is another name for consciousness. SK. Did you meet Yogananda? Robert. Which one? Sri Ramana Yogananda? Robert. No. SN. How did we get in the state of hypnosis? Robert. You never did. You believe you did, that is why everything happens. But you are completely free. SN. I am, but my mind isn't. As long as you believe that it'll be bound. You have to go within yourself in the silence and see for whom the mind is. SN. But how can you speak of freedom if you see you're still bound by the laws of mortal existence? You're breathing yourself. Say that again? SN. But how can you speak of freedom if we can see with our eyes that you're still bound by mortal existence that ties you to logic? You use the mind to destroy the mind. So when you examine the mind, it disappears because it never existed. SN. But can you prove transcendence of the body by ceasing the breath and heartbeat? By ceasing what? SN. The breath and the heartbeat. Ceasing the breath and the heartbeat has nothing to do with transcendental meditation. It's just totally another feat of the mind. SN. But transcendental that we use is beyond reason and even beyond the mind. If you go beyond the mind, you become free. Everything else is of the mind. SN. If you are still longing for breathing and eating, then you must be part of the body, which isn't separate of the mind. It's all part of the mind. But when the mind is transcended, the body will still eat and will still do everything it does. But it has nothing to do with you. ST. Robert, the last time we were talking about angels. Robert. Is there such a thing as angels? Robert. In your mind. As long as you believe you are the mind and the body. Angels exist, the devil exists, everything exists. But as soon as you realize who you are, then you become free and liberated. But isn't that part of the creativity? Like an artist to make a painting because he wishes to? Robert, the creativity comes out of your mind. Yes, but of your own free will. Robert, of course. As long as you think that you are the mind, you can do all kinds of things. But you know that they don't exist, but you enjoy the play. Robert, who enjoys? Whoever is here. Robert, who is that? Whoever it is. You won't catch me on that one. Robert and students laugh. Robert, when the mind is gone, everything is bliss and everything takes care of itself. Yeah, but mind is also bliss. Robert, the mind is a conglomeration of thoughts. The mind is a bunch of thoughts of the past and the future. SX. Is emotions just generated by thoughts then? Robert. Yes. Everything is part of your mind and part of your thinking process. That's why the mind has to be transcended. SX. Your story about the fig. At the center of everything is nothingness. Emptiness. SX. Emptiness. Emptiness is consciousness. SK. And the mind has a hard time accepting that it doesn't exist. Is it right? Robert. The mind will not accept it at all. Though you have to examine the mind by watching it, by being mindful. By asking, to whom does the mind come? SX. So its ultimate fear is death then? Robert. Fear of death. No thought, no life for the mind. Robert. The mind does that. Mind plays all kinds of games. Death, birth, and everything else in between. When the mind goes, everything goes. SD. Does that mean that once the mind has been transcended there is always emptiness? Robert. There is emptiness as consciousness as bliss. It's not emptiness like you know. It's a cessation of thought, and there is a total joy. A total bliss that is beyond understanding. That takes its place. Let's try to experience it. You can practice this in the privacy of your home. Though close your eyes, try to focus your attention on your breath. Just watch yourself breathing. If any thoughts come to you, just ignore them. Become the observer of your breath. Pause. Now ask yourself the question, who observes the breath? Who is the witness to my breathing? And the answer comes, I am. Now this is the meditation. With your respiration, as you inhale you say, I. As you exhale you say, am, I am. At this point, the tape ends. Transcript 44. Signs of Progress. 14th February 1991. Robert, I'd better be careful what I say. Tapes are being made. They're being transcribed in the lessons, and I've got to watch my mouth. SM, they're great. Every time I read them I get more out of them. Robert, Namah Shivaya. Shanti. Peace. I should really let you take home a blank tape tonight and say nothing. Then Ed can transcribe it and have blank pages. And those pages can go all over the world and there'll be nothing. And everybody will become enlightened. Everyone is still looking for words. Words are meaningless. When you listen to words, you're really taking the power away from yourself. You have all the answers. All you have to do is to become still long enough and everything will be revealed to you. Then, what am I doing here? I'm simply a mirror for yourself. I'm here so you can see yourself, your true nature. There's no difference between you and me. What do you see? What you see is what you get. You can see your own divinity as the self, or you can see the personal I getting involved in all kinds of problems. The choice is always yours. Identify with the world and you suffer accordingly. Identify with your true nature, the self, and you're happy and blissful. Of course your true nature is omnipresence, pure intelligence. Therefore, if you are experiencing your real nature, wherever you look you see harmony and peace, because you're seeing yourself. Many people still ask me, Robert, how can I tell if I'm making progress on the path? How can I be sure? There are many signs. The first is a sense of peace when you are no longer disturbed by worldly conditions. The world appears to go on. You begin to see it as a picture, a movie. You begin to recognize what the world really is, an expression of your own mind. And when you can do that, the world will never harm you again. it will lose its power over you. Of course your body is part of the world, and so is your mind. You therefore have to give up those also. When there is no thought for the body, no thought for the mind, and no thought for the world, then divine right action is taking place in your life and everything becomes joy. Everything becomes love. Without you thinking about it, without desire, without need, you become free. Another way to know if you're making progress is you're no longer disturbed by any condition. You may lose your job, you may lose a family member, you may go through various experiences, but you're not disappointed because you're able to see through the experience to the other side. And the other side is the fourth state of consciousness besides dreaming, sleeping, and waking. And in the fourth state of consciousness there's always happiness, for that is the substratum of everything you see. Again, the choice is yours. You have the freedom to identify with the world, to identify with yourself. There is no one, there is no thing that can harm you or disturb you or bother you if you focus your attention on God or the self. Yet most people do not understand how to do this. How do I focus my attention on God? By remembering I am. I am is the first name of God. When you think of I am, you're invoking the name of God, and you're focusing your attention on God. So when you have some kind of problem or something disturbing you, if you feel out of sorts, if you believe something is wrong, if the war affects you, you do not have to turn off your television or change your environment or change your circumstances. You simply turn within and invoke the name of God by saying, I am. What happens when you do this? You're really saying, I am absolute reality, I am pure awareness, I am nirvana, emptiness, ultimate oneness, I am Sat Chit Ananda. All this transpires when you simply say, I am. This is why in the beginning stages, the I am meditation is very important with the breath. When you're doing that, you're pushing all your false notions, samskaras, and the rest of the garbage out of the way, and you're coming into your true identity. You can tell if you're making progress by how happy you're becoming. When you see you're just happy without any condition making you happy, then you know something is working. If you need something or someone to make you happy, the same someone or something will make you sad. When the person who makes you happy leaves your presence, you'll be sad. When the thing that you're enjoying is taken away from you, you'll be upset. Therefore, do not depend on any condition for your happiness. Happiness is your real nature. All you have to do is to invoke I am, and you're radiantly happy right there. People still believe that they've become enlightened or awakened to themselves. They will have to stop working or stop going out. They will just want to be by themselves and they will care about nothing. On the contrary, remember that you are not your body. Your body will carry on and do whatever it came here to do, but it has nothing to do with you. And that's hard to comprehend for some people. I am not my body. Your body is the body of the world, and as long as you identify with your body, you have to identify with the world, because the universe is the body of God. You are the microcosm in the macrocosm. That's got to go, or you'll be playing games in the world, in the universe. You may acquire occult powers, you may do all sorts of things with the chakras, but you're still working out of the mind. All these things have to do with the mind. Do not play these games. Go beyond that. Do not seek anything. By not seeking, you'll find. By seeking, you will lose. Everything is planned, everything is preordained, and everything is on your side. There's absolutely nothing against you. If you really knew what was going on, you would rejoice. If you really knew what was happening, you would cry for joy. The universe loves you. What you call God loves you. Brahman loves you, for you are that yourself. Therefore, your nature is love. When I say these things love you, I am reversing the process to make you understand that your nature is love. It is your love that creates the universe. It is your love that loves. Otherwise, where would it come from? So to make people understand that their nature is love, I tell them the universe loves them, God loves them. But if you think about it, where would the love come from? Is there a power outside of yourself that generates this love? Of course not. You are the only power. You are the only love. There is no one besides you. Yet you are not what you appear to be. Stop identifying with worldly conditions. Every time something comes up, simply say to yourself, I am, and the I am will begin the process for you. The I am is like a switch. Whenever you get caught up in the world, you merely turn on the switch by saying, I am, and all of a sudden you'll find that you begin losing your identity and you merge into your own consciousness. When I say that you merge into your consciousness, I do not mean that there is consciousness and there is you. What I mean is you really awaken to yourself. You awaken to your true nature. There is not a consciousness hiding somewhere and you have to go and find it. Consciousness is you. Simply stop thinking. Quiet your mind and you will begin to shine. Do not plan for things. Forget about goals. Forget about desires. Simply work on quieting your mind. And as you unfold, you will find that things are getting better for you. Life appears brighter, more harmonious, more loving. It happens by itself. You merely have to slow down your thoughts. Do you see a difference between this and psychology? You're not trying to resolve your problems. You're not trying to figure out why something happened in your life. You're going the other way. You're trying to become quiet, peaceful, no words, no thoughts. That's when things happen. You have to make up your mind in which direction you wish to go and realize that the more talkative you are, the less you're going to awaken, because talk is part of the relative world. The voice has been given to you to express the material world. When you quiet down your voice, when you become still, then reality begins to shine forth of its own accord. Now you can see why some saints and sages become silent, and they do not talk for years and years, perhaps never, for they realize that talking is a waste of time. If you do not believe me, think back on your own life. Since you were a kid, look at all the words you used, all the words that come out of your mouth. What has it done for you? I know some of you are saying, I can't function if I don't talk. I've got to express myself and people have to know what I mean. How can I work? How can I relate to my family? How can I do anything if I don't talk? Of course, I'm speaking of mental quietness. As I'm talking to you now, I'm not really saying anything, for within me there is quietness, stillness, emptiness. Yet words come out, but they affect me not. This is what I mean when I tell you that your body will continue its work by itself, yet you have nothing to do with it. For you're looking at me and I appear to be a body and I appear to be talking, yet I'm not. I'm not a body and I'm not talking, but it appears to be doing that just as the world appears to be real. The talking and the body's all part of the relative world, that's how it appears. But as you become quiescent, calm, still within, the world begins to disappear. Your body disappears, but you still see it and you still see the world. That's the paradox. I see you, I'm talking to you, I see my body, yet they don't exist. Nothing exists, but everything goes on. There's no one to do anything, but the doing continues. Find out what I'm talking about. You have to turn within. You have to see yourself for who you are. You have to stop thinking that you're Robert or James or John or Mary or anyone else and begin to grasp that you are consciousness. You have no shape. You are not limited. You have no distinguishing marks. You are total freedom, like the air, like space, and yet you are conscious. Remember, consciousness is conscious of itself as absolute reality. Though when somebody asks a question, do I have to give up my life to become consciousness? You never had a life to give up. You are consciousness. But, until you have experienced it for yourself, it seems silly, nonsensical. But, as you come to satsang, as you begin to understand, as you invoke the I Am, as you practice self-inquiry, as you become mindful, as you do all of these things, the body begins to drop away. I don't mean you die. I mean mentally the body drops away, the mind drops away, yet you're still you, and you appear human to all the people that you associate with. But, you know who you are. You become fearless, for how can an illusion hurt you? How can the dream hurt you? It cannot. Yet you have to prove this to yourself. Worlds come and worlds go. The earth is billions of years old. Every couple of years science tells us that the earth and the universe is older than we ever dreamed. There have been many civilizations on this earth. They come and they go. We're just another speck of dust in the universal plan. Everything you worked for, you're going to have to leave. The intelligent person begins to see that there is no substance behind the world, there is no real cause, and they stop identifying with worldly things. Remember that this doesn't mean that you stop acting. Everything takes place mentally first. You disassociate yourself mentally with the whole universe, and when that happens, the mind disintegrates by itself. After all, the mind is only a conglomeration of thoughts about the past and worries about the future. That's all the mind is. When you begin to recognize that the world is like a dream, like a bubble, the mind becomes weaker and weaker, and one day it just dissolves. It really doesn't dissolve because it was never there to begin with. Yet you awaken. We call it an awakening, and you realize that I and my Father are one. You just become the unity of all existence. There is no longer any diversity. You have become the imperishable self. Remember, when I say you, I'm referring to consciousness, which is omnipresence. Therefore, you have become the self of the universe. Everything that's transpiring is transpiring within yourself, and you watch, you observe like you watch a movie. The movie has a beginning, a middle, and an end, then you go home. Though you've expanded your awareness and you realize that the world has a beginning, a middle and an end, and it's gone. You are simultaneously the world and you are consciousness. You become free. Another reason you shouldn't react to any condition before this happens to you is because you do not see the whole picture. Imagine you become terminated from your employment. You feel upset. You've been working for 25 years and now you no longer have a position. The average person would become very upset. But, as you observe, and you realize, as I mentioned one Sunday back, you're simply looking through a keyhole and you're seeing limitation. You're limited. Where you can only see one part through the keyhole, and the part that you see is that you are terminated from your position. But, when you expand your consciousness, it's like opening a door, and then you see a completely different picture. You see that karmically you deserve to have been terminated, no matter how it seems. And as you go forward, when you look, you will see that if you stayed in that job, the building would have blown up, and you would have been destroyed physically. And as you keep looking, you will see nobody dies, nobody is destroyed, life never began and life never ends. You are able to see the whole thing. This is why a person who is on the spiritual path gradually begins to expand their consciousness, and the door opens wider and wider. You're able to see more clearly. Therefore you are not disturbed, for things are not like they appear. The end result is nothing is happening. Nothing ever began, nothing is going on, and nothing will ever end. You are simply bliss consciousness. You are Sat Chit Ananda Parabrahman. You are a spiritual divine being. Water cannot drown you and fire cannot burn you. You were never born. You can never die. Your true nature is the self, and yourself is the self of everything, and all is well. Any questions? SG, that part about choice that you mentioned. Do I really have a choice? Have I chosen my life, or have I been just a pinball and just been affected by it? Robert, as long as you believe you are the body and the mind, you have no choice. But, as you begin to understand this, you realize that the choice you have is to turn within yourself, and to realize that you are not the body or the mind, that you are not the world. This opens up new vistas for you. You are able to go further and examine that. You start to see that your real nature is consciousness. All this happens by choosing to turn within. And that is the choice you've got. Everything is preordained. If you didn't have that choice, you'd be an automaton, a robot, where you would never have the chance to progress any further. And as you realize not to identify with the world, you begin to identify with the self automatically. The way you identify with the self is simply by not identifying with the world. And the self appears by itself. Of course, that's your real nature. Your choice is always to identify or not to identify. SG, and when you said preordained, I mean that's like predestined and... Yes. Everything is predestined. SG, so why do I have to do anything? Because if you did nothing, you merely become pretty human, and you'll have to be. SG, well, I might be predestined to do that also. Is it? Robert, you are predestined to do that as long as you identify with your body. Then you are predestined to have another body and another body and another body, and it goes on eternally. It's all a game. But, as you turn within and you stop identifying with the body, then it becomes clear to you that there is no predestination, there is no karma, there nothing. You become free. So you have the choice to get off the wheel by not identifying with the body any longer, by not identifying with predestiny, by not identifying with karma. Tape break then continues abruptly as student readies tape to continue recording. Robert, the problem always appears to the one who believes they are the body. When you begin to see that you have nothing to do with the body, then the problem dissolves by itself. And of course you can do that by asking yourself, to whom does this problem come? And the answer will be, the problem comes to me. I have the problem. I appear to have this problem. Where did the I come from? What is the source of I that appears to have a problem? The source is always consciousness. And as you inquire, to whom is the problem? Or who am I? Consciousness will eventually take over and you will become free. Do not hold on to your problem, do not try to solve it. Try to understand that I has the problem, the personal I, and follow the I thread to the source. It's called an I thread because everything is attached to I as a thread. Your idea of a body, your mental concepts, your preconceived ideas, they are all attached to the personal I. By trying to resolve the problem, another one will pop up sooner or later. So get to the source, and the source is the I. There are not two I's. Many people make a mistake in believing I is the ego, but there is a real I that is myself. I try to explain to you there is only one I, and that I is yourself. It has no problems. It has no misconceptions, it is pure consciousness. That is who you are. As you follow the I, it brings you awareness, reality. Yourself appears by itself, and you are home free. Remember, you are not trying to become I or become the self. You are already that. You are simply following your error, which is your belief in an ego, or your belief in a personal I, to the source, and then you are awake. Do not go into profundities, do not make it complicated for yourself. Just realize I am that. I've always been that, there is nothing else. I am free now, and stick to your guns. Do not allow the world to change your thinking. Hold on to the I. So what do you think? Is it going to rain tomorrow? Robert, will the war ever become resolved? SH, probably not. Robert, see, you think and you think and you think. Stop thinking about those things. You may think that is very selfish, and in the beginning it looks selfish. When you see man's inhumanity to man, what's going on in the world. Yet you have to understand that if you identify with those conditions, you simply become part of those conditions. But if you identify with yourself, you become a light in the world of darkness, and that's how you help the world, by becoming yourself. Not by thinking about the problems. Since the beginning of time, we've had wars and we've had peace demonstrations. That is part of the duality. You have a war and you have to have a peace demonstration. One brings the other. Yet the person who wants peace and the person who makes war is of the same limited consciousness. They both have to awaken. You can't be limited and bring peace to this world. For you can only bring yourself to the world, and what you are is what you get. A better example is, if you go to a psychologist or a psychiatrist, you can only get what the person is, not what they've learnt in school. Though if the psychiatrist is limited in their understanding about life, they may have a doctor of philosophy hanging on the wall, but it means nothing. They will simply give you their confusion and their misunderstandings. For they can't give you anything higher but what they are in consciousness. And you will leave the office thinking that you've been helped, but of course by the time you get back, your problems are attacking you back from all directions. It keeps going like this and going like this until the psychiatrist gets tired of you not getting healed and gives you drugs. And the drugs make you forget everything for a while, and the game continues over and over again, or until you wake up. SG, and this so-called suppressed, repressed feelings that you had all your life, that's the body. Though identifying with that, or not even identified, just conscious of it. You could be in a good place and then all of a sudden something happened and you were right back to where you were. It just sucks you right back into that old feeling. Robert, and the way to handle that is to ask yourself, to whom do these feelings come? And follow it down. Always practice self-inquiry. Who has these feelings? I do. Who am I? And wait. Ask yourself again, who am I? And wait. Something will begin happening. Suppressed feelings will become transcended, and you will feel better than you ever felt in your life. But you have to do it, not think about doing it. SN is who am I? And I am. Same thing? Robert, same thing, yes. SN, they're both the same. I suppose. Who am I is a name for God, and I am is a name for God. SF, do they work in any different way because you are saying it gives the same results? Do they work the same way? Robert, they're all the same. SF, it just seems to me that the words are different, but do they work the same way? They work the same way. SD, so who am I is not really a question. Robert, it appears to be a question, but it turns into a statement. SD, it could be, I who am. It could be what? SD, it could be I who am. You can use that if you like, as long as you understand what you are doing. SF, I always pause after the who am I. I don't know this, but when I say, "Who am I?" when the words have finished, the thing isn't finished. There is still like a few seconds something goes out. Like a pause, and then you start again. It feels like something like I have to wait. Though I say, "Who am I?" and then again at that moment it'll start again. It just seems to be right to wait because the thing or something is not finished yet. Robert, something within yourself will take care of it for you. You just have to use the procedure and you'll be taken care of. You will know what to do next. SF, is it okay to change from one to the other one, or should we stick to one? You can change. For once in a while you get bored with the same routine. Change it to something else. SK, does it get mechanical? Robert, not if you keep changing. You can practice mindfulness. Watching your breath. Watching the sensations in your body and then asking yourself, who watches? And you say, I am. Who am I? Who is this I that watches? There's no answer, there is silence. And in that silence everything takes place. SF is who am I, and I am the quickest procedure, quote unquote. Robert, the quickest procedure is silence, but those methods are simply to make you silent. That is all they are for. The idea is when you get down to who am I, there is nothing. But the reason you say who am I again is because your mind starts to think again. To keep your mind from thinking, you say, who am I? The practice will make you silent more and more. SM, how about surrender, Robert? Robert, oh yes, Mary said, how about surrender? Every once in a while you can say, not my will but thine, and surrender everything to the God within yourself. That is for the person who cannot use the method of self-inquiry. It appears to be too intellectual for some people who are steeped in religion. You therefore can surrender completely to God. But you have to surrender totally, not just partially. In other words, you can't surrender the things you don't like only. You have to surrender your whole life to God. Everything. You have no existence of your own any longer. The only existence is God. Seth, and that means not surrendering with the idea of becoming free. Robert, you just surrender without any idea. It leads to the same goal, liberation. Because when you are surrendering, you are giving yourself away, your small self. You are surrendering your body and your mind and everything else. Just like in self-inquiry. Then what is left over? Consciousness. For you have given everything away to God. SF, for some people that would be easier, for me it seems harder. Whichever method suits you, use it. But by all means do something. Do not allow a day to go by where you do not give up your identification with the world. Either through surrender, or through self-inquiry, or through mindfulness, or through observation. Do whatever you have to do. But do not let a day go by when the world has a hold of you and you do nothing. If you can take the time to sit down in a chair and practice these methods. If you have no time to sit down in a chair, do them while you are working or whatever you are doing. There is always something you can do. There is no such thing as I don't have any time. You have enough time to do all the foolish things you do. Laughter. So take the time to do this also. SG, you were talking about God's will. Thy will be done. Are you saying something about there is a God? There is no will like that. Why would I put a will on something? Robert, there really is no will, but from the stage you are coming from you are preferring God's will than your own. So you are saying, thy will be done. Which means God's will is always good will. So you are referring to the consciousness, to the absolute reality, to the oneness, to the perfection which is called God. Though if God's will is done, then you will awaken to your reality, because that is God's will. reality, perfection, pure awareness. SD, so thy will be done is the same as surrender, isn't it? Robert, yes. Though you are saying, God's will rather than my own will, because my will is human and it's nonsensical. Though God's will is you're invoking your higher self. SG, I start my day off with turning it over more or less as I get out the door. Robert, how do you do that? SG, how do I do that? Through meditation and using the whole thing of I am. As soon as you get out the door, the world has grabbed you. SG, yeah, my old behavior, the old same cycle starts again. Though simply ask yourself, to whom does this come? That is all you have to do. Ask yourself, who is going through this? And then something will start automatically within yourself. Just by asking that question, to whom does this come? So let us practice this together, shall we? Make yourself comfortable, and you can close your eyes too. At this point the tape ends. Transcript 45. Following the I. February 17, 1991. Robert, I welcome you with all my heart. Anyone here for the first time? I ask you not to believe anything I say. Don't believe a word of it. Why should you? When I tell you that you are Sat Chit Ananda, that you are absolute reality, why should you believe me? After all, you believe you've got problems, and you believe you are living a life of humanity, and you're part of the community, and you've got a job and a family. That is your reality. Why should you believe anything else? I ask you to have an open heart and ponder the things that we discuss. I am not a philosopher. I am not a preacher. I am nothing. And our teaching is a teaching of silence. Even the words that I appear to speak are words of silence. If you listen to this silence, you too will become silent and experience the bliss which you are. To begin with, chanting is very efficacious. It is something that makes your mind one-pointed and allows you to accept the realities as outlined. So we're going to do a little chanting first. Everything we do is part of the unfoldment. All is well. Chanting. Looking at some of you, you look too serious, as if you're carrying the whole world on your shoulders. No thing is ever that bad, so I guess it's time for Robert's two-finger formula. Put your right index finger in the side of your mouth, and put your left index finger in this side of the mouth and pull. Students laugh. That's better. This world is a cosmic joke. Do not take it seriously. Everything will take care of itself. You are not who you think you are. As most of you know, I walk my dog every morning in the park and people start talking to me and we have nice conversations. I've been talking to a certain gentleman for about 3 months, and I gave him one of the lessons that we put out now. And by the way, I think these lessons that Karima and Ed so graciously transcribed are very important for you to have and read, for it is the entire teaching, if you are interested. And to digress a moment, the way you should read these lessons is not like you read a book, but when you get hold of a lesson, go over the whole thing first, read it through, and then every night before you go to sleep take a paragraph and ponder on the paragraph for the whole month until you get the next one, going over paragraph, paragraph, paragraph. Don't read it through and go on to the next one. Assimilate it and digest it. And if you do not have any of the lessons and wish them, see Ed after the meeting. He'll take good care of you. Back to the park. So I gave this person a lesson to read, and I saw him this morning. And he said to me, "You know what's wrong with you Advaita Vedantists? You only think of yourselves. All you care about is moksha, awakening, liberation, self-realization. But what about the world? What about the war and man's inhumanity to man? The New Age philosophy only talks about me, me, me. Of course, we have nothing to do with New Age philosophy, and I'll take the remainder of the time this morning to sort of answer that question, because that's a valid question, and it's in the minds of many people today. There's a war going on, there's man's inhumanity to man, which has always been so. What's going on? What's happening? Well, the way I usually answer a question like that is I ask him, what do you mean by peace? That you want peace in the world, and you want us to pray and meditate for peace. That was his request. He requested, he said, why don't you Advaita Vedantists pray and meditate for peace in the world, to end the war? What do you mean by peace? What is peace? To most people, peace simply means having the world turn the way that they want it to turn. If everything goes their way, in other words, they've got peace. If they have everything they think they should have, they're peaceful. But there is something else. You can only give the world what you are yourself. In other words, you cannot be confused and angry and upset and walk around with a peace sign, shouting peace, and hitting everyone else over the head with your sign if they don't agree with you. Peace is your real nature. But it's been covered up for years as the clouds cover the sun. You do not say the sun doesn't shine any longer. You realize that in due time the clouds will dissipate and you will have the sun shining once more in all its glory and splendor. So it is with humanhood. There are certain people, because of God's grace, karma, they're able to understand the truth about the world, about reality, and these people become the peacemakers, for they become an example. By their very presence, peace follows. They do not go out and try to demonstrate for peace or talk about peace. They become an example. A rose need not declare, I am fragrant. By its very presence it exudes fragrance. A being with peace in his or her heart need not say, I am peaceful and let's make peace in the world. By their very presence people become peaceful. Another way to look at it is this planet Earth is unfolding the way it's supposed to. We can say that this planet is a third-grade planet, and everything is happening on this planet the way it was intended to. There's a greater power than you can ever imagine that looks after the welfare of the planet. It's not your business to really get involved. What is this power? You can say God or Ishvara. As you know, I'm going to deny it all in the end. But for the sake of talking, something takes care of this planet and doesn't need your help. If you observe the animal kingdom, you'll see that there are lions who eat sheep, but yet there are a lot more sheep than lions. It's a cleansing process. The earth cleanses itself after a while, and we have what we call a war. Now I know some people don't take this lightly, what I'm saying right now. Everything is necessary. There are no mistakes. No mistakes have ever been made, none are being made, and none will ever be made. Your job is to find out who you are, and then you will understand what's going on in the world. Take as an example, if you were the size of a molecule and you were in the earth. Someone plants a rose seed. In order for the rose to grow, the seed has to be destroyed. And if you are the size of a molecule standing next to the seed, it would seem like a nuclear holocaust, a nuclear explosion, as the seed becomes destroyed in order for the beautiful rose to grow. In the same way, everything that happens on this planet is necessary. If you do not understand, do not judge anything or anyone, but work on yourself. As you awaken, you will find that you begin to see clearly. You begin to realize that you are the self of the universe. Everything in this universe is an emanation of your own mind. You are creating everything that exists. You will understand this, and you will rejoice. Yet you must do what you must do. It is the dharma of yourself and the dharma of the earth to unfold the way it does. Everything is right. As an example, there was once a traveler who was walking down a dirt road. He saw a sadhu on his knees bending down, looking at something. The traveler was curious. He kneeled down next to the sadhu. He noticed something very strange. He noticed there was a puddle of muddy water, and there was a scorpion trying to cross from one side to the other. And every time the scorpion got to the middle of the muddy pond, the muddy water, it would begin to drown. So the sadhu would pick up the scorpion, and the scorpion would sting the sadhu, but he would put the scorpion down on the other side. And again the scorpion decided to walk across the puddle and begin to drown. So the sadhu would pick up the scorpion, and the scorpion would sting the sadhu. And he would put down the scorpion on the other side of the pond. And he did this over and over and over again. The traveler said, "Excuse me, sir, but can I ask you what you're doing? Why are you doing this? Every time you pick up the scorpion you get stung?" The sadhu looked at the traveler and he smiled and he said, "It is the scorpion's dharma to sting, it is my dharma to save." And so it is with us. As we go through the vicissitudes of life, we're always finding something that does not please us, as if we were that important. We try to change people, places, and things, to no avail. There have been peace movements since time immemorial. There have been wars since man first came on this planet. There's been man's inhumanity to man since the beginning of time. What does this all mean? It means you live in a world of constant change. Everything is always changing, a world of duality. For every back there's a front. For every up there's a down. For every forward there's a backward. When a jet plane flies, it has to have friction to oppose it. This is all duality. But who are you? That is the question. Never mind the world. Begin to leave the world alone. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. It doesn't matter what you're going through. It doesn't matter where you live or what you do. This is all preordained. This is all karmic. What matters is how you react to what's going on. What matters is what you see, what your senses tell you. This determines what is going to happen to you thereon in. The first step you should take is to realize that you exist. You can never deny your existence. Though you may say to yourself, "I exist in this world. I hate my job. I hate my family. I hate the world. I hate everything. But I exist." Then you ask yourself, who is it that exists? Who exists and who's going through these particular things that are disgusting to me, my job, my environment, the war that I see every day on television? Who is going through all this? Is this reality? How can this be reality? The thinking person begins to ponder these things. You begin to realize it's a mystery. But if you ponder these things enough, there's an inner guru within each one of you that will awaken simply by pondering the questions of life. And the inner guru will push you towards the right book, the right teacher, the right situation, where it will be explained to you what life is really all about. And sometimes there is no outer experience that you need. With your pondering and with the grace of God, which is always available, you awaken to your true nature. However it happens, the first step is to be dissatisfied with life. I don't mean where you feel sorry for yourself, but be dissatisfied by realizing everything comes to an end. What was the use of being born and working and slaving when I'm going to die in the end anyway? What is life's purpose? And one day something within yourself will tell you life has no purpose as we know it. But then you say, "I exist," and you go back to your existence. As you have pondered this long enough and gone over this in your head, over and over again, something will finally catch on and you will say to yourself, "All of these years or months I have been saying I exist, I. Who is this I? It appears to be the same I that says I am awake, or I feel hurt, I feel angry, I feel upset, I dreamt, I slept. There is always this I. Where does it come from? Who gave it birth? And you begin to ponder the I. You think about the I. By thinking about the I, you're following it. Just by thinking of I, you are following the I to your heart's center without even knowing what you're doing. See, you do not have to understand the ramifications of how this works. You just have to do it. Do not try to figure out what's going to happen. Do not try to ask yourself, I wonder if I'll be enlightened tomorrow. But merely look at the I without qualification. The steps that you take will be made available by themselves. You simply have to take the first step, to be curious, to be dissatisfied with the world, to realize that you exist, and then to realize that you exist as I. And you remain on the I for as long as it takes. It's called following the I. You will go deeper and deeper, and the next realization that comes to you will be that everything in this universe is attached to I. My job, that's I, I've got this job. My family, I has a family. My disappointments, I has been disappointed, and onward and onward and onward. The whole universe, all the physical existence, including your body and your mind, is attached to the I. Wisdom begins to take over and you laugh at yourself. You say, wait a minute. I no longer have to try to change conditions. I no longer have to get even with anyone. I no longer have to feel out of sorts. I simply have to follow the I to its source. And to the extent I follow the I to the source, will I experience my own reality. The wisdom comes to you also. My own reality isn't really mine. It is simply called reality. It is omnipresence. What this means to me is this: when I discover my reality, I will also discover the reality of the universe. For I am the microcosm in the macrocosm. The universe is simply an extension of I. You therefore begin to spend all of your time abiding in the I. This becomes foremost in your life. Everything else becomes secondary if you really want to wake up. You become mindful of all of your actions. As you react, you catch yourself and you say, I reacted. But you're getting to the point where when you say, I reacted, you're no longer speaking about yourself. You say something like, I has reacted, I got angry. You see, I is becoming separate from you now as you advance. I felt disappointed. And you keep laughing to yourself because you're beginning to understand that I is not I. You ask, where did I come from? Who gave it birth? And all the time, remember, you're following I to its source. On the way to the source, you notice that your life physically appears to become more comfortable. You're becoming happier. The things that used to annoy you stop. Your anger has left you. Your moods are becoming transcendent. You're becoming even-minded, one-pointed on the I. One day, as you keep following the I, as you keep abiding in the I, you find that your mind stops working. I don't mean you drop dead. I mean your thoughts have dissipated and you have found the silence. Now you stop abiding in the I, and you begin to abide in the silence. You sort of realize you're finished with the I. Now you've got another battle, so to speak. You go deeper and deeper in the silence. This is an advanced state. You have now reached the second plateau where you begin to see occult things happening in your life. You begin to envision geometrical figures. You hear the sound of Om. You're able to understand what people are thinking before they tell you. You have expanded your consciousness. But this is also a beginning stage. You do not get caught up in that stage. This is why a true aspirant of Advaita Vedanta needs to have a teacher that's been there. Otherwise you may believe that the sounds you hear, the lights you see within, the figures of saints and sages that appear to you, you begin to believe that they're real, and you get caught up in that. It's like the example I always like to use. A king invites you to his kingdom to share the kingdom with him completely. But he has 150 acres of land, and you have to drive through the acreage before you get to the king. On the way you see all the beauty, and the clouds, and the mountains, the grass and the wonderful flowers. You become enthralled, and you stop your car and you get out, forgetting about the king. You spend years enjoying the flowers and the beauty of the land. Then one day you remember the king again. So you get back in your Jeep, or your Rolls Royce, or your bicycle, and you're on the way to see the king again. But then you see beautiful caves of all sizes and dimensions, with lovely creatures coming in and out. So you stop to examine them, and you become so enthralled that you forget all about the king, and you spend years. You remember the king again, and you start driving. The same thing happens again and again. The years pass, and you've lost your opportunity. If you had driven straight through and ignored everything, you would have been able to share the kingdom with the king. But instead you got caught up with the beauty of the land. And so it is with realization. According to your karma, you went through the occult realms. You may perhaps materialize things, tell people's fortunes, do all kinds of occult things, astrology, and you forget what you're searching for. That's why it says in the Upanishads that the one who becomes waylaid and has fallen in the occult realms will have to go through thousands and thousands of reincarnations before they get out of it again. So we ignore the occult. We're looking to awaken. We're looking for liberation. And in your mind you bypass everything. You say, I don't want to see visions of saints. I don't want to have powers that eyes. I do not wish anything of the sort. And you go beyond. The silence is becoming more acute. You're going deeper and deeper into the silence, and your consciousness is expanding. Your awareness is expanding. You finally begin to understand that you are consciousness, and that consciousness is pure awareness, and that pure awareness is absolute reality, and all of that is bliss. You have become Satchitananda. You have become Parabrahman. You have become Nirvana. And then you are able to say to yourself, everything I behold is the self, and I am that. You have become liberated while still in the body. You have become a Jivanmukta, a free soul. It doesn't mean you stop functioning. You still do perhaps the same things you've done before, only this time the only vibration you can emanate is love. You have become an embodiment for peace and joy and happiness, yet you do not think of those words, for you have simply awakened to your true self. Now you see the world differently. You see the world as a superimposition upon yourself. You are the self, and the world and the universe is an appearance. It is real to others, for they believe that they are the body-mind phenomena, but your body-mind has been transcended. You have become space while in the body. You have become free. Wherever you look, you see yourself, and because you are an embodiment of loving kindness, peace and harmony, that's all you can see. You cannot explain this to anyone, for there are no words to describe it. People are looking through their senses. They see a war, they see man's inhumanity to man, and you keep silent, for they will not understand. For all you see is love. All you see is joy. You are free. It all begins with you. Won't you begin today to awaken? It's worth it. Let's sing O God Beautiful. After everyone sings. This is your meeting, so we'll have some questions. Feel free to ask anything you like or make any kind of statement, do whatever you want. Robert, I have had some massive experiences with the occult, and I take it that just getting through that it is just necessary to, with some help from the guru, but not to react to it, and see that it's all unreal. Is that right? Robert, of course what you do with something like that is you simply understand that all these things come out of your own mind, and you ask yourself the question, to whom do these things come? Realizing that they come from me. And since I am absolute reality, those occult things really do not exist. They never did, and they never will. But you exist, and you are an embodiment of divinity. You are absolute reality. Where there is absolute reality, there is no place for occult or anything else. In other words, the more you focus on your reality, the weaker the occult becomes. Due to the fact that the occult has no real power except the power that you gave it yourself. Now you are taking it back by focusing your attention on yourself, the absolute awareness. And the occult cannot stand up to that. It will dissipate and go out of your life. Focus your attention on your absolute reality, on your real self, and you will be free of it. Do you follow that? Good. Robert, how do we know that sometimes we have a good day and you just wake up and all of a sudden you just feel full of joy, for no reason? How do we know that that's a joy from the self or if it's a joy from the ego mind? Robert, as long as you feel that you are full of joy, it's from the ego mind. For the real self has no feeling like that. The real self is just a beingness. There are no words to describe it. Well, isn't there a joy of beingness? No, there is no joy of beingness. There's just beingness. Only a human entity can experience joy. Bliss is not joy. Bliss is absolute consciousness. Ultimate oneness is bliss, and that comes by itself. That is another word for beingness. But the average human being feels a joy when nothing is happening sometimes. But as soon as the first thing happens that they don't like, their joy disappears and it's changed to worry and fear. So simply observe your joy. Say to yourself, is that really me? Who is experiencing this joy? As you pose those questions, the real bliss will ensue, and you will find that it never leaves you. That when you go to sleep, you are not really sleeping, you are in bliss. When you wake up, you are in bliss. There is no longer anyone sleeping or anyone waking. It's all one continuum, and you are that. It has nothing to do with human feelings. Is that sort of clear? Is that the bliss of life? Is that the bliss of life itself? Life as it is. The bliss of life itself has nothing that can describe it. It's silence, it's knowingness, it is the self, it is beingness, it is you. Your whole body is a body of bliss. A student is moved by the silence and says, oh, 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 oh. Students laugh. All bliss. Laughter. Robert, she's blissed out. More laughter. She's tired. Robert, there are many expedient devices such as the presence of the teacher, the teachings themselves, like some Advaitins emphasize, practice of self-inquiry, chanting, many expedient devices. Which ones are the most powerful? Robert, satsang and being in the company of the sage. After that comes self-inquiry and then whatever. Can satsang occur without a sage being present? Yes, to some people. Some people feel the presence by the grace of God. And they do not need a teacher, they do not need people, they need nothing. But those are very few and in between. Rather than wonder about these things, dive deep within and right action will ensue by itself. In other words, don't think to yourself in the beginning, do I need a teacher, do I need satsang, do I need a book, do I need anything, or can I just sit here by myself and everything will happen? Do whatever is presented to you. The inner guru, as I've mentioned before, will move you if you ponder your own existence. And the next step will be taken for you. So there is really nothing you have to do except ponder your own existence. Everything else will take care of itself. SV. Robert, when you ask the question, who am I? Do you actively seek the source, or do you stay in silence and follow it? Robert, you stay in silence. But when you are practicing with who am I, you just don't say, who am I once and forget it. You say, who am I? You wait a few minutes and you say, who am I? Again, and you wait a few moments, and as you keep practicing day after day, the space in between who am I will become larger and larger and larger. And in that silence you will discover who you are. SF. Does that mean that automatically when it gets larger and larger you are asking for who am I will take longer in terms of minutes or seconds? I mean, you ask, who am I? And then you keep quiet, and then later on you ask again, will there be a longer period of time in between? Robert. Yes. By itself? Robert. Yes. So you will automatically keep your mouth shut when it's ready to come? Robert. Yes. Thank you. Robert. Your words will not help you. Silence is the best teacher. SV. Robert Rimana always suggested we actively seek the I, the source of the I. Robert, you abide in the I. You always abide in the I until the I becomes transformed into the self. In the beginning, remember, abiding in the I is abiding in the ego, in the mind. As you continue to abide in the I becomes the real I, which is the self. Because there is only one I, not two, and you are that. Though abiding in the I is following the I thread to the source, and the source is I am. SH. The ego then is an emanation of I am. Robert. Yes, the ego has never existed to begin with. SH. But the appearance is there. The appearance appears to be there. SK. Superimposed on it. Yes. SH. And that appearance arises from the I am. No. SH. What occasions its arising? Robert. The I am is another name for absolute reality or consciousness or bliss. I am consciousness, as I mentioned before in previous meetings, is self-contained. It only knows itself. It does not produce this world. It does not produce the ego or the mind. The ego, the mind, the world, the universe, God is non-existent to the self. As long as you believe you are the body, mind, the world, the ego, everything else appears real to you. And then you also believe that consciousness creates these things. Why would consciousness create it? It has no reason to. Remember, it's like you have been hypnotized. That's why you believe you are a body, and that's why you believe you live in a world of many bodies. SH. What is that hypnotism about? No thing. SH. How does it happen to occur at all? It doesn't. SH. How does it happen not to occur? It does not occur. It neither occurs, it doesn't occur. SH. What's going on? Nothing. Laughter. SJ. We want to know. SK. What's cookin'? Laughter. Robert. Nothing is going on and nothing ever went on. It is all a product of your mind that doesn't exist. SL. Is the bliss also an appearance? Robert. Excuse me. Is the bliss also an appearance? Robert, the bliss is something that cannot be explained in human terms. So what you call bliss is reality, and these words have no physical or verbal meaning. They can only be experienced as being. There are no words to describe them. I see. So everything you told us is a lie? Robert, a big lie, a blatant lie. That's why I say, do not believe a word I say. It's a lie that might bring you on the right path. Laughter. SV, Robert, I've got one more question on saying, who am I? Are you looking at the ego asking the question, or is it like the witness asking the question, who am I? Who is asking the question? Robert, both. First the ego asks the question, and after a while the witness asks the question. And after that there is no witness, and there is no ego, and there is no question. Let's sing a song first. Give people a chance to think. With their no mind. Tape played, then Robert responds to students' comment. Robert, good. Students laugh. I know it's sort of difficult to do some of these things. So this is why I sort of devised the I am meditation, which really helps you get started. And you should try to do this in the morning and the evening, when you are alone without being disturbed. Let's practice this now. You sit in a chair, you close your eyes and become comfortable, and you focus your attention on your breathing. You look at your breath, you watch it. You become aware of the sensations in your body. If other thoughts come in, simply observe them also and gently go back to listening to your breath, observing your breath. You do not emphasize your breathing. You breathe normally like you always do. Only you observe it. If you feel uncomfortable, you watch yourself feeling uncomfortable. Whatever feelings, sensations come along, you simply observe them and let them go. Do not become angry at yourself. Do not have any goals, desires. Simply observe your breathing. Pause. After doing this for approximately 5 minutes, you ask the question, who is the observer? Who is the witness that has been observing my breathing? Who is the observer? And the answer comes, I am. With your respiration, you inhale, you say, I. You exhale and you say, am. When you do this for quite a while, you will find yourself doing it all during the day. You will find yourself becoming I am. So with your respiration, inhale and say, I, to yourself. Exhale and say, am. Pay no attention to anything else. Long silence, as at this point the tape ends. Transcript 46. It's a blessing in disguise. 21st February 1991. Robert, I welcome you with all my heart. It's good to be with you again. Once in my house nobody was home. I sat down in front of a picture of Ramana Maharshi and I stared at the picture. When I looked at my watch, 12 hours had passed. What does this have to do with anything? Nothing. I have nothing else to say, so I thought I'd share that with you. Something you should bear in mind, if you want to awaken and find peace, is that you can make certain statements to yourself or out loud which will help in the awakening process. One such statement is, I am consciousness. I am consciousness. Think of what that means. I am consciousness. All three of those words mean the same thing. When you say I am, you're not referring to your physical self. You're referring to omnipresence, and when you say consciousness, again you are referring to omnipresence, to the self. It's like saying God, God, God. I am consciousness means the same thing. They're all synonymous, all of those words. Now what is consciousness and what does consciousness mean? We hear all the time, those of us who have been practicing Advaita Vedanta, everything is consciousness. Then are you consciousness? The way you appear does not seem to be consciousness, but you are. The word consciousness denotes a power that is conscious of itself. It is not conscious of you as a person. It is conscious of itself. When you understand what this means, you realize that consciousness is also another word for pure awareness. Pure awareness is consciousness. Just think of the word awareness. What does it mean? You are aware of something. You are aware that you are consciousness. All those words are synonymous. There is only consciousness as pure awareness, and I am that. That with the right understanding, this will immediately awaken you to an extent. Now when you realize that you are consciousness as pure awareness, it equals bliss. Now we have another word to ponder: bliss. I am consciousness as pure awareness, expressing as bliss. That's powerful stuff. You're dealing with dynamite. If you say these words with sincerity, you'll disappear, you'll evaporate. Think of that. I am consciousness as pure awareness, expressing as bliss. Bliss is another word for consciousness and awareness. Those words cannot really be defined. They can only be experienced. When you realize that you are bliss, you are no longer the body. You become something else completely. People see you as the body, but you are not the body, and you know that you are not the body. You feel something so wonderful that in the beginning stages you start crying, you start laughing, all at the same time. The body does this. It's an expression of bliss. Every cell of your body becomes bliss. Bliss is your real nature. Consciousness is your real nature. Pure awareness is you. Therefore, as you ponder these things, something definitely begins to change within you. I am consciousness, total awareness, expressing as bliss. Now what does this do to you as a human being? It transcends your human experience. It lifts you beyond the relative world into reality. There is no explanation. You try to explain this to your friends. You cannot. As a matter of fact, you find that your friends disappear because they think you're crazy. And you probably never needed those friends to begin with. You begin to identify with the substratum of existence. You are no longer part of the world of effects. As you are aware, this is a world of effects in which we live. There is no permanency in this world. Everything comes and goes. To identify with the world is to suffer. Therefore, to find the truth is to experience bliss. No matter what you may acquire in this world, you still suffer. As long as you believe you are the body-mind concept, this is what causes suffering, if only because of deterioration. As most of you know, as soon as you're born you start to die. It's therefore foolish to be satisfied only with a material existence. I realize even as I say this, if I wrote some of you a check for $10,000, I'd probably never see you again, because you would think foolishly you've got something special. But that will be gone soon, or you'll worry about it. There is nothing in this world that can really bring you true happiness. No, I'm not a prophet of doom. I'm telling you the truth. It is only as you discover your true identity that the real happiness and the real joy begin to be expressed through you. You don't have to wait until you are self-realized. Even if you believe that you are the body, still, just by understanding that there's something greater, something higher, something more beautiful, begins to make you feel good. Or shall I say, as you disidentify with the world, as you begin to disassociate yourself with identification of the world. I'm not speaking of leaving your job or going away from your family or changing anything at all. I'm speaking mentally. As you disengage your mind from worldly attachment, goodness takes its place to that extent. Say, for instance, as an example, you really love your job. You've been working for 15 years and you love your job. As long as you love your job, something will happen to you to make you change your mind. Some kind of suffering will ensue. But if you realize, this is the work I'm doing now, and I do this work because this is my karma, or this is where I find myself, but I am not that, I am consciousness appearing as total awareness, expressing as bliss. That is my true nature. As you begin to identify with the higher power, your job will become more smooth and perfected than you can ever imagine. You're no longer thinking, I love my job. You're beginning to understand that you are an embodiment of love yourself. Love just is. It has nothing to do with the job at all, and you become happy. Happy not because you've got a job, not because you own a home, not because you've got what you want, but you become happy because you realize happiness is bliss, happiness is consciousness, and consciousness is all that there is. And everything takes care of itself. So you see, you do not have to make any physical changes. You do not even have to question, shall I stay here or leave here? Shall I stay with this person or leave this person? Shall I stay in Los Angeles or go to San Francisco? There is nothing you have to do but remember who you are. Isn't that amazing? All you have to do is identify with your reality and everything will take care of itself. The place to begin is your own mind. When you get up in the morning, make that statement to yourself, I am consciousness appearing as total awareness, expressing as bliss. Do not focus your attention too much on your body or on your work or on your home or anything else that has to do with the personal I, but lift up your thoughts. Your mind will automatically come to rest in the heart all by itself, and you will experience bliss all the time. You do not really have to think about these things. You simply have to remember. For when you voice, I am consciousness, you are speaking the truth about yourself. When you say I am John or Mary or Jim or Henrietta, you're speaking a lie about yourself. And the lie pulls you deeper, deeper, deeper into materiality. But when you say, I am consciousness, and you sort of ponder that for a while, all of a sudden you start to feel good, for no reason. You just became bankrupt, but you feel good. A family member died, you feel good. You just feel good. I'm not saying you make a fool out of yourself and say, I don't care what's happening. When you feel good the way I'm describing, spiritually good, you have a great compassion for everyone, for everything. You give out loving kindness to everything, to humans, to animals, to vegetables, to minerals. It's all the same. It's all consciousness. And finally it dawns on you, there's a whole universe that is none other than myself. I am is the universe. Therefore, from that moment on, when this realization comes to you, you understand that whatever you give outside of yourself, you are giving to yourself. If you give out hate, you're hating yourself. If you give out love, you're loving yourself. Now, speaking as a person who is just beginning to unfold, once you awaken completely, there is no longer any hate, there is no longer any love, there is no longer thinking about giving out or taking in. There are no others. You just become silence. But, on the path to that you see signs. You notice you are becoming kinder, more loving, more compassionate. So when a family member dies, you have a great compassion, a great love, and you help the suffering family members. You do not say, I don't care. Many people take these teachings the wrong way. They believe they're not supposed to care, I don't give a damn attitude, but that's wrong. You just understand. You give of yourself completely, simply because you are the self of all. There's only one self. That self is consciousness, pure awareness, bliss. All the words are synonymous. Therefore, when you get up in the morning, think of these things. Start your day thinking of those things. The worst thing you can do in the morning is grab a cup of coffee and put on the TV. And you can see why. Because you're influenced by what's going on the TV. TV becomes your God, or the radio, or the cup of coffee. Rather think of yourself as consciousness. Think of the highest truths. Then if you need a cup of coffee, you can drink the coffee while you realize the coffee is consciousness. If you want to watch the TV, as long as you realize the TV is consciousness, it makes no difference. But until you can see it that way, it's better not to watch too much TV. Think of how opinionated you are right now. You have your ways. You have your ideas, your opinions. You stick up for your rights. What rights? You're simply sticking up for your ego. You want the world to know this is me, and you're making a big mistake because you're inflating the ego. The ego gets bigger and bigger, and you think you're more important than anyone else. So when you get on the spiritual path, many times life comes along and pulls the rug from under you. This is to make you understand that as a human being you're nothing. It doesn't mean a thing. This is why so many people tell me, Robert, since I came to you things have gotten worse in my life. And always I say, that's good. Now you're beginning to make progress. If humanly things got better, would most of you take this path? Unfortunately not, let's face it. The only reason most people come into spiritual life is because usually their life is all screwed up. Students laugh. Am I wrong? And they're looking for answers, therefore that's good. The people who are not here, their life is all screwed up, but they don't know it yet. Students laugh. So you're ahead of the game. And again, the reason things go wrong in your life when you're on the spiritual path is because of your meditations. It's because of your practice. You're bringing all of your past karma to the surface, not only from this life, but from previous experiences. It's all coming up, only you have learned how to handle it. Whatever happens to you, you don't start crying like you used to do, or get upset, or get angry, or get mad. Instead, you ask yourself calmly, to whom has this come? Who is experiencing this? And soon you will say, I am. Only you will realize that the I you are referring to, the personal I, is your ego. And you will conclude that only your ego is going through this experience, not you. And you'll be happy. And when you become happy and you have not reacted, then that experience will be done with. You will not have to go through that again. The reason you go through experiences again and again and again in your life is because you react. Whatever you react to becomes a part of your life. But let's say you go home tonight and you find your house is burned down. If you say, I am consciousness, I am absolute reality expressing as bliss, and then you ask, to whom does this come? You will be safe. You will realize that this too shall pass. And you'll probably wind up getting an insurance policy that you had, and you'll get more than the house was worth. And you will have to move somewhere else, and you will find more happiness when you move than what you had before. In other words, everything is in your favor. There is nothing against you. You must always remember this, that no matter what you're going through, no matter what appears to have come upon you that you consider negative, it's a blessing in disguise. Sounds strange but true. It's a blessing in disguise, believe it or not. If you handle it in the right way, and you work through it by not reacting to it, it will turn into something so beautiful you can't imagine. I can assure you of this. But if you react, you may win, you may get your point across. That will only last a short while. Then you'll have to go through the condition again and again, perhaps with other people, and you'll never know why you suffer so much. Choice therefore is yours. Whom shall I follow this day, God or Mammon? God, of course, is consciousness. Mammon is the world. That's the only freedom you've got, to make a choice whom you will follow. If you turn within yourself and realize your identity, you'll be safe. If you weep with the world, you will continue to weep. It will never end. Though you begin in the morning, and you try to remember during the day, I am not the body, I am not my experience, I am consciousness expressing as pure awareness. I am bliss. And as soon as a situation befalls you that you don't like, you ask yourself, to whom does this come? To me? Who's me? I am. Where did the I come from? What is the I? Who am I? And you abide in the I, following it to its source. Its source, of course, is the statement that you just made to yourself prior to that. I am consciousness expressing as pure awareness, resulting in bliss. That is the source. In that source there is no personal I. In that source there's nothing happening. In that source all is well and everything is unfolding as it should. That source is you, and you are the universe. I'll take questions. SV, Robert, I have a question. These different ways that you teach, like, I am and I am consciousness. I was wondering, is it better to just stick to one instead of mixing I am with who am I? Robert, no, not really. You know why? Because it becomes boring after a while for the average person. I've known so many people who have worked with who am I, and they give it up after a month because of boredom. Nothing is happening. The human mind is made like that. It becomes bored after a while with anything. But when you are working with who am I, and you see that nothing is happening after a while, you give up the whole practice. But when you have something to fall back on and you can change, then you will start seeing results. SV, but should one stay with one like what I'm doing? I am. Sometimes the question who am I also arises in between the I am. Then work with that. SV, so it's okay to work like that? Of course. Make your spiritual practice simple. SV, also in there. I am is the I am stressed more than the silence. Or does the silence follows? Silence is the I am. SV, that should be emphasized. The silence is very important. When you say, I am, it is the ego speaking, the mind. When you are silence, then you are in reality consciousness. Consciousness is really silence. All the words I spoke tonight are from silence. Everything leads to silence. When you practice who am I, the purpose of the practice is to become silent. If you are practicing it correctly, after a while the who am I stops altogether and the silence becomes very strong. So silence is the greatest teacher. SG, Robert is saying, I am consciousness, the same as saying, I am Shiva. Robert, yes it is. But when you say, I am Shiva, you usually think of a form, or some people do. When you say, I am consciousness, it's more omnipresent. It makes you see that consciousness is the universe and everything in it. Especially for Americans, because they believe Shiva is an idol, or a person, or a form, a sort of a limitation to Americans. Therefore it's best to say, I am consciousness, but it's really the same thing. SK, when I do the, I am consciousness, it tends to invoke a kind of quality of beingness that seems to be different from the silence, which is just a sort of blank. Robert, yes, whatever it invokes, simply become the witness. Watch, observe, and that will go away and silence will ensue. SK, but it's not only silence, it's a very lovely feeling of a kind of full emptiness. Well, what's the question? SK, Well, I'm just questioning the difference between this full emptiness and the emptiness. In other words, if emptiness being a blank is opposed to this quality, that seems to be kind of a beingness. When there is a quality present, it's still the mind. Emptiness is total emptiness, it's unqualified, it's bliss. But it's no quality whatsoever. It's something beyond explanation. It's a state of nothingness. Yet, it's the state of God, of total awareness, and yet, it's beyond that too. But, as long as you are feeling a quality, try to go beyond that. Where you feel absolute zero, and that is the true state of silence. Does that make sense to you? SK, I'm not sure about the words in a sense. Certainly this quality it invokes is quite pleasant, and it's almost as if it brings a kind of a foreground, feeling of a kind of open full space as opposed to chatter or blank. That is a good place to be, but as long as it invokes anything at all pleasantness. It's not the ultimate. The ultimate is beyond that. Tape break then starts abruptly in the middle of a question. SY, the looking at his picture Ramana. 12 hours went by without you being aware of it. Robert, oh yes. SY, same situation. You're not really there? When you are in the silence, there is no time, there is no space. Those things do not exist on that plane. SF, I get questions come up and then I realize, what am I going to do with the answers? I don't have the question. Laughs. Robert, you are getting smart, Fred. Students laugh. SF, and I get the answers and the questions and I throw them both out. It's about time too. SH, what took you so long? Laughter. SF, I don't want to put myself down. SV, Robert, can I ask another question? Robert, of course. Can you tell me, like, which is the most direct way? Is who am I? The most direct way if you don't get bored with it? Robert, who am I is the most direct way, yes. That is a wonderful way to go if you can handle it. You can also change it to what am I? You have to go with your nature. It's some people's nature to say, I am that I am. If you learn to become still enough, then whatever you have to do will become revealed to you. It will come of its own accord. Be gentle with yourself. Be like this dog. He doesn't care what's going on. He's just happy. SF talks about dog. He's very disrespectful. He's snoring. Laughs. Robert, he's being himself. SF, a lot of good that will do him. How do you know? SF, I don't. SH, he's doing okay. The dog is blessed to be in Henry's house, to see all these different teachers that come here. It's a special privilege for a dog. SJ, I think the teachers are blessed to have the dog here. Robert, that is true too. Students laugh. I have been told by a lot of you that you have been making wonderful results with the I am meditation. That things are happening. So we will continue practicing that. Let's do it now. Make yourself comfortable. Close your eyes if you want to. And the first thing you do is relax every muscle in your body. After you relax all your muscles, you simply begin to watch your breathing. If you have ever practiced Vipassana meditation, you do that. You become aware of the sensations in your body and you watch your breath. Pause. Now you ask yourself the question, who watches? Who is watching the breath? And the answer is, I am. With your respiration you inhale, you say, I. And you exhale and you say, am. At this point the tape ends. Transcript 47. How shall I act in the world? 24th February, 1991. Robert, I welcome you with all my heart. I want you to ask yourself, why did I come here this afternoon? What's the purpose of coming here? You're looking for something. You're looking for a solution, the answer to a problem. You're looking to change your life. You're looking for something outside of yourself. And as long as you do that, you'll never find it. Truth, reality rests within you. There's no problem on earth that enough truth cannot solve. By truth I mean understanding your reality. Understanding who you really are. It makes no difference what the situation may appear to be. It makes no difference what's going on in the world or in your life. If you would only turn within yourself, everything would be resolved, everything. It begins by first resolving yourself, and then the world follows suit. This is the only way, for remember, the world is only an extension of yourself. What you see within yourself, what you feel within yourself, you see and feel in the world. This is why all the great masters and sages have told us to seek ye first the kingdom of God and its righteousness, and everything else will be added unto you. In other words, find out the truth about yourself. Of course, if you don't like yourself, if you think you're a sinner, if you think you made mistakes and you're no good, you're going to see those things in the world, and the world will respond to you accordingly. People who have problems with people, who see the world as a vicious place, who only see negative conditions, do so because they're seeing these things within themselves. The world is very flexible. It has no mind of its own. It has no cause, no substance. The world merely turns into you. You are the world. There's nothing else but you. When you unfold, when you discover the truth about yourself, that you are absolute reality, that you are pure consciousness, you will see this wherever you look. You are not what you think you are. Investigate, find out, discover it for yourself. You're not what you think you are. You must stop identifying with your humanhood. You must stop believing that you are flesh and bone, and you have only 80 and so forth in which to live on this earth. For in truth the earth does not exist as it appears. You do not exist as you appear. And your so-called problems, situations, are not what they seem. You must go beyond it. Find out. Do not believe me. Find out for yourself. Dive deep within yourself. Try to understand that you are not the body. You may appear to have a body, but you're not the body. The world is not the world that you think it is. Nothing is as it appears. There's a substratum of all existence. It is love. It is absolute reality, pure awareness. And the substratum is your existence. That is what you are. You are God. The person is not God, the body is not God, but you are God. If you identify as God, how can you possibly have a problem? Can God have a problem? Can God feel depressed? Can God believe something is wrong? The reason you will not accept the fact that you are God is because of your orthodox upbringing. You still believe God to be an anthropomorphic deity up in the sky, and if I tell you you're God, you think it's blasphemy. That only shows me that you are identifying with your body. You believe you are a body, and there is a God somewhere up in the sky that you've got to pray to, and if he is in a good mood, he'll give you a boon. If he's not feeling too good that day, he'll throw a lightning bolt at you. People still believe that. The question is, what do you believe? It's your life. What you believe, what you accept becomes your lifestyle. You create it, you cause it. This is why everyone sees a different world. We see ourselves. It stands to reason, therefore, why not see your real self? Why not experiment? Why not begin to believe that you are God? What is God? God is consciousness. What is consciousness? Something that is conscious of itself as pure awareness. And all of that is not someplace outside of yourself. It is you. You are that. The whole universe is yourself. The whole universe is happiness, joy, love, peace. But you will never see that in the world until you see it within yourself. You must consequently practice seeing yourself as a loving person, as a kind person, as a joyous person. And then you will drop the person, and you will see yourself as omnipresence, omniscience, omnipotence. You are the power. There is no other power but you. Many of you, most of your lives, have been dwelling on occult powers, trying to find the golden fleece, so to speak, outside of yourself. It has never been outside of yourself. It's like the story I told of the Kimberley diamond mines. This Englishman decided to go to Africa to discover mines, diamonds. He heard there were diamonds in Africa. So he sold all his possessions, and he moved to Africa, bought a little hut, and every day he went out searching for diamonds. Years passed and he got disgusted. He was never able to find any diamonds. So he put an ad in the paper to sell this piece of property and the shack that he lived in. Somebody came to see him to buy it. His name was Kimberley, and he sat down on a rock and signed the papers. When the guy left, Kimberley moved a rock by mistake and saw a diamond. The diamonds were always at the place where he started from. They had been at his feet all the time. And that's how the Kimberley mining diamond fields were discovered. It's a true story. Everything you're looking for is within you. Stop searching outside of yourself. Everything you want is within you. Potential, the possibility for everything you can imagine is within you. You are a universe unto yourself. But when I say self, I don't mean with a small s. The omnipresent self is your real nature. Think about that. At this point is a tape break. A question I'm asked over and over again is, while I practice self-inquiry, Atmavichara Janamarga, how shall I act in the world? What shall I do in the world as I keep practicing? What should my attitude be? If everything is preordained, it's going to happen anyway, so what should I do in the world? Well, it is true that everything is preordained, but you should act as if it's not. You should forget about that and not think, it doesn't matter what I do. I can be evil or I can be good, what's the difference? If it's preordained, I'm supposed to do it anyway. On the contrary, act as if you are making the decision and you will have to suffer the consequence of what you do. That's how you should act in the world. You should develop loving kindness to everyone and everything, not only to human beings, to animals, to vegetables, to minerals. You should treat everything with loving kindness. You should acquire a good disposition and stop getting angry. You should develop joy within yourself, humility. You should not be concerned with what the world is doing. You should not be concerned with what appears to be happening to you. But every reaction of yours should be based on love, on peace, on loving kindness, compassion. Do not try to analyze it. Just become it. The world will react to you accordingly. After all, you are the world. And as you practice on yourself, automatically what you give out comes back. Leave people alone. Do not try to change anyone. Do not look for problems. Do not allow your mind to think past your nose. Yesterday is gone and it can never come back. Every human being makes mistakes. Do not regret the past, it's part of your learning experience. You are not a sinner. You are not a bad person, makes no difference what you've done. The deed may be evil, but you are not. Look at yourself as total existence and act from there. Expect nothing and you'll never be disappointed. Give of yourself. Expect nothing in return. Why do I do what I'm doing here? Why am I sitting here talking? What do I want? I'm not looking for name or fame. I'm not looking to be recognized as anything. It's just a happening. I never asked for it. It happens by itself. My experiences in self-realization, I never asked for it, I never went after it. It unfolded by itself. This means that everyone can experience self-realization. But you've got to take it easy. You've got to stop fighting the world and stop fighting yourself. Let things unfold as they may. Do not react. The signs of spiritual progress are thus: you may still get angry, you may still get upset, but now you are aware of it. Prior to your practice, you have allowed your anger to take you over completely, let's say. You became your anger. But now as you're practicing Who Am I self-inquiry, you notice that when you get angry you are aware that you are angry. And you begin to laugh at yourself and the anger goes away. You notice all of your emotions and all of your moods that you've had all of your life are declining. And when the situation confronts you of a negative condition, you are able to observe it and not immediately react. You watch, you become mindful. What's happening to you is you're separating yourself from the condition. You're beginning to understand, I am not the condition, I am not my anger, I am not my depression. It is true you may still get depressed and have various moods that I mentioned before, only now you are beginning to watch, to observe, to see. You're catching yourself, and you're asking the question, to whom does this come? Who feels out of sorts? Who is feeling depressed? You may still not understand completely, but you're beginning to realize slowly, but surely that you are not the condition. Then you realize you are not the body because the condition is part of the bodily feelings. And you begin to see and realize, there are times when I am happy, there are times when I am depressed, there are times when I am angry. But I is always present. Therefore, who am I? And just by asking that question you begin to feel good. You realize there's a war going on in Iraq, people are dying. But what is the truth about this? What is the reality about this? And the answer comes, I am. I am is the reality. Then where does the war come from? Where does man's inhumanity come from? Where do all these dastardly things in the world come from? And as you keep inquiring, you will realize that I have nothing to do with these things. Yet all these things are attached to the I. The war, the bad disposition, the hot temper, the anger, it all belongs to the I. Then you begin to know, I see the war, I feel it, I feel out of sorts. You begin to know that as you follow the I to the heart center, everything disappears. The reason that everything disappears is because it was never real to begin with. What is real can never disappear. The reason that I can say truly to you that the world is not real, it's like a bubble, like a dream, that disharmony is not real, that your body is not real, is because somehow I have been able to see the fourth state and experience the fourth state beyond waking, dreaming and sleeping. And that fourth state is the reality, whereas everything else appears to be reality. Therefore the war appears real, very real, the world appears real, your body appears real, but you are not that. You are beyond that. Yet if you have not experienced this state of consciousness, you can never really know that it exists. I'm speaking to you of a state of perfect peace and harmony, a state of absolute goodness, of nirvana, of Sat Chit Ananda. This is a true state. It is real. It is real to me just like this world is real to you. And even if I were involved in the war with bombs dropping on me, guns shooting all around me, I would not be afraid. Not because I'm an idiot, but because I know what exists and what doesn't. To me, it's like a chalkboard. I am somewhat like the chalkboard and somebody draws on the chalkboard, Iraqis fighting Americans, people getting killed, people getting bombed, and that appears to be going on in the blackboard. Then somebody comes with an eraser and erases it, and it's gone, but the blackboard remains. Then they draw another picture. That war is over and everyone is living in peace for a while. And everybody is quarreling over land, they're quarreling over property, they're quarreling over jobs, over employment and everything else, and then that's erased. But the blackboard remains ever the same. Though somehow I am aware that I am like the blackboard. And all these happenings are superimposed on consciousness. The blackboard is consciousness and I am that. All these happenings are like reflections in the mirror. You can't grab them. You can only grab the mirror. The mirror is always the same. The chalkboard is always the same. Consciousness is always the same. But somebody asks, that's all right as far as a blackboard goes and as far as the mirror goes. But how come those incidents seem to appear? How can this world seem to appear? And the best analogy I can give you is due to the fact that most of these things are ineffable, these higher realms. There are no words to express them. There is nothing you can do to explain it, but they're an analogy. And the analogy is of the dream world. You go to sleep tonight and you dream there's a war and you're in the army and you're fighting, say with the Iraqis, and you get wounded. Then I come along and I tell you, this is not real. You never got wounded and you never fought. No one is killing and no one has been killed. And then you say, they have. There, I'll show you. And you shoot me. And I appear to be killed. But then you wake up. All this was a dream. It never existed. It's difficult to say to you that the world is a dream because it looks so very real, and some of you really feel the world very deeply. But I say to you that the deeper you get involved in the world, the more the world controls you, and the harder it is to break away. This is why self-inquiry is called the direct path, because it is found to be the fastest way to awaken. You simply look at yourself whenever a situation in the world confronts you, and you ask yourself, to whom does this come? Say you're watching the TV tonight, and you're seeing all these soldiers getting killed. Instead of feeling the situation, ask yourself, who feels this? Who sees this the way it is? Who thinks it's real? Of course you have to do this by yourself. Don't let other people hear you. They'll send you to the happy farm. Merely look at the situation, try to understand that it is a part of the dream, and even though you feel it, it is still not real. This is the beginning of wisdom when you can at least say this to yourself. Most people cannot say this because they don't believe it. The world is so powerful to them that even if they say, to whom does this come? The world gets to them first and makes them believe they're foolish. Why, everyone can see there's a war going on. These people are just not mature yet to practice self-inquiry. Therefore, what they should do is submit to God. They should say something like this: God, I have no idea what's going on. I don't know if this is real or not. Help me to know. I surrender to you totally, completely, body, mind, and soul. Do with me as you will. Reveal the truth to me, and wait. All of a sudden you will start feeling very happy. And if you practice this enough, submitting yourself to God, surrendering completely, the day will come when you begin to feel that the God you've been surrendering to is none other than yourself, and you will be able to practice self-inquiry. Now, if you can't even do that, if you cannot submit yourself to God, you should practice mantras, sing kirtans, pray, but do something. Do not let a day go by where you do not do something. If you have to pray, pray. If you can submit yourself to God completely, do that, but the highest and direct path is self-inquiry. Whatever happens in your life, whatever you see, ask yourself, to whom does it come? Do not attempt to analyze the condition. Most of you like to talk about your condition. That you're going through some kind of bankruptcy. You're going through it? Do the best you can, but do not dwell on the condition. Dwell on your Sat Chit Ananda. Dwell on your pure awareness. Dwell on God. If you have to, imagine your heart on the right side of your chest. I'm speaking of your spiritual heart. It has nothing to do with chakras or your physical heart. The spiritual heart is in the right side of your chest. Why is it there? Well, look at it this way. When you speak about yourself, you always point to the right side of the chest, don't you? Say someone says, "Hey you." You say, "Who me?" And you point to the right side of your chest, because that's where your spiritual heart is. You do it inadvertently. You do not think about it, but you do it because that's where your spiritual heart resides. You can see a ball of white light in your spiritual heart, a sphere of light, radiant, brilliant light. And in the center of the light, you may see your favorite saint or sage. Perhaps if you are of the Jewish tradition, you can see Moses if you like. Christians can see Jesus. Arabs can see Saddam Hussein if you want to, or Allah or Mohammed, whatever they please. Whoever means something to you. Just by doing that alone, you will feel a sense of peace and relief, and you will feel good. And after a while, see your favorite sage expanding, until you are totally immersed in the sage. The sage has become as big as your body. And see the sage expanding also, expanding again further and further, and go on with it until the whole universe is immersed in the sage. Then realize there is nothing but that sage, and I am that. Where else would I be? If the whole universe is immersed in the sage, I am also immersed in the sage. I and my Father are one. If you have seen me, you have seen the Father. That's a beginning. Everything leads to self-inquiry. The reason I am sharing these things with you is because you need to practice something. Do not get caught up by the world. Do not allow your feelings, your emotions, what you see, what you hear, what you taste, what you touch to affect you. Transcend it. If you think of God, God will think of you because you're one. Therefore, it stands to reason that if you keep thinking of your problems, and your needs and your wants, they will also think of you, and you will be caught up in all of this. Though getting back to reality, this world and this universe and everything in it is like a dream. Where did the dream come from? The mind. Where did the mind come from? The self? Why would the mind come from the self? It doesn't. The mind never existed. It's like the examples of hypnosis I give you. In hypnosis, you can imagine something to be real that is not. It doesn't even exist. But, yet as long as you're hypnotized, you believe it does. We're all hypnotized. We're hypnotized into believing the world is real, my body is real, my mind is real, my fears are real, and we react accordingly. As you practice these things, you'll begin to catch yourself. You'll catch yourself reacting and you'll laugh at yourself. It makes no difference how serious you think it is. As long as you can catch yourself and say, wait a minute, who is going through this? Who is feeling down and out? Who feels terrible? I do. Well, who am I? And you follow the I thread to your heart center. You abide in the I. You hold on to the I. Though the mistake some people are making with this method of self-inquiry is that they're concentrating on the I. I've told you this before, you concentrate on the self. You abide in the I. By abide I mean you follow the I, you observe the I, and you follow it deep into your heart. But your focus is on the source. The source is consciousness, the only reality. There's nothing else. The more you think of words to explain these things, the more confused you get. This is why it's important, when you go to a teacher, to make sure that the teacher has been able to realize this for him or herself, and not something they read in books or heard somewhere else. That's the only way you can cross the ocean of delusion with a person who's been there. As I mentioned before, when you go to a psychologist or a psychiatrist, the only help you're going to receive is the consciousness of the psychiatrist or psychologist, not what he read in a book, not his schoolwork. He may know the subject matter backwards and frontwards, but if his life is all screwed up, and he has no idea what life is about, but has a good memory to memorize books, you're going to get out of him or her what he or she is. You can only get from another person what they are, not what they say. Though you may get a good feeling when you leave the office and it feels as if you have been helped. But, as you know, it goes away shortly or it turns into a different problem due to the fact that you've only been able to be helped on the level of the therapist. What he or she sees doesn't make any difference. Though it is with spiritual life. All the answers are within yourself. If you are sincere, and if you really want to awaken with all your heart and your soul, the guru within you will lead you to a guru outside of you. And the guru on the outside will push inward, and the guru on the inside will push outward, and you will awaken. Though you have to analyze your life right now, and see where you're coming from. Do not fool yourself. Do not play games with yourself. See where you're really at, what you really want, what you're really looking for. And try to understand that one of these days, you're going to leave it all behind, maybe tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. Going after material things as you know by now, does not bring happiness. Karmically, what you're supposed to have will come. Compare yourself with no one. Be true to yourself. Learn to love yourself, to be yourself. Always understand and know that you are not what you appear to be, that you are Sat, Chit and Nanda. You are ultimate oneness. You are pure awareness. You are Parabrahman. That is your true nature. Attend to that nature. See it. Feel it. Worship it. Become it, and you will be free. Tape break, then tape restarts abruptly. Robert, all kinds of crazy questions. SC, I'll ask a question. In the analogy of the dream where the Iraqi was wounded, and he woke up and it was only a dream. In the dream the soldier was wounded? How about in reality? It's probably happening right now over in? Robert, well, that's the point I'm trying to make. The reality is a dream because when you were dreaming about this you were saying, that's reality. You swear up and down it's reality. It's just like if we were dreaming that we were at Satsang right now and all of this is going on. You're dreaming it and I tell you, Nathan, you're dreaming, and you say, no, I'm not. I'm talking to you right here, sure you are, but you are dreaming that you are talking to me. But you can't see it and you can't accept it. But then you wake up. SC, you mean when you wake? I got it, I got it. Laughs, yeah, right. I haven't woken up, but I got it in my head what you are saying, that I woke up and... You're living the mortal dream. You believe that your personal world is real. SC, I do. And that is why you get affected, and that is why it hurts. SC, But, as soon as you can convince yourself somehow, when you can go deep within yourself, and you can see that this world is not what you think it is. SC, it's such a strong feeling though this. Of course it's strong. That's because you believe you are the body. SC, if that's true. Robert, you start by realizing that you are not the body, and when you can come to that conclusion, then the world will no longer be real to you. SC. How can one feel that they are not the body? By realizing that the body changes. You are not the same body you were 25 years ago. SC. You mean 25 days ago? Laughs. Of course. So how can you be the body because it changes. When you were first conceived as a body, you were no larger than the size of a pinhead, and look at you now. You are bald and gray and you're falling apart. SC. Yes, I know it's true. Yeah, you're laughing, but I am really aware of my mortality, and it's really no joke. That's what I'm telling you. SC. And only a person who, when they hit 70 or whatever is 80, the reality is there. I'm going to tell you it cannot be denied. But, if you look at the past and you will see you were different, you look different, everything was different. SC. Yes. So how can your body be real? What kind of a body are you? Are you a real body as a teenager? Are you a real body as a baby? Or are you real now? SC. You're saying the body is an illusion? The body is an illusion, it doesn't exist. SC. But I feel this. I know I've been silly probably all the way through. Sure you feel it, but if we were talking about the dream and the dream world you would feel it also. SC. No, the dream world would be a dream. No, you would think it's real. Say we were dreaming right now and you say, look Robert, this is real. You're dreaming that, you think this is real. Do you follow? Then you wake up. SC. Yes, I follow. Now these are both dreams, one dream I believe and the other one I don't. Because you are living the mortal dream. SC. Yeah, right. You're attached to this world and believe it's reality, so it hurts you. SC. It's frustrating is all I can say. Laughs. When you think you've got it, like a bubble, you know you've got it and it's gone. You have to ask yourself through self-inquiry, who is frustrated? To whom does it come? See, I haven't been doing that, I'll be honest. Of course I know you haven't. But, you've got to do something. Laughs. SC. You what? You've got to do something. You've got to practice some kind of spiritual discipline. If you want to make progress, you've got to put some effort into it. You cannot just exist in the world and go from meeting to meeting to meeting and expect to find something. You've got to buckle down and do the work. SL. Robert, when the I am discards the body, the physical body, is that what you mean when it has no beginning and no end, it's just a continuum? And how does it decide to take on another physical body? Robert, I am doesn't do those things. I am doesn't take on another body, and I am has nothing to do with the body. I am is consciousness. But, you are speaking from your mortal viewpoint. You are speaking from the ego. The ego takes on a body. The ego has to do all these things. But, if you realized I am, you would be free of it. You've got nothing to do with these things. SL. Would it still happen? Nothing would happen because nothing happens in consciousness. There would be nothing to happen. SL. Does it appear to happen? It appears, but only to the ego. To the ego it appears as if you have a body, and you have a mind, and the world is real. But, to consciousness there is only consciousness and nothing else. SL. And that exists. As yourself, concentrate on yourself, which is consciousness. By asking, who am I? And if you do the I am meditation, that will also lead you to freedom. So keep practicing. SB. Robert, can I just make a statement? Tell me if it's true. Is awakening from the dream the mortal dream? Awakening from the mortal dream only happens by virtue of realization, not by understanding this mentally. We can understand what you are saying mentally and convince ourselves mentally that this is a dream. But that is not going to awaken us, but by virtue of realization that we will see that it is. Robert, yes, but you have to start somewhere. You have to use the mind to destroy your mind. It's like Ramana's example of a thief becoming a policeman to catch a thief. So by establishing in consciousness, which is the practice that will eventually, then it will come up, you will be established in that. It will eventually awaken you. And realization will happen. To the extent that you make the mind rest in the heart and you stop thinking. It's just simplicity itself by just establish in silence of consciousness. Yes. The mind is the big problem because the mind thinks. All these practices are simply to make your mind quiescent. To make the mind quiet. When the mind is quiet, realization comes of its own accord. Though all these practices are to quiet the mind. It seems to be too overwhelming to take a whole day and try to do this. What I do is can I be silent for 1 minute, just 1 minute? Maybe if we take it small doses, can we be completely released just from 1 minute or 30 seconds? Maybe that's a place to start. Just silent for 30 seconds, 15 seconds, and then increase it? Robert, and as thoughts come, ask yourself, to whom do they come? And fall back into that silence. And go back into it. Okay, it seems overwhelming to try to take a whole day and do it. I do it that way, but whatever you have to do, do it. As long as you are doing something besides reacting to the world. Robert continues, we're a strange group of people because we are not going to allow the world to overcome us. We are going to realize what the world is and become free. So that makes us different to most people. Keep it to yourself. If you try to share this with friends or even family, there is a tendency for them to put you down. And then you will begin to believe that maybe you were wrong. Though you have to become strong. You have to really want this. If you feel very loving without any reason, any cause, causeless, is that an indication of something? Robert, oh yes, that's a high spiritual state. If you have unqualified love, that's great. Like if you just look at the animals, it's like an unbelievable miracle, and just the simplest thing, just an animal, is unbelievable. Everything is a miracle. A bug, a cockroach, they're all miracles. But they are not real. Robert, but they are miracles because they appear real. This isn't real. Gosh, fantastic, I'm hung up on those. Imagine that you are in the dream and that you are dreaming this. You are dreaming this whole thing right now and you are going like this, and then you wake up. Though you were dreaming all this. When we wake up, Robert, is it still that wonderful? Is it better than watching cockroaches? Not the right words. Laughs. Another word for awakening is bliss, and bliss has no explanation. If you look at both states, are there both states? There is only one state. Oh yes, well this ain't bad. Both states is duality. There cannot be two states. There is one underlying cause for everything, and you are that. There is only one state. There's not the dream as a state. That is for the ego. The ego dreams. The ego has experiences. But you exist on this plane too. As what? Johnny. What you see is what you get. But the dream can be bliss too. Robert, the dream can be bliss but can't be the real bliss because the real bliss is beyond the dream. We're always questioning everything. Can't we just be as that word? I mean, it seems to me that it is the ego that says that this is not bliss. Say that again? SN. It seems to me that if this ego or the I, who says that this bliss that is not bliss. Any bliss that you experience in the dream or in this world cannot last. It must change. For every good there is a bad. For every up there is a down. This is a world of duality. SN. It seems to me that it could last. Why couldn't it last? Maybe I'm not capable of it. There is no reason why this bliss could not last. No. Due to the fact that the world is made up of atoms. And the atoms of the world come and go and change continuously. So the bliss that you experience in this world is made up of worldly atoms. SN. Only atoms? Excuse me. SN. Where do the atoms come from? The dream, it's all part of the dream. They do not exist. But, when you're explaining the dream you go back to creation, to atoms. SN. I don't understand why atoms are part of the dream. Who is doing it? Robert, you are doing it through your mind. When your mind is quiet, everything stops. All of creation stops. When your mind is active, atoms are born and they create more worlds and more bodies. So the idea is to stop your mind from functioning. Then you become free. Zen, but even if I stop my mind from functioning, the atoms will still be going on. No, they won't, because you created them with your mind. It's your mind that created all of the. Zen, I understand they're not going for me, but they will be going on for someone else, and I still think there is still someone else beside me. Don't worry about someone else. If you understand the truth about you, you will understand the truth about someone else. SN, so then that's true for everybody else. Truth, obviously, but still, what happened before there was any human beings? There was nothing. There was no thing. SN, I don't see how we could say that. Well, from your point of view you say that. SN, from my point of view I don't know. But, you are making a statement. Ask yourself, to whom does this come? Investigate, go within yourself, find out. Question yourself until you get down to the barest I. SN, I feel very finite. Ask yourself, who does? Who feels finite? You have to do it to yourself. What you are trying to do right now is to listen to my words and try to see if they are real or not. But, as I say most of the time, I don't want you to believe me. Do not believe a word I say. Why should you? Find out for yourself. Question yourself and see if I'm right or wrong. SD, Robert, would it be helpful to ask, to whom does this dream come? Robert, of course, yes, sure. To whom does this dream come? SD, but you could apply that to everything then. Everything. SD, like in the 4 principles, it would be sort of like the first principle. Yes. Remember, the dream world is part of the personal I. When you say, who am I, you're referring to all the worlds. The dream world, this world, the psychic planes, the astral planes, the causal planes. To whom does this all come? It all comes out of my mind. When there is no mind, everything stops. SD, then how should that we agree on anything? I mean, how are we all projecting the war in Iraq, or? Because we're all dreaming the mortal dream. SD, we're all dreaming the same dream. We're all dreaming the dream. We're not all dreaming the same dream. You're dreaming the dream that we're all dreaming the same dream. Students laugh. It's your dream. SB, so Robert, the essence is for us to wake up, is to be established in consciousness. Deeper and deeper. Robert, of course. More profoundly silent to infinity. Robert, and then the one who is established in consciousness disappears. And there is only consciousness. SB, and the thing it'll come up by itself, it'll bubble up by itself. It doesn't really come up because there is nowhere for it to come. It just is. It appears and we can see it. SB, so if we're really serious about this, we will have to practice being established in consciousness, otherwise all the mental understanding is a waste, and all the talking is a waste. Exactly. SC, I'd like to ask a question. I heard Douglas Harding speak the other day. Are you familiar with him? Robert, yes. He says you look out and you look in at the same time? Robert, because there is no out and there is no in. See, when I look at you I am seeing my feelings. When you look at me you are seeing your feelings. SG, you're projecting yourself. SC, pardon. You are projecting yourself. Robert, there is only one and that one sees itself. SE, so by looking at you or anyone else I'm really seeing myself, my feelings. Yourself, yes. SE, so how about an inner feeling comes up? When I look out I see myself, and when I look in I see nothing because of this. If you really look in you will see reality, if you go deep enough within yourself. And you'll see yourself. SC, which is emptiness, which is nothing. I don't like to say it's nothing. It is a thing that cannot be described. It is bliss. Though we use words like para-Brahman, beyond Brahman. It is beyond reality. SC, it can't be put in words. The finite can never describe the infinite. It's impossible to talk about that. But it can be experienced. SC, even momentarily. Yes, to an extent. SB, who experiences it? Robert, the self experiences the self. SB, experience isn't a good word then, because to experience you have to have an experiencer experiencing something. You experience a glimpse. SB, oh, okay. And then the experiencer disappears. SB, well, the whole English language has to be thrown out because it's irrelevant. The English language is part of the world situation. SB, maybe if you threw out the English language you can throw out ourselves also. Laughter. The little self, I mean the ego self. Not really, because if you throw out the English language without throwing yourself out then you won't communicate with anybody. Students laugh. SH, if you throw out the subject and the object then there is just pure experiencing left? Robert, yes. Of course. SH, which is much closer. Yes. Though you don't look to throw anything out, look to transcend. Transcend the body, transcend the mind and become free. Sex, it looks my mind doesn't want to, I'm not going to find anything through my mind, the mind can only see the mind. That's all I see? Robert, the mind is a conglomeration of thoughts about the past and worries about the future. Sex, and the other part is that God can only know God. So the mind can only know the mind, and God can only know God. Yes, you can say that. Sex, and the mind doesn't want to give up. I mean, mind doesn't. I don't want to give up anything. I think there is nothing here, that's what my mind tells me. There is nothing here, why waste your time looking? I do the work, but I see that's what's been going on all my life. I'm doing nothing here, why waste my time? The mind is what keeps you to the earth. SX, yeah. It keeps you earthbound because it's part of your body, remember? But, when you ask the question, to whom is this mind and body? SX, the mind gets boggled. It boggles my mind. You simply say, to me I feel it. Who is the I that feels it? Where did the I come from? Who feels it's their mind and body? Who am I? And keep asking, who am I? And the day will come when something happens and you awaken. It has to. SC, can you do this? Does it have to be done consciously? Do you have to verbally say, who am I, or can you think it? Robert, you can think it. SC, you can. Of course. The mind doesn't know whether you are verbalizing or silent. You know it. It doesn't matter if you are silent or verbal. SP, Robert, is it necessary or useful to practice celibacy, to practice self-inquiry? Robert, no, you don't have to. SX, so you've mentioned hypnosis before, or it's like coming out of being dehypnotized. Robert, you can say that, yes. You wake up. SQ, Robert, about 10 years ago I had meditation, and only a few times since then there was a moment where I just felt I was gone. I didn't realize it until I felt myself returning. There was nothing there. I didn't know about time or anything, there was nothing at all to record. I felt myself, it felt like I was aware of my body again. There was a tremendous amount of joy. Was I in that state for a short time, or? Robert, you had a spiritual experience. If you are fully in that state, there is no return. There are glimpses of the state. That is not the complete state. There are glimpses of it where you can see that there is something worth fighting for. SD, is that what samadhi is? Robert, that's what samadhi is, yes. SX, well, how can you do that when the mind just doesn't want to leave? Robert, if you practice certain forms of meditation, there will be a time when you bypass the mind. SX, yes, I've experienced that, but when you say you are going to leave and not come back. Why not come back? I mean, you do not come back to your old way of thinking. You stay realized all the time. You're no longer fooled by the world. The world becomes subservient to you. SA, how is it, Robert, that you are just appearing in our dream? Is it that we're dreaming you're here? Is that what's going on? Robert, the whole thing is a dream. My body's a dream, my talking is a dream, you're sitting there is a dream. Reality is beyond that. SA, and why are you here? No reason. I am not going to give you an altruistic answer and say I came back for your behalf, laughter. Like the Buddha did or somebody else did. I never asked to this at all, it just happened. I don't consider myself anybody important. I'm just like you, except I see reality, it's no big deal. SH, but doing practices is dreaming too, whatever it may be. Robert, of course. SH, but it's the type of dream that may awaken you, if you don't watch out. Laughs. Yes, exactly. SH, let it catch up with us. It's like the thief becoming a policeman to catch the thief. SE, the fourth state becomes the first state. Robert, the fourth state becomes the only state. And the first three states disappear? Robert, yes. SB, Robert, in some of the books they don't call it a state, they call it a non-state, because a state is something you come in and go out of. So they don't like to call it a state. Robert, so call it a non-state, whatever makes you happy. Students laugh. What's the difference what you call it? I've been getting good reports about the I Am meditation, and we should all be practicing that. When we do it together here, good things happen. That is why I always include this. So let's practice it, shall we? SB, Robert, if we're saying, I am the mind is still thinking though, right? Robert, the thief becomes a policeman to catch a thief. So you have to use your mind to get rid of your mind. SB, so it's slowing it down. It makes it quieter and quieter and quieter. SB, but isn't there after the I am meditation that you should stop the I am meditation and be in consciousness? No. Another name for consciousness is I am. So the I am becomes consciousness. They're both the same. SB, but by saying, I am, the mind is still working. In the beginning. SB, okay. It slows down as you keep saying it. SB, and will it stop eventually? Yes. SB, oh. SC, then there is hope. Robert, of course there is hope for you, Nathan. SC, well, according to the other teachers like Ramesh, I'm quoting what I heard, it will either happen or it won't happen. There is just nothing you can do to make it happen. Well, that's true because you don't try, and you don't read books or try to see every teacher in the world to make it happen. When you are ready to go within yourself and you become still and quiet and stop thinking, it will happen. So let's close our eyes and become still for a couple of minutes. First, become aware of your breath. Relax your body. At this point, the tape ends abruptly. Transcript 48. I am is Brahman. 28th February 1991. Robert, good evening. It's good to be with you again. I welcome you with all of my heart. It's nice of you to come here and get in out of the rain. Something to do. You got tired of watching the war on TV. It's over. No more war. Robert, now you can come here. It's interesting to note how much you are looking for self-realization. When I say how much you're looking, I mean self-realization is nothing you look for. But, you think you have to look. So you come here and this is good. Whatever you put first in your life, that's what you achieve sooner or later. By taking the trouble to go out into the rain and driving on this mountain path to come here, shows that you are interested in yourself. When I was about 16 years old, I lived in the Bronx in New York, and I used to go listen to Joel Goldsmith. Anybody heard of him? He was in Manhattan. In the middle of the winter I had to take the train, change and take a bus. The temperature was maybe 17 degrees, but somehow something in my heart made me go because I wanted to be there. Not particularly to listen to what he had to say, because I already knew what he had to say. But I just wanted to be in his company with like-minded people. It's the same thing here. When you go out of your way to come to satsang, especially in inclement weather when it's hard for you to do. Especially when you can be in a nice cozy home watching TV or drinking wine, or whatever you do at home. You have come out of your way for spiritual life. This means something, not to me, but to yourself. It means that you are on the path, and that is all you need to do. Now your attitude at satsang is important. What kind of an attitude do you have? What do you expect? Those who expect nothing get everything. If you expect me to say something profound, you will always get disappointed. If you expect me to make a great speech, you will always get disappointed. If you expect me to give a sermon again, you will be disappointed. But, if you expect nothing, then my nothing and your nothing merge and becomes everything. Though your attitude should be no attitude. You should never have any attitude, and you shouldn't expect anything. That is called empty mind. When your mind is empty, your true self automatically emerges and you feel a great joy. You feel a great happiness, a great bliss. You begin to feel awareness, joyful awareness. You just become aware not of something, you become aware of no thing, and the no thing is consciousness. So by coming here with an empty mind you feel pure awareness. You don't really feel it because you can't feel pure awareness. You become pure awareness. How do you become pure awareness? You become conscious of pure awareness. You can't really become anything. The personal self can never become pure awareness. The personal self can never know consciousness. When you came here with an empty mind, you gave up the personal self. Therefore you experience pure awareness as consciousness, and that results in bliss. Bliss you can feel. Pure awareness consciousness you cannot. But, in order to feel bliss you have to become pure awareness. Which means to be aware of something, to be aware of consciousness. When you are aware of consciousness, but whose consciousness are you aware of? Not yours because you don't exist. Consciousness exists but you don't. Therefore you can never say that, I am experiencing pure awareness, or I am experiencing consciousness. You cannot say that because I can never experience those things. Therefore when somebody tells you, I think I am experiencing consciousness, look at that person funny because I can never experience consciousness. I can never experience pure awareness. Pure awareness and consciousness just are. They are not this or that, they just exist as themselves. Now somebody tells you, well in the Upanishads and the Vedas it says, I am Brahman. So they're saying that they are Brahman. No, they're not. Now get this and remember it all the time. They are saying, I am is Brahman. They're not saying, I the personal I is Brahman, or consciousness. They're stating their true confession that I am is Brahman. I am is consciousness, not you. You don't exist. But I am Brahman, consciousness, pure awareness, bliss are all synonymous, they happen at the same time. The reason we speak about these things is because of time and space. When you are the body speaking, time and space appear to exist. When time and space appear to exist, you have to use words to explain what you mean. So you say your real nature is pure awareness. Aware of what? Aware of consciousness, which leads to bliss, which is absolute reality. Yet these words are all synonymous, they all mean the same thing, therefore a realized person to make you understand that they all mean the same thing is silent. Now can you see why silence is the ultimate teacher? As long as you use words you confuse yourself, and you confuse people. But, as you become silent like Fred, the real self becomes domineering and the personal self rushes back into the heart. Therefore those of you who talk too much realize that you are the most confused, for words merely confuse. And remember again, because you believe you are the body, time and space exist for you, and in that space and in that time you are speaking words. You have to speak them one after the other, so that somebody else who appears to be like you listens to your words and then they react. They become happy if you said something nice, and they become angry if you say something ugly, and life goes on. So the reason we come to satsang is to understand that there is no body, there is no mind, there is only the self. Self cannot be explained by words, can only be experienced as pure being. And that being is consciousness, that consciousness is pure awareness, which is absolute reality and results in bliss. This is why you hear me say so many times that the first sign of progress on the spiritual path is when you begin to feel a profound peace within yourself. That's the bliss I'm talking about. You perhaps not experienced it completely, but you just feel a profound peace that you never felt before. Things that used to bother you cease. People who made you angry cease making you angry. They haven't changed, you have grown. Words become meaningless. You begin to spend more time by yourself, and you become very, very happy. Question therefore arises, do you mean if I become self-realized that I have to be by myself? I have to become a hermit? On the contrary, I'm talking about mentally. For instance, There was a birthday party in my family recently and there were about 15-20 people there. As usual, I sit in the chair and watch. And there was all kinds of noise and dancing and everything going on, but I am eternal peace. It makes no difference what anybody does or says. I am at peace. I do not say, I can't stand it in here, there is too much noise and I have to go be by myself in peace. I am at peace wherever I go. You see the difference? Those of you who believe or think that you have to run away from your environment or from certain people because they drive you crazy, these people are a blessing in disguise. For they make you see yourself. What do they make you see? They make you see that you are not at peace with yourself. Do you really think that if you go to a monastery or to an ashram or to a cave you will be at peace? If you cannot be at peace at a party, don't you see? Wherever you go, you've got to take yourself with you. And if you are not at peace where you are, if you go to a cave to live by yourself, you'd go insane. Your mind would drive you out of your mind. Laughs. Which is good. The world is your laboratory where you practice on yourself. Do not try to escape from the world. Do not try to change things, but watch yourself, see what you're all about. Watch the things that upset you. Watch how many words you use during the day. How you talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. Watch how you react to what people say. How many of you react to your TV? You watch a program, you laugh if it's funny, you cry if it's sad, you get angry if they do what you don't like. You are not in control of yourself. The TV controls you. I know a person who turns on the TV as soon as they get out of bed and they turn it off at about 12 o'clock at night when they go to sleep. They can't stand to be alone without somebody telling them something. Because when they are by themselves without a TV or without a radio, their mind drives them crazy. All sorts of thoughts pop up, so to escape they watch the TV. And then before they turn off the TV, they're already thinking, what am I going to do now? So they go to a movie. Before the movie's over, they're already thinking, what am I going to do when the movie is over? They go bowling, they've got to be doing something all the time. They cannot be alone because their thoughts confound them. You have to examine yourself. You have to see who you are. You have to begin to understand you are not the doer and become still and relaxed and peaceful with yourself. The way you become peaceful is by realizing I am not the doer. I didn't ask to be born the way I am. I didn't ask to be born of certain parents in a certain country at a certain time. I didn't ask to be born into an impoverished family or into a wealthy family or into a spiritual family or into an atheist family or into a family of agnostics. You didn't ask for that, yet you find yourself in that particular family. If you are fortunate enough, when you get to the age of reason, you begin to question, how did I get here? What am I doing in this environment? Who put me here? What is my purpose? As you sincerely ask yourself these questions, the answers will be revealed to you and you will begin to understand that everything was predetermined, preordained. If you are fortunate enough to come under the tutelage of a guru or a jnani, it will be explained to you that you may appear to think that you were born into this particular family under these circumstances, but in reality that is not you. You are not that. You are boundless. You are free. You are of the unborn. You have always been and you will always be. That is your true nature. Can you imagine learning these things when you are young? Having this type of understanding? That even though I may appear to be a body, even though I may appear to be doing something, in reality I am doing nothing and I am not the body. If you are not the body and you are doing nothing, then who is doing the work? And the answer is no one. There was no one ever born. There is no one who subsists, and there is no one who disappears. And you are that no one. Now as I share this with you, what do you personally think you are? First mistake you make is to believe that you are the personal I. Identification with the body. That's your first mistake. The second mistake is that your mind identifies with the world. And the third mistake is that your mind and body reacts to your environment. We therefore begin with the body. You say to yourself, I exist, there is no doubt about this, I exist. But who is this I that exists? It's the personal I. Yet when I go to sleep, I am not aware of that I. But, yet I still exists even though I am asleep. And when I'm dreaming, I dream about all kinds of things. Yet I say I dreamt. I is always persisting itself to remind you that you are I. And you keep identifying with I most of your life. When you begin to question your own existence. How can I exist the way I am? For when I was a baby I existed as a completely different body. As a teenager I also existed, but I was different than I am today. And look at me today, I exist as I am today. But, I always seems to be present. Therefore, who am I? Who am I really? And the questioning begins. You have shown yourself that you are not your body because you've been different at different times of your life. You've appeared different so you cannot be the body that seems to appear one way at one time and different ways at different times. Am I my mind? How can I be my mind? My mind is only a conglomeration of thoughts, thoughts of the past and thoughts of the future. Though I cannot be my mind. Therefore, what am I? If you ask sincerely, something will tell you within yourself that if you get to the source of the I, all your problems will be over. Though you start thinking about the source. As you think about the source, you think of nothing because the source of the I is no thing. And you begin to see that the I that has been confronting you all of these years has to have a source, and the source is no thing. If the source is no thing, how can there be an I? Now you begin to wake up and you laugh at yourself. You finally realize, I don't exist, I never have existed, I don't exist as consciousness, I don't exist as pure awareness, I just don't exist. But, the source's omnipresence is ultimate oneness. Then you can say, I am the source. Because at that time you will realize when you say, I am, you are not referring to your body anymore, you are not referring to your mind. You are referring to God, to pure awareness, to consciousness, to absolute reality. At that state, you don't even think of those words. For as I mentioned before, those words only exist in time and in space. And in your realization you understand that there is no time and no space. Though there are no words, there is only the source, and you become free and liberated. Now I know some of you don't even know what I'm talking about. Though let's ask some questions. Okay, so Robert, is there an almighty God? An all-knowing God? Robert, aside from you? An almighty, all-knowing God? Beside yourself? No, that's not what I'm asking. I don't want to relate myself to God. I'm asking you, is there an almighty and all-knowing God? What do you think you are? No, I'm very limited. Then there is a God for you. No, that is not what I'm asking. I'm asking you if there is a God? An almighty, all-knowing God? For you? Forget me. I'm asking you. As long as you believe that you are limited, there is. No, I'm asking you, for you, is there an almighty, all-knowing God? Not for me, forget me. Why should there be one for me and not for you? Well, there could be, I don't know. Then there are 2 gods, or 3 gods, or 4 gods. St. Well, maybe I don't know of them and you do. I don't know of any God. St. You don't. No. St. So all this teaching I have perceived is all baloney. Sure. It's all baloney. Laughter. Now what? Students laugh. St. Just wanted to know if that, you know. That is why I say, words are all baloney. The more you talk, the less you know. If you can become still and go into the silence and ask sincerely, who am I? Then you will know who God is. It makes no difference what I think. St. So there is no all-knowingness. All-pervasiveness? I don't know. What do you think? St. I don't know. I'm not there. What's the difference what I think or what I know? What good does it do you? St. I'm just trying to see what you would. Find out for yourself. St. Well, I've been trying, but I could not find anything in that sense. Try harder. St. I've heard of people who claim they know a lot more than I do, you know. People who I have been in contact with which they have told me that they have merged with a, who knows. Well, when somebody tells you that, be careful. Students laugh. How can I merge with anything? There would have to be two of me, a merger and a mergery. There is no one to merge. St. Well, how do you explain intelligence? In my opinion, nature is intelligence. You don't explain intelligence, you become intelligence. St. Yea, but if you are intelligent, you're supposed to be able to demonstrate intelligence. Says who? How do you demonstrate it? By talking. St. No, let's say if I was nature, I would be able to create flowers, trees, whatever, right? How do you know you don't? St. Well, I know I am not able to create. Who knows? St. I do as I'm sitting here. That is the answer. Who is the I? What are you talking about? You are talking about a personal I? And a personal I can never know anything, except the world as it looks. So the whole idea is to transcend the personal I, and you wouldn't have that question. St. But you seem to say that if you are in the awareness of the higher I, or what you call it, the I am presence or whatever, you are just in silence, there is no knowing involved, is that so? That's so, silence. St. And silence creates intelligence. No, silence doesn't create anything. St. Doesn't create anything? Because nothing exists but silence. Silence is synonymous with the self, with consciousness, with pure awareness. It's the same thing. You see the difference? Silence isn't created. Silence is that. St. I understand that, but still when it goes into pure awareness, awareness meaning to be aware of everything. To be aware of consciousness. Pardon? To be aware of consciousness. St. Yeah, but that would imply that you were aware, like all-knowing, aware of everything, aware of pure awareness. What do you mean by everything? St. Like I say, all-knowing represents to me pure awareness. You're referring to knowing about material things? St. No, not just that, everything from the highest to the lowest, the whole scope. But there is no highest and there is no lowest. St. Okay, I just made that in a sense that there is multiple differences, a diversity in oneness, let's say. No, there is not. No, there is not at all. There is only oneness, and there is no diversity. St. But there is unity, and then there is diversity. We have many things in the universe. To you. That is how it appears to you. That is your precept. St. Okay. That's your opinion. That is how you see it. St. But then you are saying when you are in pure awareness you do not know anything. You are nothing. As far as this material world is concerned. When you are nothing you are everything. St. Okay. I know what you are referring to. You are still interested in Siddhi's powers. St. No, I'm just referring to, like people to God, or to religious God, you know. Most religions believe in a God who knows all. But, what do you care what most religions believe? What do you believe? St. I don't know. Find out. St. I'm guessing. Question. Question yourself, find out. St. That is what I've been trying to do, but I can't find my answer, so. Go deeper. That is all you've got to do. Ask yourself, who doubts? Find out and get rid of that person. Then you'll be free. Pause. Feel free to ask anything or say something. Throw a pie in my face. Do whatever you like. SG, Robert, I don't know whether this is just something I want to say or maybe see what you think about it. I am beginning to think that this state is, maybe I've read it before. The problem is that it is beyond our senses. It's beyond seeing, feeling, touching, hearing. Robert, indeed. Therefore it's a whole other thing. We can't perceive it in any other way that we are accustomed to perceiving it. Robert, exactly. And also my explanations of things are also limited because they're all done in terms of my senses. Robert, exactly. So the state is beyond that? Robert, exactly. That is why you have to go into the silence, where you are not disturbed by words and people and things, and go deep within the silence, and then you experience the bliss of the silence. And you become free. At this point is a tape break. Beyond things. Words cannot describe it. St. How old were you when this happened to you? Robert, what happened to me? St. When you went through this state. You make it sound like a catastrophe. Students laugh. I was 14. St. You were 14. St. And you've got a family and everything. Yes. At this point is a tape break. Robert, tape starts abruptly, people are crying, people are moaning, it's not that bad, you know. Robert, are children closer to their I am? Robert, are children closer? Yeah. Definitely, because they were recently born, and they have not been brainwashed by the world yet. Just like animals. So they are much closer to themselves than grown-ups are. Grown-ups become opinionated and brainwashed and brain-dead. Laughter. SG, that's truth. Robert, that's why we have wars and man's inhumanity to man. Can you imagine fighting over a piece of land? It's ludicrous. Or fighting over anything? Yet this is the way of the world. Children in their natural state do not really fight until they learn from grown-ups. They'll become as a little child. What this injunction means is to see the world with awe, fresh and new. The everything is a miracle and wonder where it all came from. Again, if you sincerely inquire, where did the world come from? Where did the trees come from? Where did the animals come from? Where did the insects come from? If you ask the question deep within yourself, the answer will come that it's all a projection of your own mind. It comes out of you just like a dream does. When that answer comes to you, you will be happy. You will be at peace. But didn't you say it doesn't exist? Robert, it doesn't. How can something that doesn't exist and then it makes us happy? No, the happiness doesn't come from that. When you look at the world with awe and you see the miracle of creation. That's easy. And you inquire, where does this come from? How did it get here? If you are sincere enough, the answer will come through you that everything came out of your mind. Is a projection of your mind, and the answer makes you happy to know. But if somebody dies, the mind is gone, but the body is still going to be here. Robert, if somebody dies, yeah. Body is going to be here. The corpse is going to remain here, whether you are here or not. That is how you see it. No. Everybody sees the corpse. Everybody who thinks the same way who sees the corpse. Yeah, so that is something that. What does that mean? Isn't attached to the mind. Corpse is not a product of the mind then. When the mind is gone, the mind doesn't go anywhere. When you die, what happens? You don't die, nobody dies. What is the process of dying? Do you simply become unconscious like you fall asleep? What is it? You are thinking that you die, but you don't die. When you are awake, you watch everything like a movie. Nobody dies. Life energy leaves the body, isn't that an effect? No, that is on the relative plane. Pardon? It's on the relative plane only. That is how it appears, and as long as you believe you are the body-mind, that is true. No, that is not what I'm saying. I'm saying the body is separate from the mind. It appears to be because if a man dies, the body is still here, but it's a dead corpse. That is how it appears. But to whom does it appear that way? To everybody who sees the corpse. No. To the person. No, the person is gone. He is no longer here. No, you are still a person. Pardon? You are still a person. As long as you still believe you are the body, you go nowhere. No. Robert, the person is dead. He's gone. He's maybe in heaven, or who knows where that person is. So how can you be dead? If he goes to heaven, how can he be dead? He is no longer in the body. The person is still in the body, it's still alive. Though you have gone to heaven? Yeah. And you have left your body? Right, the body is dead here, just a corpse. And you have left it and gone to heaven? Pardon. You have left your body and gone to heaven? Yeah. And the corpse is lying on the floor dead. Right. There's who? Everybody knows that. No, they don't. A corpse is a corpse. It starts rotting immediately when the mind finds out, she leaves. That is how it appears, just like everything else in the world. So why does it start rotting? To whom does it rot? Who sees it like that? Students laugh. It's just like you were saying, why is the lamp on? Why is room blue? Why is the sky blue? Why does everything exist the way it appears to exist? Who is doing the seeing? Because there is intelligence involved in it. But who is doing the looking? Who is doing the seeing? Everybody his own way. Forget about everybody, talk about yourself. As long as you see these things, you have to ask yourself, who sees? And you will realize that your ego sees all these things. All these things happen to you on an ego level. But if you go beyond the ego, it doesn't exist. Are you saying nothing exists then? Nothing as you know it. yeah. All the things you are telling me is coming from the point of view that you are at now. Right. That state that you are in. Right. But there are other states. Tell me, Robert, how do you see if somebody dies? What do you see? What is happening? I see through it. But what actually do you see? What happens? Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Something must have happened or you wouldn't see a dead corpse here. Look at it this way, when you see a reflection in the mirror, what happens? Does the mirror suffer from the reflection? Does the mirror see the reflection? The mirror remains the mirror, but the reflection appears to be in the mirror. But the reflection always changes. What happens to an ordinary person who dies a normal death in bed, let's say? What kind of tremor or what kind of experience do they go through? But you were talking about them. Speak about yourself. Mate, I've not died yet, I don't know. So you are saying, in other words, when you die, what am I going to go through? Yeah, okay, yeah. You will go through whatever you are going through now. What? If you stay the way you are, you will go through. I'm asking you for the process, what if that? But there is no process because there is no death. But, as long as... what is happening when I fall asleep? You dream. You sleep. You wake up. Okay, is that the same experience as falling asleep? There is no going to sleep when you die. Well, what is the difference between falling asleep and death? Falling asleep is when you are still conscious. No, if I fall asleep I don't know nothing, nobody's here. If I was asleep right now I do not know what's going on. But your real self is conscious. What you really are is always conscious. Yeah. It's consciousness. Okay. My question is if you could just explain to me what's happening when you die. Not just falling asleep, not just. What I'm trying to tell you is nothing happens. Nothing happens. You want something to happen. There is some kind of process happening there. It's happening to you as long as you believe what you believe. So you will go through a process. You'll appear to leave your body. You'll go to the astral plane, take a rest or vacation, and then you'll go back into another body. And you will continue forever because that is what you believe now. Well, not necessarily. I grew as a Catholic, so I have no experience of reincarnation, you know. So what experience do you have as a Catholic? None except their teachings. Robert, as you believe it is done unto you. So whatever you believe now, that's what happens to you. Forget about others. Do not think about other people, think of yourself. That's the whole point. Whatever you believe about yourself now, that is what happens to you when you die. In other words, if you believe you go to heaven and hell, that is what you will do. But it is all a reflection of your mind. You are creating all those states. Therefore find out, who is doing all of this? To whom does this belief come? Find out and be done with it, and you will be free. Do you see what I mean? The mistake you are making is you want to bring everyone into the picture. There are no others. Whenever you want an answer to a question, it's between you and the questioner, you and yourself. So ask yourself, where do I go after death? Who wants to know? I do. Who am I? Who am I? And when you find out who I is, all your questions will be answered, but it's always between you and yourself. never mind the other people. SV, Robert, there are people who have been listening to teachings like this for 50 or 60 years. They could stand in a room and have an angry outburst in front of other people or to someone. They can vent your anger, say unkind things, be hostile and think of the rut, and then after doing that they can sit in a room and glare at people and give them hateful looks. And they think that they are self-realized? Can you comment on that? Robert, well, of course people like that are growing and they are trying, and one day they will awaken, so what's to say? We must learn to have compassion for everybody. SV, I understand. Could you comment on the stupidity of that host? To be angry and not know that you are angry is to be deluded? Well, nobody is stupid. Somebody who is angry will one day ask the question, who is angry? And they will begin the path. SV, true, let it begin. But what matters is what you see. SV, I already know that. If you feel the anger, then you have to work on yourself. SV, I understand. Until they've seen that they haven't even got on the path yet, they think they're already at the end. We'll forget about them. Leave them all alone. SV, well, I'm just trying to help them out right now. That's okay. Just be yourself. How you help? Can you see that? SV, I understand. When you become yourself, you are omnipresent and your vibrations go into everything. SV, I understand. ST, so do you feel one with me? Laughter. There's no me practically. There is only you. Robert, there is not me and there is not you. ST, okay. And I can't pick you out and say. I feel one with you. ST, huh. I can't pick you out and say I feel one with you. I feel one, period. ST, yeah, but if you feel one, you don't give a damn about me. Students laugh. SH, oh yes he does. Students laugh. Robert, because I give a damn about me, I give a damn about you because there is only one. I am you. ST, it appears to me like that. You are too self-centered, you don't know nothing about what's your business, how you feel doesn't really. It's none of my business, right? SH, well, you think I'm the separate self, like you believe you are. ST, yeah, fine. That's the reality to me. Yeah, true? Question it. ST, according to Robert, no. According to me, yes, you know. Well, you can question it. Sometime you will. ST, well, maybe. Robert, be gentle with yourself and watch the things you say. ST, but can you be practical in that sense? Of course. ST, yeah. Of course. ST, because how free are you in that state? Totally free. ST, totally free. True. ST, you still have to maintain your separate existence like when we talk to each other. That's how it appears. ST, yet and also you cannot express yourself in a way that there is oneness. That I feel it. You couldn't express yourself to me that I feel it, that there is no separation. As two persons speaking to each other, I mean. I can only be myself and you can only be yourself. ST, that's what I mean. This is the dilemma of humanity, that we cannot see oneness in each other. I am just myself, and I have nothing to do with the rest of the people. On the contrary, because if you remember when I say I myself, I'm not speaking of Robert, I'm speaking of the self that I am. ST, that is what I mean. Can you not as Robert, can you be oneness that you express? I don't have to feel oneness. Oneness already exists. ST, no, I mean you express it to the individual. that the individual will feel oneness with that almighty oneness. It's like asking for God's grace. St. Yes, that's what I'm saying. God's grace is always present. St. Okay. But it's a mature person that can feel it. St. It's only a mature person that can feel it. St. I was just recently reading a book of Clea Prophet, and she says prayer only works if you have a degree, meaning demand to God to manifest His grace. So what can I say? St. I don't know. Robert, everybody says all kinds of things. Sr. I think what Ramakrishna says, the grace of God is always flowing, you have to run through it with your sails. Robert, that's good. SS. Robert, a few years ago my eldest son had a profound spiritual experience. He was with a large group of people in the presence of a master, and he said he really couldn't explain it to me. He said that words don't explain it, but he felt the oneness of everything, and he said that people looked at him after that experience as though he were different. As though he was special, as though he was something really different had happened to him, and what he experienced as nearest he could tell me was that he could see them, and he felt that they were looking at themselves when they saw him, and he kept telling them, "Don't you know you are seeing yourself?" And then after that he said, "Mom, it's so easy, it's right there, just right there." Could you comment on that? Robert, yes, that's the example I gave of the mirror. Look at me as a mirror, and when you look at the mirror you see yourself. You see a reflection, but that doesn't change the mirror. I see a reflection superimposed on myself, but I realize I am the mirror and not the superimposition. Therefore, the whole world is a superimposition on the self, and when people become the self, there is only one self. Superimpositions are reflections of that self. But your son realizes that he is the mirror and everything else is a reflection. It comes and goes, but he never changes. The whole universe is that self. And he is that. Do you follow that? Is that clear? SS. Yes, very clear. But he wasn't able to retain that state. He tried very hard for quite some time to keep that state, but it was very difficult for him in the world to retain it. He's been trying to get the state again since. Robert, he had a glimpse of reality. SS. Yeah, he did. That's good. SD. Why would it go away or become dimmer? Robert, because it wasn't fully developed. SJ. What do you suggest to fully develop that kind of state? Robert, to go deeper within and to be able to see that you are consciousness by keeping silence. SS. I do remember him telling me that he did want to stay quiet. He wanted to stay silent, but that was very difficult to stay in the silence. He would ask himself continuously, to whom does the world come? Who is experiencing the noisy world? And follow the eye to the source, he would become totally free. SD. Robert, would you explain again your answer to the Master Maharshi's teaching as to the explanation of what the self is? Robert, what the self is? You want to know what the self is? SD. Yes. What is the self? The self is the self when everything else is removed. When the world is removed, when the thoughts are removed, when the mind is removed, when the universe is removed, then the self is left over. SD. So the self is both everything and nothing. It makes up all that is. Everything is the self and everything is no thing. SH. It doesn't seem to make much sense. Robert, that's good. SG. It's not supposed to. Robert, you're making progress. SH. Thank you, Robert. It's the sweetest thing you ever said. If it made sense, you would be in trouble. Laughter. SG, so in that I am condition is there no experience whatsoever? Robert, for whom is there an experience? The experiencer has been eliminated. SL, is that the continual state of your day? What is your day like? What goes on inside? Robert, my day is like everybody else's day. SL, but how can? It's a trap, I knew that, I shouldn't have asked the question. Laughs. There's nothing special about me. SD, except that you're awake and we're not, or we don't think we are. Laughs. Robert, well, to me that's just natural. SL, you have experiences, but there is no experiences. Robert, what kind of experiences do I have? SL, well, thinking about your day. I just go through the day spontaneously. SL, excuse me. I go through the day spontaneously, doing whatever has to done at that moment. SL, but you do not experience it. I'm not the doer, I watch myself doing, but I realize that I'm not the doer. SL, is that all there is to it? That's it, simple. What do you want? Laughter. SL, that's really all there is to it. There's just standing back and realizing that life is beautiful. Laughs. But if it doesn't exist, why is there even an adjective? You become spontaneous and the adjective is consciousness. You realize yourself as consciousness like the screen, and you enjoy watching all the pictures on the screen. But you understand that you are the screen. SL, so if a person is going through this alleged life, enjoying everything and not reacting, but simply being spontaneous, then, is that all there is to it? That's it. SL, besides knowing that, besides even living that, there is still an experience. For whom? SL, well, like the experience that her son had. Probably most everybody here sees everyone else here as themselves. Again, never mind everybody else. Speak only about yourself. SL, well, that sounds egotistical. It has to be, because if you know you are egotistical, that is how you get rid of the ego, by knowing you are an ego first. So that's a good point. SL, but what are we all lacking? Nothing. SL, we are lacking in experience. No, we are not. D, that is your point of view. SL, then we are exactly where you are then. Of course. SL, if we live in beauty and in love, we are where you are. Forget about living in beauty and love. Students laugh. SH, if you throw out the beauty and love, then you're there. Students laugh. SL, well, if we're living the miracle, then, as you said, everything is a miracle. Robert, and you ask yourself, to whom does it come? To whom does the miracle come? SL, to nobody. That's right. So you're nobody. You're nobody. You're just nobody. You have no body. Now you've got it. Long silence. If you truly wish to repent, just sit in silent meditation and see the perfect reality within. For all manners of evil merely arise in erroneous thought. At this point, the tape ends. Transcript 49. I acknowledge you. 3rd March, 1991. Robert, good afternoon. It's good being with you again. I welcome you with all my heart. There's some of you who come here to hear me speak. This is not exactly right. The message is between the words. The words themselves are fine, but the real message is in between, in the silence, in the quietness. That's where reality is. The less you talk, the more you achieve. Learn to be quiet. Learn to find time at home where you do not speak. The world will still go on without you. You don't have to worry. The power that runs this world does not need your advice. When you become still quiet, you make a connection with a great power, and then things happen. I would like to acknowledge you, not by name, but just to acknowledge you. There are those of us who believe that in the transcendental state, you do not care about anyone or anything. This is not true. I am aware of each one of you. I am more aware of you than you'll ever know. I may not talk to some of you or say anything, but I know all about you. How do I see you? It is true that I see everything as consciousness. Imagine consciousness as a gigantic screen, and you are images on the screen. Though I am aware that I am the screen and you are the images of myself. There is only one self and I am that. Therefore I am aware of both, that your appearance exists on the screen, yet you are the screen or you are consciousness, but you are still seeing yourself as an image, as a body, whereas I see you as consciousness and also as the appearance that you see as a body. But I know the truth. Therefore, I am aware of you. There are some of you who come to see me from far away. We have people here who come from San Jose, Santa Cruz, San Diego and other far places. I'm aware of that. Thursday, it was a rainy day, yet we had quite a few people here. That's why I explained first things first. If you're really interested in your spiritual life, if you really wish to transcend the body, you've got to make this first in your life. You cannot compare satsang to watching the TV or going to a movie or going bowling or anything else. If you put satsang in the same category, then there is a total confusion within you and you don't even know what you want. But where you put your energy, where you put your life force, what you go after with all your heart, with all your soul, this is what you ultimately become. I appreciate you. I appreciate those of you who support me financially, who put funds in the collection box. Most of you realize this is my only source of income at this time. I appreciate that. Always remember whatever you give of yourself, you're giving to yourself, because there's only one self. When you give away your love, you give your joy, you give your truth, you give your happiness, you give your finances, you give whatever you give. It's like your right hand giving to the left hand. If you took away all space and all time, there would only be one person. The reason we appear as many is because of time and space, Maya, the illusion. It appears as if there is time and space. Therefore there are many. But, as you go within yourself, as you begin to identify with pure consciousness, time and space seem to disappear, and wherever you look, you see yourself, for there's no room for anyone else. There is only one self. This is why you should never be angry at anyone, never judge anyone, never become upset with anyone or react to anyone, for you are really doing it to yourself. Whatever is going to happen will happen. Your job is not to react. Your job is to understand that everything is predestined. You are in your right place where you are supposed to be. If there is anything that appears in your life that you don't like, it's wrong to try to change it. It's right to go within yourself and see the truth within yourself. And then the appropriate changes will come by itself. Change no one. Change nothing. React to no one, react to nothing. Do not live in the past and do not worry about the future. Stay in the eternal now, where all is well. Though I acknowledge you. After all, you are me and I am you. There's no difference. I love you all, for I love the self. Love and the self are synonymous. And since the self is omnipresent, how can I not love you? Love is consciousness, absolute reality. We are all that. Why do you see others? Why do you see perverse situations? Why do you see all these dastardly things that seem to be apparent? Your eyes are meant for you to see, but to see the truth, whereas with most people the eyes see an object and sends the message to the brain according to your programming, and you react accordingly. When you begin to realize it's all a game, no one is born, no one dies, and in between no one prevails. There's only God, pure awareness. There are many methods to use to recognize this truth. This is why I share these with you. Not everyone can practice Atma-vichara, self-inquiry. Therefore I share these other methods with you. There are many things that you should do. How many more years do you think you've got in your body? Why go after the fleeting things that change and disappear? Forget about trying to win the lottery. Forget about who's hurt you. Forget about your sins of omission and commission. Let go of everything. Be yourself. Do not react to the world. Do not even react to your own body. Do not even react to your own thoughts. Learn to become the witness. Learn to be quiet. I know sometimes you get up in the morning and you feel out of sorts. You may feel depression, you may feel the collective unconscious of the world, which is a negative vibration. You should immediately snap out of this by realizing this is not the truth about me. The truth about me is I am love, I am consciousness, I am absolute reality. Identify with the truth about yourself. Do not allow your mind to tell you one iota of negative thinking. Catch yourself. It makes no difference what position you're in. Do not believe and think, well, when things get better I'll have time to do this. There's no such thing. You've got to start where you are. You've got to be yourself now and forever. Things will never change. Get rid of your arrogance. Develop humility. Become humble. By that I don't mean become a doormat for people to step on. In humility there is strength. You understand the truth, therefore you do not get involved in pettiness, in nonsense. The truth shall always prevail regardless of appearances. People were bored, then a war started. It became exciting for some people. Something to do to get rid of their boredom. Now the war is over and they become bored again, always looking for excitement, looking for something outside of themselves. I can assure you, my friends, there is nothing outside of yourself. Remember, the whole world is a projection of your mind. Never forget this. It is you who make the world real. The world picture is very strong in your mind, and the stronger your mind, the more real the world. This is why in all the higher teachings we are told we have to destroy the mind. What do you mean by that? The mind is known to be a conglomeration of thoughts about the past and worry about the future. That's all the mind is. As you begin to understand your true nature, the mind settles down and goes back into the heart, where it's supposed to rest. The heart is the self. Therefore, the mind becomes the self. The self is the universal. The universal is absolute reality, which results in bliss. Therefore, your life can be blissful while you're still in the body. You do not have to give up anything, really. You simply have to put everything in the right perspective. You can work, you can play, you can go on vacation, you can do anything you like, but you'll always be aware of the truth of your being, that's all. Do not think when someone attains liberation they have to go and live in a cave and forget about the world. On the contrary, you're in the world but not of the world. You see through appearances and you become happy. Now, one of the ways of quieting the mind is chanting. It has been known for centuries that chanting makes the mind one-pointed. It works through the nervous system, bringing peace and tranquility to the mind. Then the mind disappears of its own volition. Let's do that now, shall we? Chanting. Anything to stop the mind from thinking. I receive mail from various parts of the world, and sometimes, when I think it's apropos, I share it with you, for many people have the same questions. We're going to do that now, Mary. We have one of the letters from Taiwan who by the name of Andy used to come here. He now lives in Taiwan, and he's been practicing these things. This letter will describe how he's doing. Mary, this was written on February 19th. He says, "Dear Robert, Namaskar. I'm happy to say what a joy and a precious gift it is to know you and have your presence in my life. From our first meeting I felt a warmth and friendship that I've continued to find companionship as well as pure shining light of my own true being. I share thanks. I am writing now with a feeling of needing to express something that has been a source of ambivalence and unclarity for quite some time. I often experience a subtle conflict that seems to result from infrequent, but clear insights into my true nature which render all other spiritual issues irrelevant and unnecessary. In other words, when the truth is clear as it often is when I hear your words, or more accurately what they express, there simply is no consideration of anything else. What could possibly be worth considering, including the question of the truth? But this is not a living understanding. My mind is mostly busy and continually dreaming. However, even though these moments of living clarity are rare and elusive, just having reference to them sort of dissipates any motivation towards spiritual action, even when I desire it. This must sound quite comical to you, as it does somewhat to me as I write it. That is why perhaps I have neglected to acknowledge it concretely until now. It's always felt more worthwhile to just go back to the whole truth on whatever level it's perceivable at the time, knowing it's the only reality and all else is bullshit. Yet here this body is feeling that the only real purpose of living is to realize fully my true nature and embody it in every breath. My day-to-day experience says that I'm far from this, but the echo of insight says there is nothing but this. Every time there is inquiry, every time there is meditation, which is never with prescribed intention, this conclusion is quickly reached regardless of the experience of identification. Regardless of reaction, attachment, aversion, these are all insubstantial appearances which are of one consciousness, and to say that is, to say far too much. The meditation renders the life of Andy Kinkart unworthy of consideration. I guess, Robert, the essence of it is doubt. The ego's last stand, like, yeah, right, you think you know the truth when your life is like this. But it's not just that I don't doubt the insight, the simple clarity is beyond doubt. It just feels like there is something more to come to fruition, and it's really not even like I desire for something to be fulfilled in the sense that I will be relieved of suffering. But I'll read the words of Maharaj or yours of your experience along with his or your advice on actions to do or ways to be. But when I go through the words to the space that he or you are coming from, I just feel like, why? What is being done to what? And that even feels like too much consideration to give to the issue. When I mention doubt, I think I was referring to the doubt of fear that my understanding is largely intellectual, based on experiences of clarity. But even as I write this, it sounds ridiculous. Why am I entertaining these silly thoughts? The understanding is all there is, and there is nothing to do but to dwell in it. Well, with saying that, it feels like this letter expresses through embodying some of the cyclic ambivalence that arises from me. I beg your pardon if what I've shared is boring and monotonous. I'll leave you, so to speak, with something I just wrote a day or two ago that brought me back to the place I belong, with the understanding that all forms are of one universal being, which is void of any existence. What can be done? Can there even be anyone to carry this understanding? The truth is regardless of its acknowledgement through understanding. So how does the form pursue its own emptiness? See the nature of emptiness already within the form, and there will be nothing to pursue. See that the seer as well, and even the seeing, are all empty and illusions of memory. Just be quiet and allow the light of awareness to burn away the clouds of forms in perpetual change. Only pure being is free of form and change and becoming. Just be by burning through the illusion of identified perception. The kingdom of heaven is now. Simply give up all lies to the contrary. Once again the friendship which shares our being is a true joy. Andy. Robert. Now, Ed, would you answer that letter for me? S.E. His understanding being said. Robert. In essence, tell him he's too wordy and all of his experiences are a manifestation out of his own mind. He has to become still by going deeper within himself, and if anything comes up, tell him to catch himself and through self-inquiry ask, to whom does it come? SM. What did you want, Robert? Robert. That letter. That letter? Or the other one? Robert. This one. Send him lesson number 3. Now there's one more if you would like to read, Mary. S.U. Robert, didn't it show a rather good understanding? He said, I create exactly reality with regardless of the understanding, that is regardless of mind or concept or anything else, so it sounds to me that it was coming from a very quiet place. Robert, it's a good letter and he shows a lot of understanding, but all he has to say is, all is well. S.U. Regardless of the understanding? Yes, because if you really had an understanding there is nothing to say. See, that is something we all have to realize. It's not how much profound knowledge we know intellectually. It's how much we don't know. We have to transcend the mind that wants to be worthy and profound. We have to go beyond that to wake up. As long as your mind is filled with beautiful poetry and beautiful quotations and profound knowledge, you can never become free. The idea is to give it all up. Then in your freedom you know all these things, but there is nothing to say. Would you like to read the next one? Mary. All right, do you want the letter part first then the card? Robert. Read the card first. Mary. The card first, okay. Dear Robert, thank you so much for showing me the trust that I can have for myself, and that everything is truly all right. With love and oneness, Jim. And then here's a little letter from Jim also. Dear Robert, enclosed is a check sent to me from Joan, whom I knew 10 years ago in Syracuse. She was a spiritual friend, and I have been sending her your tapes. From the letters she has written to me, they seem to be beautifully changing her life. If you feel inclined, you could write to her. I am sure this is actually a lot of money for her to be sending. Take care, love and blessings, Jim. Joan is in New York. Robert. Ed, would you send her lessons 1, 2, and 3? We conduct all of our business here. Laughter. We have to understand that we do not come here to overcome a problem. We do not come here to acquire profound knowledge. We do not come here to memorize words that I say or books that you've read and you memorized the beautiful quotations and you're able to repeat these things. We come here to empty ourselves. It's only when you become an empty vessel that the truth, which you really are, can shine forth. When you have too much head knowledge, you keep yourself from awakening. When you have too much book knowledge, you keep yourself from awakening. This is why words are always inadequate. You are already liberated. All you really have to do is to get rid of those things that tell you you're not. When thoughts come to you, when ideas come to you, whatever comes to you, realize that's not what it is. Netanti, not this, not this. Reality is your real nature. You don't have to go anywhere to find it. You don't have to travel the world looking for teachers. All you have to do is become humble, have humility, go within, and the truth will reveal itself. It makes no difference what your condition may be. This is totally irrelevant. You can be rich or poor, sick or healthy, deformed or otherwise. Makes no difference. It has nothing to do with reality. It's like you go and see a movie and you identify with the plot and the actors and the actresses. Then the movie ends and you're nowhere, for you've spent all your energy identifying with the actors and the actresses, the roles they're playing. This is what we do with our lives. We identify with conditions, with situations. We try to protect our interests, and that's only ego. We have no interests. We own nothing. We come into this world with nothing, and we're going to leave it with no thing. What you do in between birth and death determines what happens to you from there on in. If you're like most people and you've been bound by the earth, identifying yourself with earth things, believing you are the body, you'll come back again and again as a body until you wake up and realize it's all a dream. You have to wake up. There's nothing else you have to do but wake up. Forget about the world. I'm speaking of mentally. Allow your body to do what it must, but mentally forget about the body, the world. Keep your mind on your heart center. Practice self-inquiry. Become the witness to all of your movements and to all situations. Do not react to anything. Watch. Behold how the world keeps changing day after day after day. Realize that you are not the world. You are watching the world, but you have really nothing to do with the world. You are consciousness, you are the self, this is your true nature. Identify always with the pure self. It's like the story of a bird who lived in a gigantic tree. The bird represents most of us, and every time it would eat sweet berries on the tree it would be cheerful and happy and sing. But when the season changed and the berries became sour, he would stop singing and become angry. Isn't this like us? When things appear to be going our way, we say we are happy because we are getting what we think we want. But when something does not go our way, we become despondent and angry. One day the bird was flying around the bottom of the tree and it looked up to the top branches, way far up in the air. On the top branch it saw a translucent, beautiful, gigantic bird, smiling and happy. And the little bird said, "How I wish I can be like that big bird. I'm going to fly up there and discover what makes this big bird happy." Isn't this like most of us? We get tired of the runaround of life, and we discover some truth that we go after. But look what happens. On the way up to the big bird, when the little bird was a quarter of the way up, flying up, it saw some delicious berries on one of the branches. It therefore forgot all about the big bird, landed on the branch, and started to eat the beautiful, succulent berries. When they were all finished, there was all these sour berries left. Though again it became despondent. Again it's like us. In the beginning we go after truth, after reality. But if something wonderful happens to us materially or physically, we forget about it. We say, "I can go after that later when things are bad." And we get caught up in our experiences. So when the little bird became despondent enough, it remembered the big bird. It looked up, and there it was again, sitting so majestically on the top branch, translucent, shining, happy. And it said, "This time I'm going to go right up to the big bird and find out its secrets." Halfway up again it saw a branch with beautiful berries and forgot about the big bird once more. Just like we search for truth, we read books, we see teachers. But let's say we win the lotto and we have $1 million. How many of us will continue to search? Not too many, I'm afraid. We'll get lost in riches and what they can buy for us until the IRS comes knocking, or your relatives steal your money, or the stock markets go down, and you become despondent. That's like the little bird eating sour berries. After it was despondent enough, again it remembered the big bird. That's like us. When things get too bad, we start thinking about God. Though again the little bird started to fly up and up and up, and this happened again and again, until when it was 3/4 up and the berries became sour again, it got completely disgusted and said to itself, "I'm tired of sweet berries, I'm tired of sour berries. I'm tired of the whole game. I don't care about anything I see on this tree again. No matter what I see on this tree, it doesn't make any difference. I'm going straight to the big bird." And that's like some of us. When we've been kicked around by life enough, we become determined to go all the way in the pursuit of truth. So the little bird started to fly closer and closer to the big bird. It bypassed all the sweet berries and the beautiful berries it saw on the tree. And the big bird became more and more translucent and shining and beautiful and majestic. And it finally landed right in the center of the big bird. And when it did, it found out something very interesting. It found out that it was the big bird all along. Though it is with us. When we finally awaken, we will realize we've always been awake. There never was a time when we were not, and become free. Let's sing, "O God Beautiful." After singing, Robert continues, "Many people ask me, is there any short method that I can use when I become depressed or disillusioned? When I start feeling out of sorts, is there anything I can say besides practicing self-inquiry? Is there a little fast method, some words that I can use as an affirmation?" Well, we don't use affirmations because they are just the workings of the mind. But there's something you can do that is very simple, and you hear me saying it all the time. You can interrupt your feelings and your mind worries thoughts by merely saying, "All is well." You hear me saying this all the time, all is well and everything is unfolding as it should. When you say, "All is well," it contains everything that we teach. All is well means that everything is the way it should be. There are no mistakes. There is absolutely nothing wrong. No matter how things may look, no matter how things may appear, if we believe something is wrong, it's because we misconstrue the way things really are. When you say to yourself, "All is well," a calming effect takes place in your nervous system and you find that you become relaxed and peaceful. For in reality you are saying, "Nothing is wrong, nothing has ever been wrong, and nothing will ever be wrong. If I think it is, it's because I don't understand. So, all is well." Remember, you have been brought up to believe certain things about life. How your life should be. In other words, you have been brainwashed. Just about everything you believe is anti-reality. Think about your belief system. The way you think that things should be in your life. Things shouldn't be any way in your life. Things just are, they come and they go. You have no life. You are reality. You are the self, and that's not a life, that's just being pure being. Pure being is your real nature. I reiterate again. Stop looking and stop judging at appearances. Leave the world alone. Stop coming to conclusions. Do not be for or against anything. Be easy with yourself, be gentle to yourself. Catch yourself when your mind starts telling you all of these depressing things and starts worrying you. Realize that you are greater than you can ever imagine. You are God in all its essence. You are not a piece of God or a parcel of God. You are the whole. You are absolute oneness, nirvana, emptiness. You are the self. Why not accept this? All you have to do is intellectually accept the truth, and the intellect will cause it to go into the subconscious will go into the reality will turn into consciousness, and consciousness will express itself as bliss. This means that while you appear to be wearing a body, it will be a body of bliss. Others will not see it like that. But you will not be concerned with others, for you are others. And as you see your body of bliss, of course it includes the body of the universe, because your body of bliss is omnipresence. Therefore you see everything as bliss and you have unalloyed happiness, joy and peace. Tape break. Tape starts abruptly with students laughing. Laughter. You do not have to agree with me. Feel free to condemn me, to crucify me, to do whatever you please. If there is anything that needs clarification or something you don't understand or something about your spiritual life or anything else, we're one big happy family here. Though if we get into a fist fight, don't worry. SB, Robert, when you are looking up at the ceiling, are you seeing the ceiling, or are you absolutely not connected? Your consciousness is not connected to your eyes at that time. Robert, I'm not aware of what I'm looking at. I'm not doing it for any reason. SB, what are you aware of? Of you asking a question? I'm not aware of anything, I'm just blank. SB, so you're dwelling in consciousness at that time. I'm not dwelling in anything, not even consciousness. I'm not dwelling. To dwell in consciousness there has to be somebody to dwell in it. Though if there is no somebody who is to dwell in consciousness. Consciousness is your real nature, but body does not dwell in it. Nothing dwells in it. Consciousness is self-contained. Self-contained, absolute reality. It is just pure being, there is no dwelling. The dweller has been destroyed. SB, so is it like absolute release from everything? Well, again, there has to be someone to be released, and no one was ever born that needed to be released. There is just isness, pure being. SB, it seems to be inconceivable to the mind. We don't care what the mind tells us. Let the mind think it's inconceivable. Be in control of the mind, don't let the mind be in control of you. Go beyond the mind. Ask yourself, to whom does the mind come, and you will realize you never had a mind to contend with. Fred's getting cold, it's all in your mind, Fred. Students laugh. SJ, Robert, you used to always come out and just tell everyone to wake up. I wonder why you are not doing that as much. I think maybe that's what we need here. Robert, well, when you say, all is well, it's the same thing. All is well means you are absolute reality and you wake up. SG, I think we need a joke then. Robert, I'll stick your thumb in the electric fan. Laughter. SK, Robert, you mentioned something earlier that one of the things preventing getting in touch with being at home or whatever is humbleness and removing the arrogance. In my daily life I see that pretty often lately. How my ego does not want to give up, there is not much humbleness. To be humble seems to be the hardest thing in the world to tell somebody. You know, I'm really sorry, make amends and stuff like that. And that is as far as my humbleness goes. That's what I'm dealing with it on my spiritual plane, you know. Robert, to be humble and to have humility, you don't really have to apologize to anyone, but in your own mind you apologize to yourself for believing you are a person who can make another person angry. You reconcile yourself. It's not something you do to anyone else. When you reconcile yourself with the whole universe, you automatically become the living embodiment of kindness and compassion, and then, by their fruits ye shall know them. Everything will take care of itself from then on. SD, is reconciliation the same as forgiveness, or is it forgiveness, so to speak? Robert, when you reconcile yourself with the universe, you are coming to terms with your own self. SD, right, if we come to terms with ourself, is that the same as forgiving yourself? Yes, of course, because your real self never had anything to forgive. Though when you come to terms with yourself, you become total joy and total bliss, and all sins of omission and commission have been transcended. SD, I guess what I'm saying is that even the word forgiving implies an ego action. Yes, it does. That is why I said in the beginning that you don't have to tell somebody you forgive them or ask for forgiveness. SD, that is why reconcile would be better than ask for forgiveness. You reconcile yourself with the universe and you automatically become the truth, the reality consciousness. SK, but would that forgiving another person in a sense be more like an ego-deflating situation? I mean, to do it by myself at home, I can do that, I think I can, but to do it to another is person very difficult. Robert, in a way like Dana said, when you ask for forgiveness or you forgive somebody else, it's the big ego that does that because you think you are good. You say, now I have forgiven that person. I've asked that person to forgive me. It's like saying, I can do it again and again. But rather forget about that, but go within yourself and ask the question, who needs forgiveness? And you will realize that forgiveness and your ego are synonymous. When there is no ego, there is no idea of forgiveness. There is just loving kindness and compassion, and everything is reconciled. And things take care of themselves. SD, so you are saying you wouldn't have to make amends, for example? Robert, no, amends are from the past. Forget about the past, stay centered in the moment. SD, so loving yourself at the moment is good. SD, is great because you love everything. But remember, you are not loving yourself as an ego. SD, right. Most people get confused when I say, love yourself. They love themselves the way they are and they say, I don't care what anybody thinks, this is me and I'm going to stay like that. I love myself. Students laugh. That's the self that has been getting you in trouble. Laughter. Realize that there is a self within you as you. That is beyond comprehension. That is God, and that is the self you love. SD, and how could God need to forgive himself? Exactly. C, Robert, going along with that, what about guilt? If you harmed someone in the past and is still haunting me, you know? Robert, it's the same as forgiveness. When you know the truth about yourself, all guilt is transcended. It's like being born again. Past becomes dead wood. And you go forward into the new dimension as consciousness. See, it just keeps nagging at me, you know. Well, you've got to work on yourself. You have got to ask yourself, to whom comes this guilt? It makes no difference what you've done in the past, we've all made mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. As long as you've got a body, then everyone's made mistakes. But, as you stick to the truth, as you adhere to your true nature, as you work on yourself through self-inquiry, your guilt-ridden self will begin to disappear and your true nature will come forward. At that time there will be no one to forgive and there will be no guilt feelings. But when you feel guilty, it's because you are identifying with the body, and the body does all sorts of things. See, I think it's more than that. It's what I've done to the other person. That was in the past, this is now. As you know the truth now, you grow out of that. But, as long as you're still thinking of yourself as a body, you will be ridden with guilt feelings, it will not go away. This is why it appears that nature doesn't make us remember our past lives. You feel guilty now, can you imagine if you knew about your past life? Laughter. Then you would really commit suicide. Though nature makes you forget. You'd surprised what things that you've done in previous existences. SD, does suicide necessarily keep you on the karmic wheel? Robert, sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. It depends from where you are coming from. SD, what if it's only? Then you will immediately return and you will have to go through it again. SD, is it worse for that person? It's about the same, depends. There are many things to consider. SD, what would be an instance when you can transcend karma and still commit suicide? Would that just be something like a woeful leaving of the body, more or less? Well, you have an understanding that karma doesn't exist, and you realize that your life has been a mess, but it's not really you. And you have an inkling of the truth of reality, but you no longer wish to have a body. As long as you stick to the truth, at that time suicide doesn't make any difference. SD, would you be like reincarnated, however, under those circumstances? It depends on your realization. SD, how deep your realization is. SD, but if you were fully realized, it seems like you probably wouldn't reincarnate anyway. If you are fully realized, you don't have thoughts like that whatever, because you are not a body and you have transcended the past and the future and everything else. Though it's a completely new ball game. Don't get hung up on reincarnation and karma, for you are aware that they really do not exist. They only exist for the person who believes they are the body-mind phenomena. Do not think next time I'll come back in a better life. Forget about that. Rather ask yourself, to whom does this life come? To whom do these experiences come? And get rid of everything at one time. Realize it's the personal I that has gotten you into trouble all of these years. Follow the I thread to its source and become free. SK, Robert, I have heard what other people say, look at what you are not, rather than see what I am. A process of elimination. Robert, yes, that's what we were talking about before. SK, trying and finding out what you are not. All is false. Yes. You are not only not your faults, but you are not your body. When you realize I am not the body, I am not the world. I am not the conditioning. I am not karma, I am not reincarnation. I am not my mind, I am not my blood or my heart. Whatever is left in the end is what you are. SJ, that seems like a good process, because when you are left at the end you don't know what it is anyway. You've negated everything and you are left with yourself and you don't ever really know what anything is. Sounds a very good process. Robert, it's good to work on that, but there is so much to negate you never finish. Students laugh. SJ, so what would you do? You keep going and going and going, it never ends. I am not a leaf, I am not a worm, I am not a cockroach. It's easier to follow the personal I because all these things that you are not are attached to the I thread, and as you go following the personal I to the source and you ask, who am I? Everything falls away and you become free. SL, why is the world not interested in these teachings? Robert, the world is the world, and if you look at the evolution of the planets, this planet, if you go by astrology and you go into those things that don't exist, this planet is equivalent to a third-grade schooling, and beings are just running around doing all kinds of mischief. So they are interested in the world and worldly things, not in reality. Leave the world alone, find out who you are, and then you won't be interested in what the world is or isn't, because there will be no world for you. ST, Robert, I can. At least it lets me understand rather that I am not the body and perhaps not with the mind, but where does personality fit in, or these traits, or the compilation of experiences that individualizes a person? Robert, personality is the ego. Your personality is you, as an ego. It is a combination of all the things you've been through and all the things you know as an ego. SD, it's easier for me to realize that I am not a body, but I'm not used to, I am not the ego. You are not the person. The person is the ego. When you follow the I thread back to the source, the ego is attached to the I. The I and the ego are synonymous. So when you look at the I, and you hold on to the I, and go to its source, the whole thing will go away, the ego, the personality. You become your radiant self. St. is the how the ego is afraid of annihilation, because I think we all have to get lost in the same routine. Well, of course the ego is afraid of annihilation. The ego mind is very powerful, and it will fight you at every inch so that you do not destroy it. This is why it's usually only through self-inquiry that the mind is used to get rid of the mind. Other methods usually enhance the strength of the mind. They make you think that you are powerful and that you've got siddhis and you can do all kinds of things. It increases the power of the mind. It makes you into an egomaniac. So this is why we don't want to develop siddhis, powers, occult knowledge. We want to transcend all of these things and become free and liberated. And the best way for doing this is to ask yourself, to whom do these things come? Who wants powers? Who wants to rule others? St. Robert, the same thing with virtue, is that correct? Robert, the same thing with virtue, that's correct. Virtue and non-virtue are two sides of the same coin. Virtue comes from the mind, it's from your upbringing that you say, I am virtuous because I live this kind of a life. Get rid of all the concepts, all the preconceived ideas about virtue and non-virtue. They've all got to go to become free. If you think you are virtuous, you think you are proud. They are both of your mind, makes your ego stronger. I'm a virtuous person, I don't drink. I don't fool around, I do nothing, I'm boring. Students laugh. All those concepts have to go. Another good form of meditation is in relaxing yourself and saying to yourself, I. What you are really saying is, I am that I am. You are shortening it, you are saying, I. Let's try that now, shall we? Make yourself comfortable and relax. Come happy within yourself. Listen to your breath and with your respiration say, I. You inhale, you say, I. You exhale, you say, I. And notice how good you begin to feel. It happens very fast. At this point the tape ends. Transcript 50. But first things first. 7th March, 1991. Robert, peace. Good evening. It's good to see you again and be with you. Try to remember that I'm not a speechmaker or a minister or a philosopher. It's not words you want to hear. Many words can be spoken and nothing said. The answer you are looking for is within yourself. Everything you are looking for is within yourself. When I say within yourself, I don't mean your physical self. I mean within the self. The self is not within you. You are in the self. So when I say everything you're looking for is in the self, it includes your physical body and everything else. Everything is the self and you are that. All is well. From your upbringing you've probably heard of the word blasphemy. The only blasphemy that exists is the fact that you believe that you are human. That's blasphemy, to believe that you are a human being. It's the ultimate lie. You are not what appears to be. No thing is what it appears to be. Then who are you? You have to find for yourself. Is there really a you? Are you really an individual? Are you separate from a tree, an animal, the world, the universe? Is there any separation? Find out. Do you really exist? Find out. Do you have a purpose in life? Find out. Again, it's blasphemous to believe that you were born as a human, and you prevail and you dissolve. That's true blasphemy. It all begins when you awaken in the morning. That's the time that you should work on yourself. As soon as you open your eyes, you should make a statement such as, "I am pure awareness." But never believe that your personal self is pure awareness. You're saying I am is pure awareness. Your personal self, your ego, the personal I, can never be I am. That doesn't even exist. Therefore think what you're saying when you say, I am pure awareness. You're not speaking about your little self. That doesn't count because that doesn't even exist. You're speaking of I am pure awareness. Awareness of what? You're aware of something, for you claim, I am pure awareness. You are aware of the fact that I am is consciousness. Pure awareness is consciousness and I am is that. Do you realize the revelation when you really know what you are saying, and you announce it with feeling, where you disregard the body-mind phenomena, and you simply state the truth about yourself? I am pure awareness. Awareness of I am is consciousness. When you make such a statement, you will notice that you become blissful. You just begin to feel wonderful all over due to the fact that pure awareness I am consciousness expresses itself as bliss. They all really mean ultimate oneness. But as you express yourself this way, as soon as you open your eyes, something profound happens to you. You begin to feel the joy of yourself. You begin to feel total happiness, goodness, and then you can state, all is well, and you will know and feel that you are the beginning and the end. You will understand what Sat Chit Ananda means. You will know Parabrahman. You will feel a divine emptiness, nirvana. You will be at peace, for you will understand that you are the universe and no thing exists but yourself. You are the self of the universe. Just to hear this, doesn't it make you feel good when you realize your divinity, that you are not a man or a woman, that you are not reincarnation or karma? There never was a time when you are not. That you are all-pervading transcendental bliss. Abide in your true nature. Stop believing that you are a sniveling human with problems. For whom are there problems? How can you, pure consciousness, absolute reality, think about a problem? Even if you say, well, life still goes on. I've got to meet my bills. I've got to go to the doctor. I've got to do this and I've got to do that. That's blasphemy. That's what you call blasphemy. Not that you're not going to do it, but your body has nothing to do with you. Your body, mind, and all of its affiliations does not even exist. Even Jehu thinks he's blowing his nose. That's an illusion. You think, I've got a cold. I've got an allergy. I've got to go to work tomorrow morning. I've got to wear my clothes. It is this that keeps you from realization. You'll wear your clothes. You'll go to work. You will do whatever your body came here to do, but don't worry about those things. Do not concern yourself about those things. The more human you are, the more you will say, if I don't take care of these things, who will? What are you talking about? There is only one I, and that is consciousness. Try to get it through your thick skull that the powers that be know how to take care of all your needs and meet them most abundantly. There is something that cares about you, the great mystery. Something loves you when you get your bloated nothingness out of the way. As long as you believe that you've got to solve a problem, then you will have to solve a problem. Something will take care of you. But first things first. And the first thing you have to remember is that you are pure awareness. You can tell yourself that. I am pure awareness. Sure, it's the mind that does this, but there is something that grabs hold of the mind and annihilates it as you turn into I am. These are the things that you should think about. I know it sounds strange when I say this, but do not concern yourself with the world. The world was here, with all of its destructive mechanisms, before you came upon the scene. It will be here after you leave. People who do not understand jnana marga, Advaita Vedanta. They say it's your duty to help others, to make this a better world in which to live. But they do not understand that if you awaken and you become liberated, you become others. You are others. There's no one to help. This doesn't mean again that you will do nothing. Your body will appear to be helping, to do all kinds of things. But the truth is, when you help yourself, you help others. And when you help others, you help yourself. It's all one. You wonder what to do with the rest of your life. Should I work? Should I sit home? Should I join the army? Shall I become a dictator of a country? All these great thoughts go through your mind. Do not allow that to happen. Catch your mind. Catch your mind thinking and stop it. The mind is necessary as long as you are a human being. You make decisions. You know what's wrong or right, good and bad. Your mind creates the world of duality. But as you progress in the spiritual life, you begin to realize that the mind is a hindrance, not a friend, for it brings up all the things of the past and worries about the things of the future. Who needs a mind like that? Therefore, take control. And again, the best time to do this is early in the morning, as soon as you wake up, for the first thoughts that you think about will carry you through the day. And before you fall asleep, the thoughts that you think about before you go to sleep will continue when you wake up. So fall asleep understanding that I am pure awareness. And you'll have a tendency to think when you say, I am, you're referring to your physical self. Catch yourself when that happens. Your physical self can never become enlightened. Finite can never know the infinite. Personal I can never become the universal I. I am is pure consciousness. Though your consciousness, conscious, not personal, not I am this, or I am that, but pure consciousness existing as I am. I am that I am, absolute reality, beingness, nirvana, Satchitananda, emptiness. I am that. If you focus on those things during the day, before you fall asleep, when you wake up, most of the time, you will discover an amazing secret. You will discover that your work is being done better than when you were thinking about it. Everything will unfold the way it's supposed to. Yet you have to sort of, in a way, feel that in the beginning. Make yourself feel it and put it first in your life before anything else. Think, if you will, of what comes first in your life now. It may be your husband, your wife, your job, your house, your car, your friend, your ambitions, your desires. This is what is keeping you back. You have to desire to rid yourself of past mistakes, past experiences. Stop thinking of the future. And this is hard for most people to do, for they're always anticipating the future and worrying about the past. Yet this is exactly what they have to do to let go of past and future problems. Your physical life is already planned, and all you have to do is to unfold beautifully into it. Everything will happen the way it is supposed to. You have to remember there is no evil in the universal, so nothing evil can ever happen to you. If you think it can, it's because of your imagination. You have a certain concept, a preconceived idea of how you think things should be. And of course you're always disappointed, because things are never the way you think they should be. Yet everything works out for your benefit, due to the fact that there's nothing in the universe that can or wants to hurt you. Everything is on your side, from the minutest blade of grass to the giant cosmos. Everything is on your side, due to the fact that you are that. Everything is on your side because there is only one. There is ultimate oneness, and that ultimate oneness is perfection, absolute reality consciousness. That is omnipresence, all-pervading. So where is there room for evil? Where is there room for anything wrong? Why do you worry? Why do you fear? Why do you become upset? Power that brought you to this class knows what to do to continue your spiritual growth. But you have to put it first. It's like the story of the student who was in a class like this, and he kept asking his teacher, "Teacher, explain it more. I don't understand, tell me more." And this went on and on. And at the end of the class, when all the students left, the teacher told that particular student to stay here, and then he told him, "Follow me," and he took him to the edge of a river. And he said, "Look into the river." The student did, and he pushed him into the water and held his head underneath the water until he nearly drowned. Then he pulled him up by the hair, and he looked in his face and he said, "What is it you wanted more than anything else in the world while you were under the water?" And all the student was able to do was to gasp for air. And he said, "Air, air, air." And the wise teacher said, "When you want to awaken as much as you wanted air, you will." This is true of all of us. Just take a look at your personal life. Just for today, what did you want more than to awaken today? If you were angry, then you wanted that more than awakening. You see, whatever you put your feelings into, that's what comes first in your life. If something upset you, then that became your God. You wanted that more than anything else. If you were in doubt, that became your God. Whatever turns you on, whatever turns you off became your God for that time. And that's what you give your energy to, so you increase that condition. As an example, if you are having problems with somebody, the more you think about it, the more you fuel it. The more you try to take any kind of an action to stop it or to prevent it or to change it, the more you are saying, "This is the truth about me." How should you react to something like that? You should not react. Something within you will do what it has to do, and you will be at peace, if you will allow it to do so. First things first. Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven and all of its righteousness, and all of these things will be added unto you, which means first things first. Focus your attention on the self. Realize that you are pure awareness, that you are aware that I am consciousness resulting in bliss. Therefore, you are a body of bliss. Not as a human body. When I use the term body, I mean the body of the universe. You are a body of bliss. Bliss is your nature, and in that bliss there is nothing wrong. Calm down, mellow out, relax. You are the body of bliss, and your divine nature is consciousness. You can never have anything wrong in your life unless you put your mind on it and make it so. This is why you have to control your thinking. Do not allow your mind to tell you what's going on. If you learn to live in the moment, if you learn to center yourself and stay only in that moment, then you will be expressing consciousness, for consciousness is a moment thing. Consciousness is not yesterday or tomorrow. Conciseness is this moment. It's a gap between yesterday and tomorrow, the fourth stage of life. After waking, dreaming and sleeping, then there is consciousness. Though putting first things first will alleviate all of the negative conditions of your life, if you have any, it will awaken you. And as you work on yourself, and your mind brings up all kinds of things, as it will sometimes, in a very gentle way ask yourself, to whom does this come? And keep still. And of course the answer will be, it comes to me. I feel out of sorts, I feel depressed, I feel as if I'm not getting what I want, I feel that somebody is taking advantage of me. Further questioning, who is this I? What is its source? Who gave the I birth? Where did it originate from? Who am I? There is never an answer to the question of who am I? By doing this process you will immediately feel better. And every time the mind brings up something else, you use the same procedure. To whom does this come? Who is feeling this? I am? Just by saying, I am, it will immediately take you out of your personal thoughts about yourself and lift you higher to what I am really is. Yet if you don't feel that, you can ask again, then who am I? And you keep doing this over and over and over. Someone called me the other day and told me, Robert, I've been practicing for 12 years and I feel despondent and I feel depressed. So I said, why? And he said, because all my friends are enlightened except me. I had to laugh. How do you know? They told me. How can you explain that there are no others? It makes no difference what anyone else is doing. Let them all do what they will do. What does this have to do with you? When you try to straighten things out, when you try to change other people, when you try to make other people do what you want, you're holding up your spiritual progress. Bless everyone and let them go. Leave the world alone. The world doesn't need your help, thank you. This world, remember, is an emanation of your own mind. Therefore you are seeing yourself when you look at the world. As you begin to go within, you will realize that you've always been within. There's nowhere to go. The within and without is the same pure consciousness. It begins with you. I can sit here and talk all night, but what are you doing about your life? How do you see yourself? Forget about time. Even though you say, I'm getting older, I haven't awakened yet. I hope I awaken before I die. This is all false thinking. No one is getting older, and no one has to awaken before they die, because no one dies. Get rid of that type of thinking. Forget about your age. Forget about your body and identify with consciousness. Identify with yourself. If you can just do that, everything else will take care of itself. I can promise you that. Be happy. Be radiant. Have a good word for everyone. Stop thinking of your needs. They will be met if you stop thinking about them. How will they be met? Remember, there is only ultimate oneness. And the ultimate oneness has never needed anything. It is self-fulfilling, self-contained, all-pervading. So the one who thinks they need something is the deluded self, the personal ego, the I. But reality is present here and now. This means that you are fulfilled here and now. There is no thing you need, and there is nothing that has to change. I'm not saying you're going to keep on suffering if you think you're suffering. What I'm saying is simply that the one who thinks they're suffering is deluded. No one suffers. Take your mind off the pettiness and begin to realize that your mind is causing you to feel these things, the belief that you are a body and a mind. Begin to dwell on, who am I? Who is going through these experiences? Who thinks they're getting old? Who thinks they will not make it in this life? Who? I do. Who am I? Continue the work. Do not worry about the world or other people. Work on yourself diligently, constantly. Never let up, and you'll find that you become happier and happier. The old you is fading away, and you will awaken to yourself. Any questions? At this point is a tape break. SK. Tape starts abruptly. So this person is saying deal with the contents. Look at what is. Now what I just got from you, what I just flashed on, what he is saying is dealing with what is keeping me in the now, I think. Robert, you're right. If you are thinking about your problems and dealing with what is, then you are stuck in that place. You have to let go of what appears to be and identify with your real nature, which is God or consciousness. And to the extent that you can identify with your real nature, to that extent will you find that everything is resolved in your life. It's not the other way around. If you are dealing with psychology, it is. For all psychologists and psychiatrists and mental people will tell you to deal with the problem. But You realize that even if you deal with the problem and even if you seem to resolve it, a new one pops up again. SK, I don't understand that. And another one pops up and it never ends. SK, what I'm saying, it's duality, I guess. Instead of looking for peace in the world, there isn't any peace in the world, there is violence in the world. Though if I look, no, 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 no. There is no violence in the world, and there is no peace in the world. Do not say one is different than the other. They are two sides of the same coin. But rather ask yourself, who sees the violence? For whom is there violence? For whom is there peace? It is the ego that is part of those things. SK, yeah, I understand. Get rid of both. Robert continues, we have a tendency to look at what is going on in the world. We see the Iraqi situation, there was a war, there is man's inhumanity to man, and we tend to say, I see violence. Violence is for the ego. Violence is for the personal I. Therefore, who am I? Am I the personal I? Am I the ego? If I am, then there will be violence and I will have to help to alleviate it. But if I am consciousness that is completely transcendental, it is like you are a chalkboard and the violence are images that you draw on the chalkboard. They come and they go, the images, but the chalkboard always remains the same. So the world comes and goes, but consciousness always remains the same. It never fluctuates. Identify with consciousness and become that. And you will be free of all these concepts. SV, Robert, I have a question. If one is serious about realization, can one do it by himself in solitude by practice alone, or is it necessary to be a devotee to a teacher or guru? Robert, it depends on the person. It is very difficult to go all of the way by yourself. There are very few people who have done this, where it's difficult to transcend the mind. Being in the presence of a teacher who has transcended will cause you also to transcend. Being by yourself with the world pushing in on you from all directions makes it more difficult, but it's possible. SV, by being in the presence, do you mean by just attending satsang? Yes, just being in satsang is sufficient. Robert continues, most of you think that you came here because you wanted to. But that is not true. You being here tonight and being at satsang most of the time, there is something within you fulfilling itself. You have earned it, there are no accidents. If you took the average person walking in the street tonight and brought him or her to satsang, they would be filled with fear and run out of the room, because their evolution has not come to that place as yet. This is why I say, do not concern yourself with others. Rather look to yourself. If you have been devoted to yourself at home, understanding that you are the self, that you are consciousness, and you've been pure to yourself, something will guide you to your next step of spiritual unfoldment. Everything takes care of itself. But you have to take the first steps. This is why there is no one here tonight that has not been in spiritual life for quite a while. Otherwise, John Amargo will be foolishness to you. Though you are where you are supposed to be. The universe never makes mistakes. SK. Robert. You said a part of reasoning. I'm telling myself that I have a pure consciousness. I do that. How do I get myself to that place where I believe that, or am I just in another delusion? Robert, see, you already made a mistake, because when you said I am, you were thinking of your physical self, aren't you? SK, but that's what I heard you say. I am. Did you come late? SK, pardon. Did you come late? SK, no. Were you here from the beginning? SK, you spoke of pure consciousness. When you say when you wake up, I am pure consciousness or pure awakening, pure reality, you are referring to I am. You are not referring to your physical self or to what you think you are. I am is consciousness, I am is pure awareness, I am is not your body, it has nothing to do with you. That is why I repeat this so much. When you say, I am, you are not referring to your body or to your state of being. You are referring to absolute reality, to Parabrahman. So when you first wake up and you say, I am pure awareness, immediately you will get a feeling of joy and bliss. SK, how do I differentiate? Do I know that is the truth, or a delusion, or am I in another fantasy with that? Do not try at all to know. Simply make the statement and leave it at that. Now when questions come up like you just asked, I wonder if I am saying the truth or am I in illusion? Ask yourself the question, to whom comes those thoughts? That's how you follow it up. Who thinks they are in an illusion, or are they fooling themselves? To whom do these thoughts come? And follow it through. If you do that, you will wake up one morning and you will state, I am as pure consciousness, and you will be in bliss. SK, just by saying the words. Just by saying that and identifying with them in their reality. But again, if anything else pops up in your mind, ask yourself, to whom does this come? And follow it through. You're killing two birds with one stone. That's a terrible expression, isn't it? Laughter. Who wants to kill two birds with one stone? That's a terrible expression, isn't it? Who wants to kill two birds with one stone? Who came up with all these expressions? SK, nobody. Students laugh. Robert, if you think about that, you'll see you're getting double credit because you are saying, I am as pure awareness, and when the other thoughts pop up in your mind, you're asking, to whom do they come? Though you are attacking yourself from all directions. Something has got to give sooner or later. But put it to practice, make it work for you. SK, so by doing that it creates a surrendering, a giving up, a letting go. You can say that, yes. But, if those words come to you as you are doing that again, ask yourself, who has to surrender? Who is there to let go? So Robert, is it that which recognizes itself? Robert, that which you speak of is self-contained consciousness. It only knows itself, and you're that self. SK, what happens when ego intercedes? Robert, ask yourself, to whom does it come? Whatever pops up, you do the same thing. To whom does this come? SI, Robert asking, who is aware of this? The equivalent. Robert, who is aware of this? SI, yeah, who is aware of whatever comes up? Is that the equivalent question? Well, that is not too clear. It's better to ask, to whom does this come? For all different thoughts arise. You have to take them one at a time. If you say, who is aware of this? It's sort of ambiguous. But, if you're feeling some kind of fear or you think you are wasting your time, you merely ask, to whom does this come? Who feels this? I do. Who am I? SG, Robert, I almost feel like I've been hearing this, and it's just occurring to me that I'm missing something very basic. I don't know what it is exactly, but it's who is asking this question. Robert, ask yourself, who is asking the question? Whatever comes up, go right back to self-inquiry until you get rid of everything. SG, in this life, is there an entity other than the mind that is operating? There is no entity at all. Nothing is operating. What is operating are your thoughts that appear to be operating. Though you must keep asking yourself, to whom do these thoughts come? SK, when I said it's trying to be an empty vessel. It's identifying with an empty vessel? Robert, no, again, you have a concept of an empty vessel that has got to go. All concepts, all ideas, all preconceived ideas have to go. If you think you're an empty vessel, then you keep seeing yourself as an empty vessel, and that keeps you back. It's all got to go. SG, then the one that asks the question must go also. Robert, of course, the one who asks the question is like the stick that stirs the fire. You throw in all the twigs and you keep stirring. In the end you throw in the stick also. It all has to be burnt up in consciousness. SJ, after you throw in that stick, it takes a while for that stick to burn though? Is that like the aftermath war? Robert, says who? SJ, I'm asking. If you believe it takes a while, it takes a while. Laughter. But why should it take a while? Your real nature is here now. SJ, speaking to us. Laughter. SL, Robert, in the silence which doesn't seem to last very long before thoughts come up. Also, I'm aware of this physical grip. Something like when I'm aware of the thought, I'm also aware that with this thought has come this tension. And when I can really release the tension, I can stay in the moment. Can you help me with that? Robert, yes, you are making it complicated for yourself. As soon as you feel tension, ask yourself, to whom does it come? SL, yeah, I realize that. And then keep going down further. SL, is that related to the thought at all, or is it just? Of course it is. Tension is related to all thoughts. Thoughts bring tension, and tension brings thoughts. SL, I'm not aware that the thought is a tension-provoking thought. They just seem to be just derived to me. Then no matter how they come, ask yourself, to whom do they come? No matter what it is, use the same procedure until you get rid of everything. SK, can I use the same procedure when I experience physical pain? Robert, yes, sure, you may ask yourself, to whom does this pain come? And you will realize that it's your ego that feels it. Though when the realization comes that you are not the ego, the pain will disappear. SK, pain disappears. Robert, why not? Where does it come from? Part of the body. The belief that you are the body. When that belief is eliminated, everything that goes with it is also eliminated. SK, what are useful ways to work on for disbelieving we are the body? Robert, what are useful ways? It's how you get rid of the body idea. That's what we've been talking about all night. Laughter. Ask yourself, to whom does the body come? SK, Robert, is this not, all these thoughts, is this not a manifestation of ego? So what would the process? I can't kill the ego, that's my belief, maybe I can. What is a process to go beyond that? Does the ego reconstruct itself through a series of spiritual growth, or do I have to watch for that constantly? Robert, as you continue to work on yourself, the ego, like a balloon, begins to become deflated and it bothers you less and less. As you keep inquiring, who am I? Who am I? To whom does this come? Your ego becomes smaller and smaller until it finally disappears. SF, Robert, when I'm inquiring, in the process of inquiry, when I seem to face silence, I should ask, to whom does this silence comes to? Robert, if you are thinking about silence, you ask. The real silence is not a thought. SF, right. So if you are thinking about silence, ask, who is thinking about silence? To whom does the thought come? SF, yea, if I'm aware, or I believe that I'm aware of certain silence for its erroneous thinking about it. The real silence comes when there is nobody to be aware. The one who is aware has been transcended. SF, so in that position there is no need for any. No. SF, to whom this comes to. No, in that position there is only silence. SF, right. It doesn't come and it doesn't go. It just is. SG, what relationship should we have to the body-mind phenomena, the personal I? Robert, you shouldn't have any relationship because it doesn't exist in reality. This is what I meant before, that your personal I and your body will always take care of itself. It has nothing to do with you. Your job is to identify with consciousness and your body will take care of itself. SK, if a person was born in the jungle or something, lived their life according to the natural way of life, no concepts, no ideas, would that person be in the silence atmosphere? Robert, it all has to do with karma. It depends on your karma. SK, I thought you said there wasn't any karma. There isn't. But, you were speaking of a person being born in a jungle. Laughter. Though as long as somebody is born there is karma. SK, well, unconditioned then. Well, if you understood that there is no karma, there wouldn't be any jungle and there wouldn't be anybody being born. But, as long as you feel there is, then there is karma. SK, and you are caught up in it. You're in all kinds of stories, you have analogies, stories, predicaments, it's all karmic. It doesn't exist. SL, so it's all just to stop the thinking. Robert, you've got it, that's it. Laughter. SL, you said that when you had your realization that you haven't learned anything since? Robert, okay. Did you go to school then after that? Robert, nope. Nope. Robert, nope. SJ, actually no one went to school. SL, oh, okay, we're back to that. Laughs. Robert, what would I do in school after that? SL, well, you became a psychologist, am I correct? Nah, laughter. SL, then you were a fake psychologist. I faked it. SL, faked it. But, you've read things you've read. I still read things. SL, but as you said, justifying what they were about rather than, like you've never read all the works of Shakespeare. Not really, I've been through it, I know about it, and I have read lots of books, but it's meaningless. SL, but not to learn, but just to see what they are about. Just to see what's going on. SK, Robert, can I ask you what your relationship was with Krishnamurti? He deals with, I guess he deals with more of looking at the contents. Robert, well, what can I say? SK, I don't know. I didn't have any personal relationship with Krishnamurti. He had a message. SV, Robert, in inquiring, doesn't there come a time like you just have to stay silent, and you feel yourself just being drawn in? Do you still look at it as long as you are aware of it? Do you keep still questioning it? Robert, as you keep asking yourself, who am I? You become quieter and quieter until the day comes when you stop asking and you remain in silence. SV, but I'm talking about during the inquiry, like you have an experience of like, almost like your awareness is going somewhere, is to keep questioning continuously. You automatically do what you have to do. As you keep questioning, you will find that you are becoming calmer and quieter and more blissful, and you will question less and less. SV, but as long as you are aware, you question. As long as you're physical, you question. Okay, let's close our eyes for a few moments. Pay attention to your respiration. Become the witness to your respiration. Realize that the breath is part of the bodily procedure, but yet you are able to watch it, to observe it. You become the witness to your breathing. Thoughts come to you, simply observe them also and go back to watching your breath. Now ask yourself, who is the witness? Who watches? I am. With your breathing, inhale and say I. Exhale and say am. At this point, the tape ends. Transcript 51. Everything leads to silence. 10th March 1991. Robert, peace. Good afternoon. It's good to be with you again. I consider this my spiritual family. We are all one, there is no difference. People still ask me, Robert, what do you see when you look at us? Do you see energy? Do you see consciousness? Do you see a play of lights? Do you see emptiness? If I saw any of those things, I wouldn't be able to function. I see what you see, you. The only difference is, I realize I am not the body. And when I say, I'm not the body, I'm speaking of the universal body which contains you. Therefore, if I'm not the body, and I see that you are also not the body. I simply see the world as superimposed images on the screen. But I'm always aware that you are images. And so is the body, and so are the trees and the sky, and the planets, and the animals, and the insects, and everything else. For some reason I'm always aware of that. I'm aware that it's like a bubble, and the bubble bursts, and the reality expresses itself as consciousness. Therefore I see you as you see me, but I see you as consciousness, the reality. Or I see you as I see myself, as a screen, and the whole universe is simply a superimposition on the screen. I do not see you as a human being. I do not see this radio or the lamp or this table as an entity of itself. I see it as consciousness. This doesn't mean that consciousness manifested these things. As I always explain, consciousness is self-contained and only manifests itself. These things are like optical illusions. They do not really exist, as a dream does not really exist. In the dream you're carrying on, you're flying back from New York to California, you're experiencing all kinds of things in your life, and everything appears to be real. But you wake up and the bubble is burst. Though I guess the only difference between you and me is that I'm always aware of that. If you're always aware of that, there's no fear. Fear only comes when you believe the world to be real. When the world proves to be an illusion, where is there fear? What in the world can upset you if you know the world is but a dream? You may say, well, it may be a dream, but I don't want to be hurt in the dream. I want my dream to be smooth and easy. I want to be happy and harmonious and healthy. If you think in those terms, you are not aware yet of what consciousness is. Consciousness transcends all of that. Consciousness is divine harmony. None of those things exist. I realize that's hard to comprehend. The worst things can appear to happen to my body, to my affairs, to my life, yet I am aware that it's not happening. I'm not imagining that it's not happening. I'm not repressing it. I'm not saying to myself, Robert, you've got to see only the good. It's beyond all that. There is no good. There is no bad. It's total freedom, total liberation. Look at it this way. You have an idea what God is because God has been branded into your head since you were a little kid. Can you imagine God having fear of anything? Or God going through any kind of experience? Or God saying, this is good, this is bad, this is right, this is wrong, I'd rather have this than that. There is no duality in God. Though the universe is ultimate oneness. Ultimate oneness is another word for divine harmony. It is beyond all concepts and preconceived ideas. The human mind cannot comprehend it. Suffice it to say that all is well. It is when we begin to quiet the mind that you come closer and closer to this understanding. It's when the thoughts begin to stop, when they slow down, that you become more aware that all is well and the reality comes to you by itself. As long as you keep identifying with the world and the things of this world, you can never know the truth about yourself. And again you may say, well, I've got to function in the world. I've got to work, I've got to have a family, I've got to look after my interests. Who says you don't? But it has nothing to do with you. You have to understand that your body will take care of itself. The dream will go on by itself. You will do whatever it is you came to this earth to do, without you thinking about it, without you trying to make something happen, without trying to straighten out anything in this world. This is what I mean when I say, be yourself. Just be yourself. Live in the eternal now. That's being yourself. Be spontaneous. Allow the world to unfold as it should. Do not be judgmental. Look at everything fresh and new with awe. Have reverence for all of life and ask yourself, who am I? Then things will begin to happen. The closest thing you can come to having an experience of quiet mind is chanting. Chanting has a vibration in the nervous system that actually causes the mind to slow down. There are many people who cannot do Atmavichara, self-inquiry, too long. And for those people who are practicing self-inquiry, sometimes you are meant to take a break. They'll put on a chanting tape and chant along with it to yourself, or out loud, and you will find that you go deeper within yourself, and the mind begins to become quiescent, still, calm. So let's do that right now, shall we? Chanting. Some people tell me they like the talks better than anything else we do. Some people tell me they like the chanting better. Some people tell me they like the question and answers better. Some people tell me they like the silence better. Remember what this is. This is satsang. It's not a lecture or a musical festival. Everything we do is important, even if I spoke about the weather and nothing else. It's being at satsang that causes something to take place within your consciousness and lift you higher. There was once a holy man who died and went up to heaven. He came to the pearly gates and banged on the gate. And God came out and said, "What do you want?" And the holy man said, "I am your servant. I have come." And God came said, "Sorry, there's no room for you here. Goodbye," and left. The holy man was perplexed. He sat down in front of the gate and started to ponder. Why didn't God let me in? And he sat for 2 years thinking, why couldn't I get into heaven? And finally it came to him. So he banged on the gate again, and God came and said, "Who are you? What do you want?" The holy man said, "I am your servant. I have converted thousands of people on your behalf. I have preached the Bible to millions. I have done good deeds. Let me in." And God said, "Sorry, I don't care what you've done, there's no room in here for you," and went away. This time the holy man was really disturbed. He couldn't understand this. "Why won't God let me in?" he said. So he sat down in front of the gate again. Centuries passed. Remember, he was dead anyway, so it didn't matter. He was pondering why God didn't let him in. Then it came to him. So again he got up and he banged on the door, on the pearly gates. God came out and said, "Who are you? What do you want?" And he said, "Lord, I am your humble servant, but I must confess my sins. I've had sexual affairs with my female devotees. I've eaten meat and told people I was a vegetarian. But I confess everything to you. Can I come in now?" So God looked at him and said, "I don't care what you do, there's no room for you here," and went away. Again the holy man said, "What is this? I've done everything I can. I'm going to sit at this gate if I have to sit here for all eternity, until I find out what the problem is. So he sat for years and century after century, pondering. I confessed my sins to God. I confessed my good deeds to God. I want to get into heaven. Wait a minute, who is this I? Who is the I that committed sins? Who is the I that committed good deeds? Who is the I that wants to get into heaven? Who am I? And all of a sudden he started laughing. It came to him. He rolled over in laughter and he got up and banged on the gate. And God came and said, "Who are you?" And he said, "I am yourself." And God opened the gate and said, "Come in. There never was a room here for me and you." And so it is with us. We claim we want to be self-realized. We do not realize that we are already self-realized, and we just have to let go of believing, "I am the doer." It makes no difference what you've done in the past. It makes no difference if you've done good deeds or bad deeds, as far as self-realization is concerned. Once you know the truth, you become free. The truth is there is no past. There never was a past. The universe has no foundation. There is nothing to hold it together. Therefore, there is nothing that you have done that can keep you out of heaven, so to speak. Now remember, this doesn't give you license to go out and hurt people and rob banks, and do whatever you think you want to do because it doesn't matter. That's not what I'm saying at all. As far as you're concerned, as long as you believe you are the doer and you are the body-mind phenomena, everything you do has to be accounted for. The Lord of Karma is going to get you as long as you believe you are human and you are the body. Then you can't get away with anything, for you run into the law of cause and effect karma, and you have to deal with the personal god Ishvara. Henry likes Ishvara, good friend of his. That's your dream. Laughter as Robert continues. As long as you believe you are human, you are the doer, and you are a personal I, then there's a personal God, and that's where prayer comes in. You can pray to your personal God, and you will be helped. Your personal God will take care of you if you surrender and submit to him or her, whatever your personal God is. But when you submit, you are giving up your ego, are you not? You're saying I am nothing and you're everything. This helps you. As you keep going in that direction, one day, you will awaken to the fact that the God you've been praying to is none other than yourself. For how can this God be separate from you? Where would he live? What would be his nature? You begin to understand I am that. You find freedom in yourself. You begin to see that God is not within myself, actually, I am in God. What I call God is consciousness. I am conscious. I'm aware. I exist. I am. And there's nothing else. You begin to see yourself as omnipresent. You are no longer limited to your body or to the personal I. You have broken through, and you live in glory. Your job is to keep the mind from wandering. The mind has to be held by you to stop it from thinking. Stop it from going berserk. The mind is not your friend. It makes you human. It makes you believe you are a body, separate. As soon as you can see that your body is an emanation of your mind, it has no existence whatsoever except in your mind, you also begin to see that the body of the universe is the same as your body. Therefore, it is a manifestation of mind. This brings a semblance of freedom. Bondage begins to break up when you can see this. You look at the world and you realize the world is the self. I am that self. There is nothing else. You want to share this truth with your friends, with your family, and with your associates, but you cannot, for there are no words to describe this. Everywhere you look, you see freedom. Everywhere you look, you see love. All the trivialities are gone. The judgments have dissipated. You have nothing to fear and nothing to fight. All is well. It comes as an idea. Have you ever seen those cartoons of a light flashing when somebody gets an idea? Something like that happens to you. It's as if you're awakened from a long sleep. In this awakening there is no past and there is no future. There is just beingness. You have just become yourself. You have not become anything foreign or anything strange. You simply awaken to yourself and you feel wonderful. You have to ask yourself, who do I really think I am? And you can tell by the amount of sorrows or happiness or human endeavors that you go through. If you believe you are human, then you experience human happiness, human sadness, you go through human experiences. You can never know the self that way. But, as soon as you stop reacting to your human goodness, there are people who tell me, I've never had a bad day in my life. Though I tell them, you're just as stuck in your good days that you are in your bad days. For realization is not having good days. Try to understand that human goodness has nothing to do with this. Human goodness is karmic, and when the karmic patterns wear off you will experience the opposite. You want to go beyond all understanding, beyond all conceptual thinking, beyond all intellectual concepts, beyond anything that is known to man, and of course that's silence. Everything leads to silence. It is in the silence that you experience pure awareness. It's in the silence that you experience bliss. It's in the silence that you are. You are not anything that you can describe. You have become the pure Godhead. You have awakened. Why not awaken now? Why continue to play games? Wake up. Know who you are. Be yourself. Leave the world alone. Again, your body as it appears to you will function in the world. It will do whatever it came here to do. But leave it alone. Do not interfere with the process. Do not react to any conditionings. Keep identifying with the self. The self is I am. You simply become aware that I am. That's how you identify with yourself. You feel, I am, I am, I am. If anything comes after that, inquire, to whom has this come? I am not this and I am not that, I am. Even if the word God comes after I am, your mind is playing tricks on you. Ask, to whom does this come? The word God? I am will suffice. That's all you have to be is I am. Everything else is redundant, superfluous. If your mind tells you, I am the body, again inquire, to whom does this come? Whatever words are put into your mind, get rid of them. Listen to the silence. Listen to I am. Long silence. Some people wonder if it's good to ask questions. Some people are afraid to ask questions because they think somebody will think they are stupid. Nothing can be further from the truth. The answer to that is yes and no. There is a certain point about this teaching. You may be wondering about something you do not understand, so you should ask a question. On the other hand, if you come in here with the right attitude, all your questions will be answered from within yourself. Therefore, do not feel strange if you ask a question. That's all part of the teaching. There might be something going on that you'd like to know that I haven't covered. Therefore, feel free to ask any question about spiritual life or anything else. Doesn't matter what you ask. I don't have the answers, but you can ask anyway. SG, have you found a deepening as you continue, a deepening of the experience of yourself? Has it deepened as time has gone by, or has it stayed the same? In other words, when a person realizes that, does it continue to deepen and mature with time or? Robert, there is no deepening involved. You either become awakened or you're not. But, on the other hand, the appearance is, you become more peaceful on the path. And all the things that used to disturb you seem to dissipate. So there is a process as realization occurs, there is a sort of process. It's not really a process for realization. Yeah. The process for yourself to become a better person. But awakening comes by itself. And it has nothing to do with that. But the appearance of what you said happens also. As a better person you continue to be a better person after that self-realization? No, not after. After self-realization, there's nobody left to be a better person. The better person comes before. On the other hand, there have been thieves, murderers who have, all of a sudden for one reason or another, have become self-realized. It depends on the person. But, again, you're either awake or asleep. There is no in-between. Once you wake up you realize that you've always been awake. There never was a time when you were not. But, before that you go through all kinds of games and rituals and experiences, sometimes. It all depends on the maturity of the person. What if the person is immature and they have, as you say, a realization itself? That immaturity is that healed in the course. In the presence of self-realization? Is that immaturity healed and so the person becomes more established in there? If a person awakens, there is no question of immaturity. Those questions are gone. For again, there is no one left to be mature or immature. You're just awake. And all concepts are finished. All the things we're talking about go on before awakening. But, once awakening comes, there's no question. So those beings, I'm sorry to keep going. That's okay. Those individuals, those so-called sinners who suddenly have realization, what happens to all those tendencies, those samskaras? Are they burnt up in that realization? Completely burnt up. They never existed. Note, break in tape. Robert, tape begins abruptly. Has the bubble gone? There's no bubble because there is no one to experience the bubble. But you said that the divine harmony was part of the bubble, or did you? Robert, I didn't say it exactly like that. You didn't say it. I didn't say it exactly like that. There appears to be a bubble which is a manifestation of the world, but the bubble bursts and then there is total freedom. The bubble is the world. It's like a bubble, like a dream. Once someone bursts the bubble, the dream is over and you're free. So where is the need of a bubble? There has to be someone to experience the bubble. When there is realization, the experiencer and the experience both have been transcended. In other words, there is no one to experience anything. You won't experience the freedom either. That's right. Freedom is only a word that's spoken before realization. For whom is there freedom when one is realized? One becomes freedom. There is no such word for the realized person. If someone is sleeping, can you go over to the student, shake him and wake him up? Can you do that to me? Robert, walk over and wake you up. As far as I'm concerned, you're already awake. But you have to be able to see it yourself. Can one person do that for another person, help another person to wake up? That's very rare, but it's possible. That usually happens to a person who in many lives has been on a spiritual path, a high path, and then through a touch or a glance, they go all the way and they break through Maya and become free. That's possible, but very rare. As far as asking if I can do that, there's no I left to do anything. If I did something like that, there would be a me and a you. But there is no me and there is no you. There is only ultimate oneness. Though I have no reason to do that. If you can understand, there is one self, there is no one left to do anything for anyone else. The doing is part of the dream. When the awakening comes, there is only one, there is no doer. People who do things like that are yogis. But Johnnies never do things like that. Yet there are people who claim that that's happened. Many awakened people in the time of Ramana Maharshi used to claim that when he looked at them or touched them by mistake, caused the awakening process. He denied everything. That's why it depends on the maturity of the individual. Anything is possible. SB, does eating a non-vegetarian diet cause the awakening to take longer or prevent it? Robert, as far as I'm concerned, it's morally correct to be a vegetarian. The quality of the soul becomes purified, and you come closer to realization. Eating meat makes the human body gross and pulls you down to the earth. That's why they speak of the three gunas in all spiritual teachings. Meat eaters have tamasic qualities, which are the lowest qualities of humanhood. Therefore, it's better not to eat meat. Your thinking becomes clearer, you become more purified, and you're able to absorb the higher teachings. Spiritual aspirants should eat sattvic foods, which are grains, fruits and vegetables mainly, some milk now and again. And they should eat small meals. And perhaps observe a day of fasting once a week. Food should not be very important to you. Whatever is set before you, you should eat, and not think about it too much. People get lost in food these days. Which food is right? Which food is bad? Which food makes you live long? Which food makes you healthy? In the end, everybody drops dead anyway. So really it doesn't make that much difference. SB, you said the soul becomes more purified. What is soul? Soul is something that the human body thinks it has. As long as you believe you're human, then there is a soul that leaves the body after you drop your body. And it goes into the astral plane and plays games with itself. But, as you begin to understand that I am not the body or the doer, then for whom is there a soul? There is no body, there is no soul, there is no astral plane. There is only the self. SB, isn't the soul identical to the self when it is purified of all mind? No. If the soul were identical with the self, then there would be duality, there would be two. There would be the soul and the self. SB, isn't the soul the self? No. SB, when it is purified of all personal I and mind, the soul cannot become purified. The soul is part of the personal I. The self is soulless. Why would the self need a soul? SB, so then you're saying the soul is the mind? The soul is the mind. The soul is the personal I. SB, okay. Robert, all those things are manifestations of your own thoughts of the mind. But, in truth, there is no thing but the self, and I am is that. We get caught up in all these concepts that keep us earthbound. For instance, in my diet, I eat grains and fruits and vegetables, but I don't give much thought to it. My body automatically gets up, and it goes for the food it needs to sustain itself. Yet I have nothing to do with that. Says, if I am not my thoughts, not being my body, this being my life, I'm looking at everything as if through it, and I don't see how I can live my practical aspects of being the body and with all the things I have to do in this stage of life. Robert, if you really knew you were not your body, that question will never come to you. SS, pardon me? That question would never come to you, due to the fact that your body will always take care of itself. Who grows the oranges in the orange tree? Who grows mangoes in a mango tree? Who grows the grass? Who takes care of the world and the earth? The same power that takes care of all the things on this planet will take care of your body. You don't have to worry about it. Everything will be okay. Your body will not walk into the street and get hit by a car unless you are daydreaming. You will be awake. Being awake is not being in a stupor or walking into walls or getting hit by a car purposely. Being awake is being aware. Everything just happens spontaneously. But it happens better than you can ever imagine if you were thinking about it. Therefore be yourself and you will see what transpires. I picked up a glass of water and I drank a little bit. I didn't think about it. It was spontaneous. I didn't say, I wonder if I'll be able to drink the water. I wonder if the water is pure and fresh, or if the glass is going to break. It's the same with your body. When you stop thinking about your body, it'll take care of itself better than you can ever do it. To those of us who have expressed verbally, oh, I'll never get this, or it seems so difficult, or it may take lifetimes, you say, don't say that. Is this from knowing that our words have power, because our lives have power to create what we expect? Robert, as long as you are in the physical plane, words and mind do have power. The words come from your mind. When you say something negative about yourself, you're keeping yourself earthbound. Even if you make a mistake, realize you made a mistake and forget it and go forward. Do not dwell on the mistake. Do not dwell on the error. See what it was, correct it if you can, and go forward. But keep your mind on yourself, on I am, and you will find everything will go well for you. In the Bible it says, in the beginning was the Word. Was that teaching meant to show us that our words are powerful, that they begin a process? Robert, they're actually talking about a primeval word, Om. The first current of creation was Om. That was the Word. And out of that came creation. So if you want to go back into creation, you chant Om, and you'll get to the cause of creation. But we teach and we understand that there never was a creation. Except that when we're living on this level there is. So you have to ask yourself, for whom is there creation? And you'll find out that it never existed. No thing has ever been created. In the exercise that we say in the morning, we understand that everything is a projection of my mind, but in fact we're working on this level to tell ourselves that we are not realized. No, you're not doing that at all. You never want to tell yourself that we are realized. Now that we are realized. Oh, you are realized? Is that what you're saying? What you are really saying is, everything that you observe with your eyes is a manifestation of your own mind, and your mind doesn't exist. So there is nothing that exists. First you realize everything comes out of your mind, everything. And then the realization will come that your mind doesn't exist, and you'll be free. When realization starts, I believe Ramana Maharshi used to say that it occurred on one side of a part of the heart area. It starts in the heart area. Is that in your experience mainly in that area where the heart is, or? Robert, the reason Ramana Maharshi said that is because people wanted to pinpoint him. They said, where is God located? Where is realization? So he pointed to the right side of his chest and said, in the heart, the spiritual heart. That's trying to make people realize it's someplace. But, in truth, there's no heart. There is no spiritual heart. There's only the self. There is only absolute reality. But, to those naive people who need a place to work from, he'll point to the heart center. So there is no specific center itself. The body is no longer a part of man's feeling. You never had a body, so why would you want to feel things in your body? Anything that's felt in the body is part of the illusion of a body. Remember, when I'm speaking of your body, I'm referring to the body of the universe, for what you see is an individualized body. You will see many bodies. But when you realize there's one body, and that is the body of the universe, then everything becomes one. And then that goes, and there is no body whatsoever. And you become free. At this point is a tape break. As you put so much on freedom. Robert, we're not putting too much on freedom. It's just a word. It's a word to explain that you're not what appears to be. You're not bound to anything. There's no bondage. There's no limitation. Therefore, freedom is the word that expresses that. You are not earthbound, and you are not bound to your body. That's a lie. But you are not bound to not have a mind either. You're not bound to anything. You can have a dream and not have a dream. The minute you say, oh, it's not right to have a dream, it's not right to do this, it's not right to do that. I'm not saying it's not right. I never use those words. I don't mean you, but it's kind of understanding kind of makes you nullify everything that is. And what is that could be beautiful? Anything that's beautiful in this world is temporary. So what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that is you're living the mortal dream. And whatever is temporary has to come to an end, and then you'll experience the other side, unhappiness. Do you experience everything? You experience everything as a mortal being. But who wants to go through life experiencing good and bad, bad and good, up and down? And then you have to die and go through all kinds of rituals and karmas and repeat it again and again and again. You want to get off the wheel and become everlasting joy, bliss, pure awareness, Sat Chit Ananda Parabrahman. You want to go beyond what appears to be. Remember, it's your mortal self that sees the goodness and the badness of the world. Though surely you don't want to stay in your mortal self. You want to go beyond. You want to go beyond yourself to eternity, to total bliss. But if you don't want to, then stay where you are. This is why I always say everyone is in their right place. There are no mistakes. I'm merely voicing where I'm coming from. You can listen or you don't have to. You can practice or you don't have to. The choice is always yours. You see, our relationship is different from what you think it is. It is not a guru-disciple relationship, really. I am nobody's guru. I am just here and you can look at me any way you like. I didn't ask to be a teacher. It just happened. So here I am and here you are. What are you going to do about it? Laughter. You can shoot me, you can do whatever you like. Cream puffs or with a pie. You suggested last week that we hit you with a pie. Laughs. Robert, do that. Students laugh. Remember when you said, here I am, here you are. I got thinking, how did I get here? I couldn't remember, and I still don't remember how I got here. I know intellectually there is something that could be totally from my mind. But I thought, could that be from my intellect at the moment is a very strange state of affairs. Robert, from your orientation, or whatever orientation, is happening around here, is there any value to heart center experiences? Robert, heart center experiences. Yes, because a heart center experience fills you full of bliss and makes you realize there is something higher, and there is something else taking place. It lifts you up. There's nothing wrong with that. Apart from nothing being wrong with it, is it useful for the process of liberation as opposed to? Nothing is useful for liberation except realizing I am. Every experience you have, including your heart center experience, you have to inquire and ask, to whom does this come? Eventually everything has to go, including all spiritual experiences. Tape break. Then Robert continues. If you truly wish to repent, just sit in silent meditation and see the perfect reality within. For all manners of error merely arise in erroneous thought, and like the morning dew before the rising sun, can perfectly be eliminated through the benevolent light and wisdom. Do we have some announcements, Ed? S.E. By popular demand, Easter Sunday Bandara has been moved from 2 to 6. And there is a new talk back there of Robert's talks. And beginning next week we're going to handle designer loincloths as part of the Forget it. SL. Not a bad idea. Is that the new dress code? SE. New dress code, right. Lass. SL. Another announcement, it's Edward Musica's birthday today. Happy birthday, wishes from everyone. Robert, let's sing happy birthday. Everyone sings happy birthday to Ed as at this point the tape ends. Transcript 52 John Amarga, The Path of Knowledge. 14th March 1991. Robert, Shanti peace. Good evening. I welcome you with all my heart. It's good to see you again. It's very commendable on your part that you can be here tonight. After all, you could be watching TV, you could be going out with your girlfriend or boyfriend, you could go to a good movie, you could go get drunk. Student, then what am I doing here? Students laugh. Robert, I don't know. Ask yourself. But, you decided to come here, and that means something, not to me, but to yourself. It means that you're tired of the world to an extent. It means that you realize what this world really is. It's not bad, it's not good. It means that you want to wake up, so there is something within you pushing you. All you have to do is to quiet your noisy mind and allow it to happen, that's all. You do not have to go through rituals, initiations, or anything else. You simply have to quiet your mind and everything will take care of itself. Let me ask you a question. What do you think is the difference between this teaching John Amarga and the rest of the yogas, prayer, religions, and whatever? What is the basic difference? Who can tell me? S.J. John Amarga is not concerned with anything of a relative nature, not even calming the mind really. Robert, well, in a way that's true. S.G. No object. Robert, in a way that's true also, but there's a more rational explanation. SF. There is nothing to be obtained. Just to recognize. Robert, well, that's true too. Actually, the answer I'm looking for is this. In every teaching besides Advaita Vedanta, there's a personal I. Think about that. Hatha Yoga. The I learns postures and the ego becomes expanded. Because you can say, I can stand on my head and twist my feet, and you give it a Sanskrit name. Lass. But you still say, I can do this, so the I has become inflated. S.J. Or it can be right. Robert, sure. It can be, propensity is worth a bit. Robert, take Raja Yoga, the 8-limbed path. Now these things are good. There's nothing wrong with these things. I'm not putting them down. But there has to be someone to learn the jamas najama, the virtues. There is somebody who is learning all these things. The I has learned to become virtuous. Take Kundalini Yoga. I am focusing on the chakras, on each chakra. There's always I, and I and I. Take prayer. I am praying to God. Again, there's nothing wrong with these things, but the reason we call this the direct path is because this is the only teaching that investigates the I. We're not interested in effects. Whatever the effect may be, we realize that the I is behind it. We realize that if we find the I and follow it to its source, everything else will be wiped out and will become free. This is why it is called the direct path. Also, what is the difference between meditation and jhana marga? Because most of you realize that on this path, it is not really necessary to meditate. So what's the main difference between meditation and this path? SJ, there has to be someone to meditating. Robert, true, but that's not the answer I'm looking for. In meditation, there's always an object of your meditation. And again, the I is concentrating on certain words, mantra, or whatever. Therefore, you're not getting rid of the I. You're concentrating on something else, where you exclude everything except that mantra or the words of your meditation, whether it's God or whatever. In this teaching, you simply inquire for the source of the I. Who am I? Where did I come from? Even when I say to you, where did I come from? Some of you are relating to your body, aren't you? You're thinking, where did I come from as a body? But that's not what we mean. You want to know where the I came from, not where you came from. If you find out where the I came from, you will realize that you do not exist. You never did and you never will. That's the point. Where did I come from? And as you get used to this kind of thinking, whenever you use the word I, you will never refer to your body again. For instance, if you have a cold, you usually say, I have a cold. Only now you will catch yourself and you will laugh because you will say, I has the cold. Sounds like bad English. I has the cold. It has nothing to do with me. So where did the I come from that has the cold? And as you follow the I, it will lead you to the source, for there's no I and there's no cold. You can use this method for everything. I am hungry. Well, catch yourself and realize that I is hungry. I is not my real self. I is hungry, yet my real self can never be hungry. I'm tired, I'm depressed, I'm happy, I feel beautiful, I feel wonderful. It's all the same thing. As long as you are referring to your body, you're making a big mistake. Separate yourself from I. There's only one I actually, and that I is consciousness. When you follow the personal I to the source, it turns into the universal I, which is consciousness. Begin to catch yourself. Begin to realize your divine nature. And you do this by keeping quiet. The fastest way to realization is to keep silent. Yet you have to know why you are keeping silent. This is why you can't tell this to the average person. If a person has no inkling of Advaita Vedanta, you cannot say keep silent. For to them it means just to be quiet. They don't realize it means to go deep, 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 deep within, to that place where absolute reality lives, and that's the silence. Actually, the human body cannot keep silent. There's something else that enters the silence. It has nothing to do with your humanity. It's only after years perhaps of meditation in previous lives that you can be mature enough to really know what this path is all about. When I give you these practices, it's not for you as a human being. You appear to be able to go through it as a human being, but I can assure you your humanity has nothing to do with it. When you enter the silence, you enter a profound peace, bliss consciousness, pure awareness. That's what the silence is. It's not being quiet. It's beyond that. It's not just quieting your mind like I say all the time. It's understanding that there's no mind to quiet. When you realize there's no mind, you automatically become silent. When you still think you've got a mind, you make every effort to quiet the mind and you can't. How many of you believe you can quiet the mind through effort? You can't do that. It's not the effort that makes you quiet your mind. It's the intelligent understanding that you have no mind to begin with. Then you just keep still and everything takes care of itself. If you have to meditate, by all means meditate. This path is never against any other method, due to the fact they all eventually lead to awakening. You have to do whatever you have to do. But, for those who can understand what I'm talking about and realize you're dealing with no mind, no body, no world, no universe, no God, an awakening comes immediately because there's no one who is sleeping. Do you follow this? If you think you've got something to overcome, if you're going to believe you've got to work on yourself, you've got to make some kind of effort. It will be hard. After all, who makes the effort? The ego, who's telling you all these things you've got to overcome. The mind, you think you've got to overcome your bad habits, you've got to overcome past karma, you have to overcome samskaras. That's all a lie. I realize that I talk about these things sometimes. It sounds like a contradiction, but I am sharing with you the highest truth. There are no samskaras to overcome, because they never existed. There's no karma to overcome because it doesn't exist. But, for those immature students, they have to work on something, so we explain to them there's karma, there are samskaras, there are latent tendencies that have got hold of you, and you have to transcend them. Yet I'm telling them a lie. But, they really need to hear that at this time of their evolution, otherwise they couldn't work with anything else. But the truth is, you have nothing to overcome. Think about that. If you had something to overcome, you would never overcome it, for it is the nature of mind to play games with you. As soon as you overcome one thing, another thing pops up, and you have to overcome that. When you overcome that, something else pops up. Say you have a drinking habit and you say, I've got to overcome this. You may overcome it. It leads to a bad temper. Then you have to overcome the bad temper. It leads to telling lies. Then you have to overcome telling lies. It never ends until you begin to realize I has nothing to overcome. Then you start working on the I. It is then you finally realize it's this personal I that's been giving the trouble. That's an advanced state, but that's also a lie, due to the fact the personal I never existed. But, you don't know that. Because you think the personal I exists, you have to use self-inquiry to lead you to the place where you realize the personal I does not exist. It never has, and it never will. Wouldn't it be wonderful if you could just sit down and realize all this in a flash and become free? We will not allow ourselves to do that for some reason. We want to play the game of overcoming. Though we say, I've got to work on myself. I've got to practice. I've got to meditate. I've got to be alone. I have to do this and I've got to do that. But I say to you tonight, there's no thing you have to do. You just have to realize what I'm saying and awaken, and that's it. Again, who has to awaken? It's all a pack of lies, but I'm using words. How can the self awaken? The self never went to sleep. Do you not realize who you are now? You're not a mortal human. There are no words to express what you are. You have to find out. Though you practice. But, while you're practicing your sadhana, keep in back of your mind someplace, there's really no one who practices. After all, who does the practice? Your body and your mind. If you can only remember there's no body or mind that exists, then there's no one to practice. So while you're practicing, remember that. Laughs. I know you're going to walk out tonight and say, well, what do I do now? Students laugh. Look at it this way. As long as you feel body consciousness, and as long as your mind, so-called, still has the power to make you feel this way and that way, then you have to do some practice. Otherwise your body-mind will control you. The highest practice is atma-vichara, self-inquiry. The reason I'm talking to you like this tonight is because I can feel that all of that who are here have been through many paths and you're not newcomers, so you're ready for this. You're ready to hear that there's no practice, there's no God, there's no enlightenment, there's no past lives, there's no you, and you're free. People still want to know, when everything is gone, what's left, what is the substratum, the cause, the underlying cause of all existence. There has to be something that holds it all together. There's who? There's nothing to hold together. Remember also that the finite cannot comprehend the infinite. So when I say there's nothing that holds anything together, I mean there's nothing that words can describe. When I use the words like bliss or pure awareness, consciousness, Sat Chit Ananda, Para-Brahman, and Para-Brahman is very powerful because it means beyond Brahman. What can be beyond Brahman? Silence. There's no such thing as Para-Brahman due to the fact when you think of it, it signifies an object to you, for instance, a place to be in. Place to be in the silence, that is Para-Brahman. You're wrong. There's no place, there's no silence, and there's no Para-Brahman. Then what is there? Find out. Only you can know yourself. For there are no words to describe it. You have to come to terms with your life. It takes total honesty to do that. You can't go on fooling yourself. Look how you run around from pillar to post. You go here, you go there. You're always searching, you're always looking, you're always striving for what? Some of you think that you're going to find a teacher up in the sky someplace, and you're going to go searching for that teacher until you find him or her. No such teacher exists. When you finally settle down and start going into the silence more often, your teacher will appear to you and you will find he's none other than yourself. You may ask then, what am I doing here with you people? I am yourself. I can see that very clearly. There's no difference between you and me. When you feel depressed, when you feel angry, when you feel out of sorts, that's me you feel. When you feel happy, when you feel enlightened, when you feel beautiful, that's also me you feel. All this is the self and I am that. Some of you still think I'm talking about Robert. Robert has nothing to do with this. I'm speaking of omnipresence. I'm speaking of no thing. And I think to continue speaking is a waste of time. Silence. Shanty, shanty, shanty. I'm just going to sit here like this and you can do whatever you like. If you feel like asking a question, ask a question. If you feel like making a statement, make a statement. If you feel like throwing me out of the door, feel free to do so. Laughter. SS. Purely an academic question. Unimportant, but... Robert, everything is important. Pardon me? Robert, everything is important to you. Okay, Advita Vedanta, what does the term translate and where is it from? Who created that term and when? Robert, the ancient rishis in the Upanishads, they came to the conclusion, and most of them never knew each other, that there is only ultimate oneness. Advaita Vedanta means the oneness of the Vedanta. There is only ultimate oneness, and this was about 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. They handed the teaching down by mouth to mouth from person to person. Again, the interesting point is, in those days there were many rishis and it came through them, they just awoke, they became realized, and the message was always the same. The same message we're presenting here. Though it's a very old antiquated teaching. Says, when that was written down, what was it written down in? The scriptures called the Upanishads. S.J. The Vedas is a big body of work, and the untas or the end of it is Vedanta, which is the cream of their work. S.G. Robert, you spoke of, there was no need for initiation, and I was reading Osborne and a lot of other devotees of Ramana talking about the initiation of Ramana's glance. Robert, from their perspective and from their imagination that there was initiation. They even had a court case. Robert laughs. They took Ramana to court saying that you initiated me as Vedanta. Robert, well, this is from their own perspective. They feel that is what happened. Just like many people who were in front of Ramana used to claim that he did this for them, he healed them, he saved their lives, he did this, he did that, and he denied everything. But they all claim that because of him all these things happened. A jnani is never aware of anything they do because there is nobody left to do anything. It's like a burnt rope, it's good for nothing. St. And Robert, you call that absolute awareness. Robert, I call what? A burnt rope, like you say, is that absolute awareness? Robert, you can say that. Okay, and there's nothing left, no knowledge, no nothing. Robert, yes. Is there a state where there is awareness of the minutest detail? Robert, is there a state where there is awareness of the minutest detail? In reality there is no state at all. St. And how can it be created? Tape break. Tape restarts abruptly. Sr. Robert, from the perspective of doing practice. Robert, doing what? Doing practice. Robert, Are the words, who was I, as appropriate as who am I? Robert, if it's good for you, if it works for you, it's good. Whatever works for you. If you were able to say, chocolate bar, and you felt something and it worked for you, that'd be great. Sr. What does working for me mean beside from feeling good? It means that for you it means something sacred. It means something wonderful, something that you wanted to attain. That is the beginning, and all of that leads to silence. Beyond words and thoughts. It automatically leads you there. That is why I said in the beginning, all methods are good. For instance, if you have a mantra and believe in the mantra and keep repeating it over and over again, the day will come when the mantra becomes less and less for you and the silence becomes more and more, until you drop the mantra altogether. The mantra is only to make you one-pointed. So you can exclude other thoughts, but then the mantra has to go too. With the blow of the nose you awaken. Laughter. SS, what about his question about the who is I? If there is no small I, and there is also no big I, in that sense it doesn't make any difference. But if I'm asking, who is I? Small I, this is a very different kind of a feeling of a question from asking, who am big I? Robert, yes, due to the fact when you inquire deeply, who is I? The I begins to disappear. It turns into the big I, which is pure awareness. So, you use that method to lift you up and make you free. SN, Robert, what if you ask, who am I, and you get confusion, and from that you get fear? Robert, then you have to ask yourself, to whom does this confusion and fear come to? And realize it comes to me, then you say, who am I again? Who is this I that feels fear and confusion? And keep still. And the fear and confusion will ultimately disappear, because it never existed to begin with. St. Robert, how did this illusion start? Robert, it never did. Why is it here then? Robert, it doesn't exist. Laughter. That is your perception. St. Why do I have perception? Because you believe you do. St. Why do I believe? That is what you want. It's like when you are hypnotized, you see things that don't exist. SL, but how do we all get hypnotized to be able to make a butterfly and a snowflake? Robert, we never did. It appears that way. But nothing ever happened. SL, it's the agreement of illusion is what baffles me. The what? SL, the agreement of the illusion between us. Robert laughs, this ego and that. It baffles you? Then ask yourself, who is baffled? I know some of the answers I give you sound like a cop-out. Laughter. But believe me, it's the highest truth. SL, we believe you. Laughter. I know some of you want real profound answers. More laughter. You want me to talk for a half hour and we go into all kinds of technical terms. Why? SR, Robert, my name is Richard. Robert. Hi, Richard. I want to thank you for allowing me into your home. Robert, you are welcome. I've been on a spiritual quest for many years in this life. And something is happening with me and happening to me in the past 2-3 months from a certain individual in my living situation. Although I've been coming here briefly, I'm using as much as I can what you have talked about and what has entered my heart, but in truth, I still do not know how to deal with my pain and my stress, and unfortunately the reality is that my body hurts and my head hurts at times, and I become nausea from the unpleasantness that, well, what I call my karmic reality of my life. I know that everything is an illusion, but it is hard for me to dismiss, to override what I'm actually going through. And that is where I'm at right now. Robert, I understand perfectly what you are saying and I have great compassion for you. But, look at it this way, what's the worst thing that could possibly happen to you? Is there really anything to fear? What is the worst thing that can happen? SR, you see, it's not that I even fear death so much anymore. You see, I just don't want my life. I just turned 55 in January, and to be very truthful, I have now 19 months and 11 days of not using any mind-altering substances, including pretty much caffeine now. But I feel like I'm being reborn and things aren't veiling me over like substances that I have used for 35 years. And I don't want my life to have been in vain, and I've been searching for realization for a long time. And I come here tonight, and I swear like this is the first peace I've felt in a long time. Robert, everything will work out for you. SR, excuse me. Everything will work out. SR, I keep hoping that. I really do, and I have flashes of moments that it's okay, you know, and then something happens, and I am downward spiraled, and sometimes I really fear for my life. More often, I fear for my sanity, and I've got to keep remembering that God doesn't give me any more that I can handle, and I just keep hanging in there. Robert, try to remember the one who is concerned is your body. Is your mind telling you all these things? But, in truth, what difference does it make? What can really happen to you? Nothing. Look at me, for instance. I'm good for nothing. I have no visible means of support. I'm not worth anything. I've accomplished nothing in this life. So that is wonderful. Students laugh. What I am trying to say is that you are probably better off than most people. All is well. You'll be okay. St. Robert, hello. You have mentioned you have a lot of compassion. If somebody says that I have compassion, that does mean it should have some influence, or is it just an empty word? Or should real compassion have some deep meaning, that there could be something done about the dilemmas of life? Robert, you can take it any way you like. SJ, here's something interesting. There is a guy in the war and he's being interviewed or something. He's in the 1st Battalion where they're going to start ground war. and he says preparing for a battle here, and it makes the Southern California gang wars he grew up with seem like a schoolyard shuffle. And then he's quoted, "If old JC up in the sky pulls my card, there is nothing I can do about it, is there?" Students laugh. SG, is that Advita? Students laugh. Robert, that's good. If I can only make you understand that it makes no difference what the body goes through. If Saddam Hussein tied me to the rack and cut off my fingers and my toes and poked out my eyes, what can I do? What difference does it make? I am not that. It is the ego that makes us feel sorry about ourselves and our lot in life. Always remember that there is always somebody worse off than you. No thing is ever that bad, rejoice. Pause. For those of you who don't know, we're having an Easter celebration. The last Sunday of the month at 6 o'clock. We're going to have eating and music and other music and have a lot of fun. So feel free to come, but bring something to eat for at least 30 people. Students laugh. Is that the 21st? Robert, the last Sunday of the month, whatever it is. SM, do we have a satsang at 2 o'clock first? No, we'll have a satsang at 6. It'll give people a chance to be with their families during the day. SL, so then we'll be eating after that? We'll be eating after the satsang. And then we'll have music and tell dirty jokes. Laughter. I notice that nobody checks with Henry anymore when we want to do something at his house. Students laugh. SK, who's Henry? SH, that guy checked out last week. Laughter. He's old hat now. Robert, Henry is very kind to allow us to wreck his house like this. SL, Robert, when we meditate, is there a way to avoid hypnotizing oneself rather than being in awareness? Robert, well sure, you simply use the method of your meditation to bring you to the place where you are not hypnotized. What makes you think you are being hypnotized? Cell, because I seem to lose the time, I lose awareness, but I am quiet and my mind might be going on, but I don't even know it. Well, what makes you think that you are hypnotized? You probably are going deeper into yourself. Cell, I don't really know what hypnotism is, but it has occurred to me that way. Well, you are better off if you don't know. SL, but it's felt as if I might just really have been asleep. That's good. Even if you are asleep, the work is carried on while you are sleeping. And when you wake up, it will continue. You definitely are not being hypnotized, don't even think of it. You might ask yourself, who believes she is being hypnotized? And you will come to realize it's your ego that makes you think that. Yet, in reality, that is not happening. But, every time you feel that is true that you are being hypnotized, ask yourself, who is being hypnotized? And you will realize that it's only for the ego and not for you, and you'll go beyond it. SG, is there other techniques that will bring you into a state of, I think it's called Leia? Robert, yes. Does there seem to be a place for peace to keep all the tendencies you haven't cleared them out yet? How does one know the difference? Robert, you will know because you will feel a bliss, you will feel a joy that you have never felt before. You'll know. There is quite a difference. It's like being asleep and being conscious. When you get into a real jhana state, you are consciously asleep, you are aware but not of the world, and you will know. SL, who will know? Robert, Who will know? Robert, you will know. Who? Robert, you. You. Students laugh. Who would I be? Robert, whoever you want to be. Whoever you think you are. SG, Robert, does momentum count? Robert, does what count? Momentum. I mean, if you keep this up, does it tend to reach a critical mass? It's like a feeling when I come to the stage. It seems to build up some momentum where the thought is, if I didn't, I would lose it. Robert, in a way that is true, in a way it's not. SG, thank you. If you're speaking of realization, it's like when you are in a room filled with darkness and you trip over the furniture and you can't see where you are walking. So you finally figure out where the furniture is and you miss a few pieces. But once in a while you bump into it. But then one day your hand accidentally puts on the light switch and the light comes on and the darkness has been dissipated. And it will never be dark again. That is how it works. You bump into things spiritually, you have a few small awakenings, little things happen, but when it really happens it's like turning on the light. It happens all at once, and you are free. SG, can it happen like a sunrise? Excuse me. SG, can it happen like a sunrise? A gradual dawning and finally the sun. The real awakening comes when the sun is in its full glory. But there appears to be slight awakenings like the sunrise sometimes. But the real awakening comes all at once. SE, and you know when that happens. Robert, oh yeah, don't worry. Students laugh. SL, Robert, you said you feel no pain. Does that mean you also don't really enjoy a hot shower either? Robert, no, I didn't say I didn't feel no pain. I said it doesn't matter. I like a hot shower also. Not too hot. SJ, it's an experience, it's not a concept to believe or not believe. That is why you can't grasp it, you just experience it. Robert, the hot shower. SJ, and everything else. Don't make the shower too hot. SL, hot as you can stand it is the best way, we all know that. Laughs. Robert, I never take a shower as hot as I can stand it. SG, do you like a hot shower that it doesn't matter to a Johnny? No, I don't take a hot shower. SG, you don't take a hot shower. I take a medium shower between hot and cold. SG, you like a medium shower, but it doesn't matter. Is that what you are referring to? I get wet. Students laugh. SG, I didn't understand your words. I never thought about it whether I like it or not. SG, I really want to know about the pain. If the pain doesn't matter. Do you just like pain? Do I just like pain? SG, yeah. Why would I like pain? SG, you may not. That's what I was just trying to find out. It seemed like you said you like a shower. You like some kind of a shower. Medium. Laughter. SG, you've got this liking for medium showers. Is there any liking or disliking for pain? Pain, it's the same thing, medium. I don't feel it as much as the average person, but I can feel something, if that is what you mean. ST, so Robert, you are never asleep, right? Robert, never asleep. I'm asleep, but I'm aware. I'm asleep. ST, awareness. I sleep about 3 hours a night. ST, but you are still aware. I'm always aware, yeah. ST, then what do you do in those 3 hours? Nothing, the same thing I'm doing now. What do you want me to do? Students laugh. SL, do you dream? Robert, hardly. SL, so when you are aware, is the awareness the same as it is when you are not sleeping? It's always the same. SL, are your dreams good if you have dreams ever? Or are there any value to them? Well, the last time I had something like that was more like a vision. But then there has to be someone to have a vision. But I was flying through the air and I went to Arunachala, the mountain in Tiruvannamalai by Ramana Ashram. And I went into the mountain, it was hollow inside, and inside there was Shiva and Ramana and Vishnu and Krishna and Jesus and more people I didn't recognize and Moses. We all smiled at each other, and we walked toward each other, and we became one beam of light which turned into a lingam. And that's it, and that was a couple of years ago. SU, I didn't hear the beam of light turned into a what? Robert, a lingam. ST, is there any truth to the power of a lingam? Robert, if you believe in it. SH, that's a nice dream. Robert, could be worse. Students laugh. SS, when you woke up in the morning, did you then know because you knew you were having a dream while you were having the dream? Robert, I was aware of the whole thing, yeah. SH, so the body then goes to sleep nightly, lies down in bed and conks out, but you never go to sleep. Robert, the body doesn't really conk out. The body just rests. SH, yeah, and you are observing the resting. I'm observing the resting, yes. Some of you who only come on Thursday nights are not aware that we've got transcripts of some of these lessons. We have lessons 1 to 5, they are free of charge. SJ, except on Sunday. Laughter. Well, they are going to be free from now on. Laughs. The fellow who prints them up went to a lot of trouble, so he was charging for them, so I told him not to do that. I think the way we should do it is when we get some of these lessons, some of us should make 5 or 10 copies each and hand them out to each other. That would be the best way, so Ed doesn't have to make 200 copies by himself. Yet every time. Silence. SF, Robert, if somebody goes to the satsangs and doesn't understand English. Robert, it doesn't really matter. As long as they are here, that's all that matters. Satsang transcends language. SG, they are probably better off. Robert, you're right. Laughs. Often I could fall asleep when you're talking. Does that make any difference if I sleep in a church? Does it make any difference? Robert, it doesn't really make any difference, no. There is a very subtle vibration in a satsang, and it goes into your heart whether you are sleeping or whatever you are doing. As a matter of fact, if I remember correctly, before we came to Henry's house, we used to have a guy who came to satsang, and he'd lie down on the floor, stretched out and go to sleep. And he always used to tell me he felt the best he's ever felt in his life. He seemed to have made the most progress than anybody else. Students laugh. Silence. SG, there seems to be a difference between the Sunday and Thursday nights, like Thursday nights seem to be a little deeper. Is that just my perception? Robert, well, nothing is done on purpose. Maybe because there is no music Thursday night? SJ, maybe there is less new people also. Robert, could be that. SU, it's the dog. Robert, it's what? The dog. Robert, dog. Laughs. SS, when you say it's important to be here and it's not a matter of language because you could be sleeping and you do not understand the language, it would be equally beneficial to walk down the street with you, right? Robert, if that's what you believe. What if I had satsang with a person who wasn't realized? And what if we both just sat there and tried? What is it about it that makes? Are we open to it, or is it that there is a vibration coming that we're getting, or what is it that makes it beneficial even though we don't comprehend the language? Robert, apparently what they say in the scriptures is a person who is realized has a very positive influence on others. It's like a light bulb. The average light bulb can be 25 volts or watts, but then you put a 100-watt light bulb and you get a brighter light. So the more realized a person is, the more watts he has. And so the people around him feel the illumination, and they also become illumined. Though satsang is about 1,000-watt light bulb. And those of you who are 20 watts or 30 watts or 40 watts increase your wattage by being here. Speaking of wattage, Alan Watts is on the radio, did you know that? Every Monday 2 o'clock on Pacifica. Says, did you know him? Robert, no. I know him well, he used to come here, have parties here. Robert, really? Yet this was one of his party places. Robert, I heard he was quite a party-goer. Oh, he was. Laughs. SL, his girlfriend was my roommate. SH, yeah. Give us the lowdown of discovery. I pass. Students laugh. SH, you don't approve, do you, Fred? Laughs. He was a great entertainer. Robert, he was. And that's how he looked at himself, as an entertainer. He had no pretensions at all. Robert, yes, I know. I know that's true. He was very down to earth. He never claimed to be enlightened, never. SL, now that's a backhanded compliment. Laughs. SF, what's the best way to give thank you to a Johnny, Robert? Robert, the best way to say thank you to a Johnny? SF, yeah. By losing your ego. Laughter. That's a good point, Horat. Being devotional, you give up your ego to the Johnny. As if you are praying to God. You say, take my ego, God, I no longer want it. SS, but in what sense does the Johnny care one way or the other? Robert, the Johnny is just an instrument to relieve you of your ego. There is a sort of a contradiction, you're right, because there is a lot of love and a lot of compassion. Never believe that I don't care. A Johnny usually cares more than anyone else on earth, but it's different. SS, I guess you talk so much about. I mean, it just gives a person an image of that. Suddenly you would be full of joy as if you hadn't been the moment before, and so it's. I mean, it suggests this variation in your moods or feelings or fullness that doesn't. But, of course you are that. Students laugh because it didn't make sense. SH, you say that a Johnny cares more than anybody on earth, but it's different. How is it different? Robert, it's different because it's a universal care. A Johnny sees you as the infinite. Sees you as already being realized. Though a Johnny is a great compassion, a great joy, because he sees you as himself. SH, SJ, or like knows you. Robert, same thing, yeah. SG, is that exercise a thing of the personal I? Robert, no, there is no personal I involved. Is it the self? Robert, the self. Exercising through a human being? Robert, there is only one self, there is no human being. There is one self, and I am that. When I say I am, I'm not saying Robert. I am consciousness is that. The one self. SH, but that one self does appear to operate through a body-mind. Robert, that's how it appears, yes. In that particular body-mind, right? Robert, if you say so. What do you say? Robert, who am I? I don't know. Robert, neither do I. Okay, that ends it. Students laugh. Robert, if you don't know, then I surely don't know. SG, in a way a Johnny couldn't really have compassion or any relationship, because relationship implies two, I mean that just. Robert, there is a thin line when you talk about that, because there is a relationship and yet there is not a relationship. On one level, there is a relationship, another level there is not. But, if there is a relationship, it's because you need it, so there is a relationship. On the highest level, there is no relationship. Robert, true. SJ, you could just as easily say that all there is a relationship, it seems, because it's all unthinkable to the mind. Beyond the mind. Robert, you can say that. You already said it. I did, didn't I? Laughter. At this point the tape ends. Transcript 53. Will sadhana improve my humanhood? 24th March 1991. Robert, I can assure to you, I can swear to you that you are not the body-mind phenomena. I can assure to you, I can swear to you that you are not the doer. That no matter what appears to be is not. No matter what experience you're going through mentally, physically or otherwise, it is not the truth about you. The truth about you is absolute reality, para Brahman Sat Chit Ananda, pure awareness, ultimate oneness. This is what you are. Why don't you believe me? You think you are a frail body that goes through the world for maybe 70, 80 years and then that is the end of you, but that's not so. You are not that body at all. That body does not even exist. It appears to exist. It appears to exist as the personal I. When you investigate the personal I, you will find that there is no body, no mind, no world, no problems, no God, no universe. You are that. You are that absolute consciousness which was never born and can never die. You are that absolute reality that has always been and will always be the same yesterday, today and tomorrow. Know who you are. Do not depend on the world for your sustenance, for your maintenance. But dive deep within, deeper than you've ever dove before. Deep within, deeper and deeper, and you will see the truth that you are omnipresence. You are pure consciousness. This is the truth about you, and there is no other truth. Accept it, be it. There is a certain question that people ask me continuously. People from this group, people I've never saw before that call me on the phone, people I meet in the park, homeless people, aliens, wretched people, people of all nationalities. What they ask me is this: as I am practicing Atmavichara, self-inquiry in the process, will my humanhood improve? In other words, what they want to know is, while they're doing this sadhana, whether it's the I am meditation or self-inquiry, it may take weeks, months, years, will my personal life improve? If I am sick, will I become healthy? If I am poor, will I become rich? If I am miserable, will I become peaceful? So forth and so on. The way I answer this is, first tell me what you mean when you say, improve your humanhood. What do you mean by that? And the answer is, I mean to make myself a better person. To get a better job. To be able to buy a new car. To be able to get rid of the cancer that is eating up me. To get a companion, a mate that is compatible with my way of thinking. Will all these things happen while I practice? We'll discuss this for a while. This question presupposes that you are a human being and you wish to improve your humanhood. What you are really doing is building up your ego, making it more powerful. What is a human being to begin with? If you looked at a human being under an electric microscope, you would find something very interesting. You would see billions of molecules, and if you look deeper, you would find trillions of atoms that make up the molecules. You would see space in between the atoms. If you were as small as an atom, the space between the molecules would be the equivalent distance between the planets, between the Earth and Mars, the Earth and Jupiter, the Earth and the Sun. There is space between the planets also. That space is consciousness. And the space out of the body is also consciousness. What I am trying to say is that there is one space, and you are that space. Your body is in a state of flux. Your body is not what you think it is. It only appears to us to be solid. Just like every other thing on this earth, the chair, the radio, the rug, the wall. These things appear to be solid, but they are not. What determines your body as compared to the wall is the movement of the atoms. How fast they move or how slow they move. The atoms of the body are moving at a certain speed. They become a body. But again, if you see what I'm talking about, you're really space. You are not the body because the space between the atoms is larger, more than the atoms themselves. And the space becomes expanded, taking up all of space. What is behind space? What causes space? What is the substratum of the space? You are, your real nature, absolute reality. Though you see you are not what you appear to be. By trying to improve something that does not exist brings upon itself suffering. Where you are identifying with the appearance rather than with the reality. As long as you identify with the appearance, you go through all sorts of living conditions, all sorts of experiences. And you try to improve your living condition, as it were. You are wasting your time, for in this world you have to experience both sides of the coin. When you improve your human condition, something happens sooner or later, so that you may improve and experience the other side of the coin. For every up there is a down, for every forward there is a backward. Then who are you? Who is it that wants to improve their condition? That is the first thing that you should ask yourself. Who wants to improve the human condition? And the answer is always I do. Then who am I? What is the source of the I that wishes to improve the human condition? As you begin to search for the source, you will find that the I disappears. As you begin to realize the truth about yourself, that you are not the body-mind, you are not the doer, happiness ensues. This happiness comes all by itself as a result of your realization that you are not the body-mind. But you still ask, if I'm not realized, why can't I live a total harmonious life in my illusion? It's impossible. Everything that is born, so to speak, must die. You begin to die as soon as you're born. But what does happen to you to the extent that you begin to know the truth? To that extent do you begin to transcend the so-called human condition. In other words, your body may still have cancer, and you're no longer trying to heal it of anything. You're simply identifying with the reality. To the extent that you identify with the reality, to that extent do you no longer feel a body with cancer. Though to other people you may appear to have cancer, you may appear to be deteriorating. Like Ramana Maharshi did before he left his body, so to speak. Like Ramakrishna and many others. People see a deteriorating body, but the sage does not have a body to deteriorate. He just has no body. The body does not exist for him. This is the problem, because when I speak of this I know a lot of you get lost. How can there be nobody when I see? Ask yourself, who sees? What do you see? You see poverty, you see man's inhumanity to man, you see this and you see that. The seer that sees has to be transcended. There has to be a seer to see these things. When you ask, who is the seer? Both the seer and the object seen dissolve into the nothingness from whence they came. This means you should not accept what is seen. Let the world spin, let people go through their karma, leave things alone. Let the higher power take care of the world and universe, but you identify with the real self. The self that is the omnipresence. The self that is the higher power. Know that you are that. You are no longer a limited personality. You no longer are a frail human that's dying of cancer or experiencing lack or limitation or experiencing happiness, human happiness, or experiencing vibrant health. Even Arnold Schwarzenegger is going to waste away. He may believe in his body, but he's getting weaker as he gets older. He's wasted all this time identifying with the weightlifting room. when he could have become free and identified with reality. Nobody lives forever. No situation remains the same forever. Everything ends in this world, so it appears. Everything has a beginning, a middle, and an end. But you are not that. You have nothing to do with that picture. You are immortal. You are nirvana. You must begin today to stop judging by appearances. The more you begin to feel this, the less you talk. For what is talking all about? Except to talk about the world and people and things. Think how long you've been talking since you were born. You started with Dada Mama and you expanded your vocabulary. You thought you were doing something great. You've wasted your time. The more words you know, the larger the ego. The less words you know, the closer you are to the self. What has the self to say? To whom shall it talk? To itself. The self is self-contained consciousness. Aware of itself is omnipresence. So to whom shall it talk? To itself. It is perfect bliss consciousness. There need be no words, just a look, a touch, a glance is all you have to do. Yet you say, how can I do this? I work for a living, I have to eat, I have to earn my bread and butter, I have to talk. Don't worry about details. If you dive within yourself and you spend most of your time thinking about the I am, practicing self-inquiry, the details will work themselves out. You must not believe that it is up to you to work out all the details of life. There is a higher power that knows where the appearance of your body is supposed to be and what work it's supposed to do. Trust that power. You will find out one day that the power is none other, is you. That power is yourself. But, until then, trust the power. I like to call this power the current that knows the way. It's a beautiful power, it only knows love. It wants you to become a living embodiment of love. It wants you to merge with itself. Yet as long as you identify with the world, you can never know reality. As long as you identify with your personal I, by always voicing what I feel hurt, I feel angry, I feel sick, I feel depressed, I feel happy because somebody gave me something, I feel good because I'm getting my own way. That I has got to go. The whole world, the whole universe, people, places and things are attached to the I. If you follow the I to the source, the whole universe will disappear. And the question arises, then what? If the universe disappears, will I be in outer space? Will I be in a fog? It's a paradox. The universe disappears, yet you exist in the universe. Your body will continue going about its business, but you will not be identifying with your body any longer. You will not even feel that you are in the body. But you will feel the body is in you. You will feel like a gigantic screen, where all the items of this earth, trees, plants, flowers, bugs, murderers, lovers are all superimposed on the screen. They are on the screen and you are the screen. The screen is not in them. Though it's a misnomer to say that God is in me. The body that you think you are is in God and consciousness. Just like the body you draw on the blackboard. But the body you draw on the blackboard is not the blackboard. Blackboard is self-contained, and you may draw items on the blackboard and erase them and draw new items on the blackboard and erase those. That is like life, going from one life to the next life, from one experience to the next experience. The whole universe is superimposed on consciousness. When you change identities and identify with consciousness, everything disappears. Yet you continue experiencing not as an ego, but as the self. And what do you experience? Pure awareness. You are aware of the truth, the reality. Your body will continue its sojourn through the world doing whatever it came here for, but you will not be your body. Again, this is paradoxical, for you appear to be your body, but you are not your body. You become a living embodiment of pure happiness, total joy and bliss. The world can no longer fool you or disturb you. You have a feeling of deep immortality. You know without words that nobody dies because nobody was born. You understand and realize without words that there is no causation for the universe. Nothing ever brought it into life. It has no cause. If it has no cause, again you ask, where did it come from? And the answer is, it didn't come from anywhere. It's like hypnosis. You are hypnotized into believing something is real that is not, and to you it's real. When you come out of the hypnotic trance, you are part of the waking world again, and that something that appeared real is gone. Though it is with this world, it appears real, yet it's like a dream. You wake up and the dream is finished. When you wake up out of your mortal dream, the idea of body, mind, doer is also finished. Now, is this teaching practical? Is finding your real nature practical? Of course it's practical. Remember, you do not become a burden on society by practicing self-inquiry and coming closer to the truth. Many people still think that they will stay home every day and just meditate. I remind you again, it doesn't work that way. If you were meant to be active, you will be active. If you were not meant to be active, no matter how much you try to be active, you will not be able to do anything. Again, do not concern yourself with details. Simply practice every day. Be aware every day. He who becomes frustrated, see who feels slighted, who is hurtable, see who is trying to give a one-uppership on somebody else, see who competes with others, see who you are. Find out the truth. Become free. Wonderful to realize that your real nature is Parabrahman. Beyond consciousness, beyond words and thoughts, beyond human experiences of any kind. That is how you bring peace into the world. Not by trying to make up peace slogans or demonstrations, but by becoming self-realized, awakening. Then automatically your consciousness expands and people feel it, and they too automatically begin to turn within. In the beginning, do not concern yourself with these things whatsoever. When you awaken, then see if you want to bring peace to this world, because I kid you not, there is no world to bring peace to. We are looking at things from both sides. When you still believe in your humanity, you want to do good deeds, you want to bring peace to the world, make this world a better world in which to live. But the further into truth you go, the more you become self-realized, the more you are able to see, I am the world. All this is the self and I am that. And you live a wonderful life. Again, it begins as soon as you wake up in the morning. Try your best to see the fourth state of consciousness beyond waking, sleeping and dreaming. The fourth state is between sleeping and awakening. Try to catch yourself there. People tell me they try and just can't. If you keep trying, you will. That place where there is no thoughts. Place where there is no thinking of any kind. That still place, that is bliss consciousness. Before the I comes out and starts to do its dirty work. Just before the I wakes up, ask yourself, where did the I come from? What was its source? Who am I? And the last thing before you fall asleep, same situation. When all thoughts stop and you are about to sleep, catch yourself in that state and ask, where did the I go? The I seems to be disappearing as I fall asleep. Where is it gone? What is its source? And yet as you sleep, as you dream, as you awake, there appears to be another I, that is the observer of you sleeping, awake and dreaming. That is the real I, that is consciousness. Actually, there is only one I, but as long as you identify with the body, it appears to be a personal I. As you begin to become aware of the higher I, the personal I simply disappears, for it never really existed. and the large I comes into play, which is pure awareness. At this point is a tape break. You will find something very interesting happening to you. You are becoming happier and happier for no reason. Your fears just melt away. Your past dissolves. The new man is born. All the guilt dissipates. You have awakened. Try it works. We are one big happy family here. I'm sure you have something to say or questions to ask. Feel free to do so. S.U. Robert, I find the concepts of immortality, those in the physical and in our state of being. Why have we chosen, if we are immortal, why have we chosen this mortal, fearful part of this life? What is it about? Robert, you have never chosen it. You have to ask yourself, who has chosen? And you will find out that the I that you think has chosen doesn't exist. You never chose to be mortal. The mortality of you doesn't really exist. It appears to exist as personal I. As you follow the personal I to the source, you will find that the mortal never began and the mortal never ends. There is no mortal at all. S.U. So there is no mortal? Robert, no. So we are immortal? Robert, you are immortal. That is your nature. You appear to be mortal. It's as if you are watching a movie and on the screen you see all of the different pictures. They cover the screen. You have no idea the screen exists, but the reason you are able to see the pictures is because of the screen. And if you try to grab the picture, you're going to grab the screen. Though it is with us. We as mortals are superimposed on consciousness, and we appear as mortal. It's all part of the grand illusion. That is what is called Maya. It appears to exist, but it doesn't. When you awaken, you will realize that there never was a time when you were born, and there will never be a time when you cease to be. Though the mortal is false. It's an appearance. See, is it possible that if one does some of the things like I've said, and there is an armor around us and the armor could be broken, we could see our true self? Robert, you can only go so far with that method that you explained. To go all the way comes through self-inquiry. You have to get rid of the person who breathes as well as the breath. It's all part of the false identification. From the breathing techniques that you just explained to us, it improves your physical status, it makes you feel better as immortal, but that is as far as it goes. To truly break away from that, you have to ask yourself, who breathes? Who is a better mortal? Who is healthy? It's the ego. Be rid of the ego and you'll be free and blissful and happy. See, you know as you talk, and it's true, and I've heard this over and over, it just seems like throwing a ball against the wall. It comes back. The ball doesn't penetrate the wall. What you see is what you get. Though if you see your stuff that you put out coming back, and it does, stop seeing. Go beyond seeing. Find out who the seer is and what is seen. They are both the same. The seer and the seen are the same. Go beyond that. SC, it's almost like... I know I'm talking, but it's almost like you're talking Greek to me in that sense. Unless you understand Greek, it doesn't mean anything. Robert, no, it's a little different. Laughter. For you simply have to inquire within yourself, who doesn't understand? It's always going back to you, who doesn't understand? I don't. Well, who is this I that doesn't understand? Where does it come from? Who gave it birth? How does it originate? It seems to originate only when I open my eyes in the morning. The I begins its work. So, what is its source? As you identify with the source, the I will disappear and you will be free. SC, how did it happen to you? Robert, well, that is a story in lesson number 4. SC, I mean, was it gradual? No. SC or like that or. Flicks fingers. Robert, I was sitting in the school during high school when I was 14 years old taking a test. I'll make the story succinct. All of a sudden, I found myself disappearing, merging into consciousness, not as a body, but as pure awareness itself. My body had merged, like melted, but I never went anywhere. There was no change. As consciousness, I realized that there's no body. No body exists. There's only consciousness itself expressing itself as pure awareness. I don't know how long it lasted, but the next thing I remember is the teacher shaking me, and that experience has never left me. SC, it wasn't a preparation like we're doing, it just happened out of the blue. It just happened out of the blue. SS, it seems to me that there is no screen. Robert, there is no screen but for. SU, screen. Screen, I agree with you. There is no screen, there is no consciousness, there is no self-realization, there is no reality. Then there is silence. So if there is no screen, then there is no words. In order to explain these things we need illustrations and words. But, you're right, there is no screen. SN, Robert, isn't self-inquiry, though a very advanced state, one should be established in concentration before that becomes effective. So when you say to find the I, abide in the I, follow it to its source. Find the I requires one-pointedness, and if that is difficult, is it useful to do japa to try to have that concentration to even find the I, and to inquire? To do the inquiry? Robert, it depends on the maturity of the person. Not everybody can do the self-inquiry, you're right. The next best thing to do is to surrender, totally and completely to God. Give God your ego, your life, everything. You have no will of your own. And as you do that, you can practice japa mantras. Those help to make the mind one-pointed and prepares you for self-inquiry. But you can know yourself where you are coming from by the amount of attention that you can hold on self-inquiry. If it's a little too difficult, don't worry about it, surrender completely. Surrender completely, everybody can do that, sing bhajans, do mantras. If you are sincere, whatever you do, you will be led to the next step. The current that knows the way will take care of you if you are true to yourself. SN, also isn't there a difference between witnessing and self-inquiry? Robert, oh yes. Self-inquiry is not witnessing. Witnessing is very good, it helps. To become the witness of your thoughts without trying to change them, to become the witness of everything. But, when you practice self-inquiry you ask, who is the witness? The witness is still attached to I. The witness ultimately has to go, and then there is pure awareness. SN, it seems that in witnessing the thoughts still come and go, but in inquiry, if you get into the state of abiding in the I, there is almost a cessation of thought. There is only I amness. When you abide in the I, you are I amness itself. When you watch your thoughts, you are still the ego. SH, so the thoughts have to come and have to cease completely before that step can occur. Robert, thoughts have to cease completely. There is no one left to think. There is nowhere from which the thoughts arise. And there is no place where the thoughts go. They just cease as if they never existed to begin with. SH, which is true. Yes. SS, but they appear again. Robert, to whom do they appear again? SS, consciousness, I think. Thoughts cannot appear to consciousness. SS, to whom can they appear to then? To no one. SS, to no one, but as I say, but they come out of this consciousness, they are received and then come out. They do not come out of consciousness. SS, they are consciousness. Consciousness is self-contained. Nothing can really come out of consciousness. Assess, is it the self-contained? Is it this I? Is it this ego? No, it's self-contained as I am, not as the ego. Assess, it's everything. The ego is an illusion. The ego never existed. Consciousness cannot give birth to an ego. Assess, how did this arise? If you become consciousness and you become, and you are silent, the silence ends and it seems that these thoughts appear. They just appear. If you are in the true silence, then no thoughts will appear. Assess ever? Ever. They will just be spontaneous. They will appear to keep your bodily functions going. Assess, but even if they are spontaneous, they're there. They're just to keep you going as a body. But that doesn't exist at all. That is an illusion. SC, do thoughts come to you? Robert, as I function, thoughts appear to come. I raise my hand, I talk. I eat. So the thoughts are there doing those things, but they do not go further than my nose. SH, why do you let them go that far? Robert, I don't. Good. Students laugh. Robert, I am not that. But that is what appears to happen. I can sit here and tell you that I have no body, even if you were looking at me. There is no mind, there is no appearance of a body even. Yet you tell me, no, you're wrong, I see it, so it must be true. But if you catch yourself when you say, I see it, you'll find the culprit. I sees it. Find out who the I is that sees the body. The body and the I are attached to each other. If you get rid of one, you get rid of the other. See, life is like an optical illusion. I go back to the illustration of the sky is blue. You look at the sky and you say, what a beautiful blue it is. Not today. But if you investigate, you will find out there is no sky and there is no blue. It's an optical illusion. It's like the snake in the rope, which is another illustration. If you are in the dark and you see a rope coiled up, you'll think it's a snake and you'll get fear and you're frightened to death. But when you turn on the light, you see it's only a rope. Once you discover this, you can never be fooled again. Says, but that was a rope. Robert, there was a rope, but it was not a snake. SS, but there was a rope, or you wouldn't have seen the snake. Students laugh. You thought the rope was the snake, but you find out upon investigation that it was not a snake, it was only a rope. Though in the same instance, you think I am the body, but upon investigation, when the light is turned on in your consciousness, you will see that there is no body. There is only consciousness. There never was a body. SS, where does the rope come from? Is the rope the self? Where did the rope come from? The rope is just an illustration, the rope is just there. The rope, you understand, it appears to be a snake to some people and frightens them. So your body and your affairs sometimes appear frightening, but that is just like a snake, it doesn't exist, it's a rope. You are pure consciousness, and you are bright and shining. See, what if you think it's a rope, and it's really a snake? Students laugh. Robert, well, you've got a problem. SH, then you get death. Laughter. Robert, then you really have to work on yourself. SY, if the sky being blue is really an illusion, why do we all share the same illusion? Why can't we see the sky? Different people see the sky in different colors. Robert, it's like saying, why don't we all have the same dream? We dream individually. No two people have the same dream. In the same way, no two people see the same thing the same way. You see the sky is blue in different ways. But collectively we see the sky is blue. This is called the grand illusion. We all come from the same oneness, the same delusion. There is only one. There are not many. Though the collective consciousness of humanity appears to see the same thing because it's coming out of the same bag. When you destroy the illusion, you no longer see the fake sky, you see reality. You no longer see yourself as a human being. You see yourself as the universe, and the sky, the moon, the stars are all taking place within yourself. Why? What is it when you can see something actually change shape, like right in front of your eyes, like a person's head? For instance, you're looking at a person's head and it can change into something ancient, like another ancient person, and it can change into different shapes and forms and colors. Robert, it means you have been taking too much LSD. Loud laughter. Why? No, I mean without any LSD, without any drugs. Well, somehow your brain has become a little warped laughter again, and you're seeing all these different things. The idea is not to see these things. There could be many reasons: hallucinations, too much thinking. There are many reasons why we see things change and shapes change. But the truth is, we have to go beyond that, and you have to ask yourself, to whom does this come? Who sees these things? It's all part of the personal I. Everything we're talking about is part of the personal I. Shapes, people, places, things, occult visions, astrology, numerology, it's all part of the personal I. As long as we get stuck in that scene, we have to repeat it again and again karmically, so it appears. Until we get loose of the personal I, and we become the self. Though all these things, visions, dreams, everything is part of the personal I. Robert, in the illustration of the rope and the snake, how do you explain within that context? How do you explain the rope? Robert, the rope is an illustration of reality. As the self or something? As reality has the self. The rope exists, but the snake does not. Right. Though when you see the snake, you have fear, but when you turn on the light, or when you awaken in consciousness, you see the rope. You see yourself as the way you are, pure awareness. So the rope illustrates the self. Right. Though if we don't know the self, it's a real mystery. The self is a mystery when you don't know it, that's right. Until more or less. Robert, even if you realize it's a mystery, you're on the right track. When it makes you think about it, it makes you say to yourself, there must be something else than what I appear to be. This can't be all to me, then there is. Going to sleep at night, getting up in the morning, going to work, watching TV, there must be something else. That is the beginning of wisdom. And then you start asking, what is this something else? Who is it? Is it God? I can think of God. Who thinks? What kind of God am I thinking of? Where did these thoughts come from? And then one day you'll say, I think them. Wow, this is amazing. All these thoughts that I've been looking where they come from, I is the one that thinks them. Therefore, if I eliminate the I, the other thoughts will go also, and I'll be free. Though you spend the rest of your life with self-inquiry, eliminating the I. So Robert, the whole thing is a full-blown hallucination. What we're experiencing. If you know it's hallucination, it gets you out moving out of it? Robert, yes, of course. It has that quality like life beyond LSD, but you can't quite get yourself off the trip. But you know somehow. Robert, there's got to be an answer. Yeah, but somehow this is sort of unreal. And the answer is always within yourself. And if you inquire deep within yourself, the answer will come. it just struck me that how about these monks that live up in Tibet? Are they doing the same thing, self-inquiry? Sitting in meditation, living an austere life. Is that their motive? Robert, it depends what sect they belong to and what they are doing. I have no idea what they are doing up there. I mean not only in Tibet but India and around the world. There is no need to go to a monastery. For you have to take yourself with you. If you can't think now about your real self, it will be worse when you go to a monastery. I didn't mean that. I meant the men who were in those monasteries. Who knows where they're coming from? They're probably all reading Playboy. Students laugh. That's a big one. We have no idea what they're doing. Forget about them. Laughter. Find out what you're doing. Robert, it seems like in the practice of self-inquiry that there is a different kind of spectrum of thoughts. There are random thoughts, and there are highly charged emotional thoughts like anger, and there are perhaps things that are very close to having perception. Like you're kind of doing self-inquiry, and there is a loud disruptive noise right near you, and there are semantic perceptions like a pain in the body. Those all essentially are handled the same way as far as self-inquiry is concerned? Robert, everything is handled the same way. But it seems to be all the same type of thing, but the experience is different somehow. It's all attached to the I. The difference is in your mind. So when some of those things seem more disruptive to handle when doing self-inquiry, and when they persist, is it best when you can and something will get. The disruption is the best teacher you can ever have, because the disruption makes you see that you have to go beyond it. Well, let's take the most disruptive can be physical pain. So if you were saying, who am I, and then it's there again. Do you go to who am I again? No, if you have physical pain, you should ask yourself, to whom does the pain come? Do it that way. Who experiences the pain? Again, I do. Then you say, who am I? And so it benefits. It slowly does benefit, of course. As diligently as possible. Robert, practicing who am I for the average person is really the greatest psychotherapy that was ever invented, for it gets rid of emotional problems by inquiring, to whom does the problem come? And then you realize that you are not the problem, I is. For where did the I come from? It didn't come from anywhere. That is the realization you come to. It never was born, nothing gave it birth. It's a liar. Then you're free. But who am I is not a mental process. Robert, no, and it's also not a mantra, it's simply inquiry. You're inquiring. See what happens to the mind when you inquire what it is. It gets weaker and weaker until it disappears. That is the only way to annihilate the mind. By investigating it and realize that it doesn't exist. When you say to investigate it, it sounds like a mental process again. No, you're simply looking at your mind and asking, to whom does it come? It's true you are using a little of your mind to get rid of your mind. That's the only instrument you have got to use. When you investigate your mind with your mind, it dissolves, it dissipates. It becomes transcended. But the idea of abiding in the I seems to give a different feeling than investigating the I. Abiding in the I is the same as investigating the I. You're abiding in the I, that means you're watching the I. You are holding on to the I. You're looking at the I most carefully. And as you keep investigating the I, following the I thread to its source, the I just is gone. So Robert, there is a sort of a sequence in self-inquiry. First comes the who am I. That's number one. Number 2, the thoughts slow down. The mind tends to dissipate or disappear little by little, and abiding in the self may or may not happen, but that's not my concern. I just keep on self-inquiring, and the most that I could hope, if I hope for something, is that my thoughts slow down and abidance in the self may or may not come up. It's not my concern again. Robert, what you're saying is true. Nothing is your concern. You should have no concern whatsoever. SF, I just keep asking myself, who am I? This is a real radical teaching. It happens differently to different people. There are some people just by asking, to whom does this come? And there is sort of a flash and everything is gone and they're home free. There are other people who have to carry it through and do what you said. Don't make it a practice with number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Seth, oh, that's for explaining it, sort of. Robert, yeah, but when you're doing it yourself, let it come naturally, do not force it. For instance, when you react to a condition and you catch yourself, do not force anything to happen or to take the place of the reaction. In a gentle, calm way, observe what happened, and something within you will say, who reacted, and something else will come and say, I did. Then who was this I who reacted? Where did it come from? What is its source? You do everything in a calm, gentle way. You may have to go through all the steps, and you may not have to go through all the steps. Do not have any preconceived ideas about this. Have no concepts. Simply allow whatever happens to happen. Music played with merry singing. Robert, we have a lot of prashad today. We have to eat until we bust. Do we have any announcements? Ed. S.E. Easter next Sunday's Easter, and at 6 o'clock, we're going to have it here. We're going to have a bandara. And one more interesting thing is, for some of those who feel doubts from time to time, one of the persons that recently has requested Robert's talks is Jean Dunn, who has is a student of Nisargadatta, written The Seeds of Consciousness and Prior to Consciousness. She said, his talks are fascinating, and she gives them to her students and her friends up there in where she lives in Vacaville. Just thought you might like to know that. Robert, is Vacaville not a prison? S.E. Yeah, she is in prison there. Laughter. S.L. Also, there is a list on the table that I put up there for the bandara, and if you could just put down your name and what you're bringing so we have an idea. At this point the tape ends. Transcript 54. Abiding in the Eye. 14th March, 1991. Robert, I hope you didn't come here to hear me talk. That's the worst reason you can have for coming here. Tsatsang is not talk. Tsatsang means being with the self. Not myself or yourself, but the one self. Therefore, when you come to satsang, you are with the self, or you are with God, God again being yourself. There's no usual talking going on in satsang, only a few questions. Everyone usually sits around doing what they do. But, no matter what I say, everybody stares at me to make something happen. You want to hear a talk? So I'll talk a little. I aim to please. A question I'm commonly asked over the telephone or in person is this: Robert, how do you see the world? How am I supposed to see the world? Someone tells me, I know you see consciousness, you don't see us. If I didn't see you, I wouldn't be able to function. Of course I see you. Someone else tells me, he sees bright lights and sacred images. Again, if I saw bright lights and sacred images, I'd get run over by a truck. I see exactly what you see, nothing. The only difference is this. I look at the world and I laugh, for I realize I don't know or I don't think. I realize that the world is none other than myself. The world is consciousness. Is not the world as it appears, but it's still a superimposition. Therefore a sage sees the world but realizes the world is Brahman, and is only an appearance, whereas most people look at the world and they identify with the world. Therefore they have fears, frustrations, pains, arguments, wars, man's inhumanity to man. Only because they identify with the world. A good example of this is the example we always talk about, the snake and the rope. That's unconditioned superimposition, where you see the snake and you become frightened because the light is dim. But when you make the light bright again, you know it's a rope, and that rope can never fool you again. Whenever you walk by the rope, you know it's a rope, and it's not a snake, the snake being the world and the rope being consciousness. Then someone says, that's a good example, but when I see the world it doesn't change for me like it changes for you when you turn on the light and you see it's really a rope. The world remains the same to me whether it's dark or light or whatever. How do you explain that? Though again the answer is this. You are seeing the world like water in the mirage. The water doesn't change, but when you first see the water in the mirage you try to grab it and you grab sand. After that you know it's a mirage, but it always appears as the water. It doesn't change like the rope to the snake. You always see the water. Only you don't react to it any longer. When you walk by the spot where the water is in the mirage, you laugh, for you realize the water is not real. And so the sage sees the world exactly the same way. The world no longer fools the sage. It's like water in the mirage. He partakes of the world, but doesn't get fooled by the world. The world has no interest for him. For the identification is with the self, with consciousness. Then a pundit comes over and says, well, those are good examples, Robert, only look at it this way. When I'm in the world, I can grab you, I can grab the lamppost, I can drive a car and I can feel things, whereas with your example of the water in the mirage, you cannot feel the water because it doesn't exist. How do you explain that? Though I guess I have to go to the dream world. In the dream world you're born, you grow up, you go to school, you become a doctor and you get married, you have children, you get old and you die. Only you were a dream baby being born. And your dream baby who is growing up to be a teenager. You're a dream doctor and a dream person gets married. And you marry a dream girl and you have dream children. And you get old and you die. It's all going on in the dream. Though you see, instead of asking all these stupid questions, and you can go on and on and on, self-inquiry is the easiest and fastest way to cut through all the rigmarole and find out the truth for yourself. Because what difference does it make what I see? What difference does it make how I see things? Why should you believe me about a dream world, about water in the mirage, about the snake and the rope? Those are all great examples, but I can't feel that, you say. I'm identified with the world and I hurt because the world affects me, you say. Things affect me. When I see man's inhumanity to man, I cry. When I see a funny movie, I laugh. When I get what I want out of life, I'm happy. When I don't, I'm sad. Therefore these examples and all these things you talk to me about don't do me any good. Now that's an intelligent observation. You should not accept book learning at face value. You should not accept anyone's experiences at face value. You should develop your own truth. I can tell you the world is Brahman, and that Brahman is absolute reality. Absolute reality is pure awareness, and so forth and so on. What good does that do you if you're hurting? There's things come into your life that you take very seriously. And you don't understand that your social body is going through its karma, and it has absolutely nothing to do with you. You identify with the conditioning. That's the first truth you have to admit to yourself. Do not try to psyche yourself out by remembering all these great truths. That's not going to do it for you. You and I know many people who have memorized books by Nisargadatta, Ramana Maharshi, and by others, and who can recite these books backward and frontwards. But the first person who bumps into them, they become angry. As soon as they hear they're going to lose their job, they start crying and they get worried. It appears that books are doing them good only when things are going their way. Then they can quote from the books. But as soon as their world tumbles down on them, they throw the books away, and they do not believe a word they read until things start improving. Then they buy more books. Then something happens to them, and they fling the book across the room and say, "This is nonsense." But then it gets better again, and they go out and buy another book. And it goes on like this and on like this. I'm probably talking about some of you. When will you grow up? It is only what you experience that matters to you. It's not what you read. So what if you learn a truth you haven't learned before? So what if you say this teacher expresses it this way, and now I know it from this angle and that angle? I must remind you again, knowing truth intellectually does absolutely nothing for you. You might as well take a LSD because you only get psyched up. Then again, as soon as something comes your way that you don't like, you become an imbecile, angry, mad, upset. You want to know if you're making progress on the path. When was the last time you got angry? When was the last time that something mattered to you? When was the last time you thought the world was hurting you? When was the last time you became overelated over something good that happened to you? That shows you're still in possession of your human faculties. You have not transcended. You cannot escape in a book. Many people, when they're upset and they don't want to think, will turn on the TV. But people on the spiritual path will open a spiritual book. It's like turning on the TV, except you are memorizing spiritual truths. I won't say that that's not any better than TV. Of course it's better than watching TV. But, all the same, you can do that for 1,000 years and you hardly make any progress. How do you make progress? By using books for reference only. By practicing the methods I share with you. By practicing self-inquiry. By watching as you go through life's experiences and not reacting. Watch yourself become depressed. Watch yourself become angry. Do not deny it, but observe it. And if you observe yourself correctly in that calm way, you can ask yourself, who becomes angry? Who is feeling depressed? And follow it through. Do this over and over and over again as many times as you have to. One day the anger will leave you, the depressions will leave you, your thoughts will leave you. And you'll just be. Until that happens, do not fool yourself. Maya is very powerful. Maya is apparent reality of the world. As long as you believe you are the body, then the world is going to be very real to you. This is why you work on yourself first. Remember, your body, as well as all the universe, is a manifestation of your mind. Therefore, when the mind begins to dissolve, so does your body, and so does the universe. Also remember, when everything dissolves, you do not see consciousness. As I mentioned in the beginning, you do not walk around and see empty space. One person even told me he read in a book somewhere that a sage walks around in a fog and sees fog like people. Where do they get these ideas from? I remind you again. The only difference between the sage and yourself is you see the world and you identify with it. You think it's real. Sage sees the world and he knows it's a superimposition upon consciousness. Though he identifies with consciousness. Consciousness is not a thing. You cannot describe it. It is not the opposite of the world, and it's not an object, and there is no seer to see it. Consciousness is another word for being. Being what? Be nothing. Now we go beyond the realm of creation, where it becomes ineffable and indescribable. That's why we can only explain to you what consciousness is not. Consciousness is not the world. Consciousness is self-contained, absolute reality. Is yourself when you do not identify with the world, and that only happens to the average person just as they're falling asleep and just as they wake up. At that time you are consciousness. But the feeling leaves you almost immediately. You begin to identify with the world. You forget about reality. The method to remember is to catch yourself all during the day. Who believes this? To whom does this come? Who feels this? Over and over again. When you say, "Who am I?" For some people it is better to say, "Who is I?" The same thing. What you are really doing is you're finding the source of the I. You're looking for the source of I, the personal one. Who am I? You're always talking about the personal I. Who is this I? Where did it come from? Who gave it birth? Never answer those questions. Pose those questions, but never answer them. Keep it up. Don't give up. Do not look for results. Because it's your true nature, sooner or later the results must presume themselves, but it comes without your help. You cannot help God. God does not need your help. Just be yourself. It's difficult to be totally honest with yourself, yet this is exactly what you have to do. Forget about being a Johnny or enlightened or having self-realization. I get too many calls like that. People are calling me from all over the world telling me that they are self-realized. So now I just say, "Good, what do you want me to do?" They want the confirmation. Though I was thinking of printing certificates and mailing them out. This is to inform you that you are now self-realized. Congratulations. Forget about those things. Don't even desire it. Just do the work and you'll be surprised. The more you want it, the more it eludes you. And that's natural, because you're chasing after yourself. You're trying to catch yourself when you're already caught. So the more you chase yourself, the faster you are going to run away from yourself. Stop doing that. It's simplicity itself. There is really nothing intellectual about it. You don't have to know certain words or certain phraseologies. You don't have to memorize certain text. You simply have to remember the I. Abide in the I. That's all you have to do. Abide in the I. Hold on to the I. Everything is attached to the I, your body, the world, the universe. When you discover the source of I, everything else will go with it, into the ocean of bliss. Bliss is a natural outcome of your search. When you stop searching and you calm down, and you put your books away, and you confront yourself and see what you are all about, that will bring it faster than anything else, than you can ever imagine or ever do. It's not in chanting mantras. It's not in being a good guy or a bad guy. It's not by doing penance. It's simply by observing your I. Abiding in the I. Where did I come from? When you say that, you're not saying, "Where did my body come from?" You're saying, "Where did I come from?" I is separate from your body. Your body is attached to I. The I is not your body. I is separate from the world, but the world is attached to I. God is separate from the world, but God is attached to I. Therefore, when you ask, "Where did I come from?" something happens to your mind. Your mind becomes weaker and weaker. And when your mind becomes weaker and weaker, the I begins to expand and becomes all-pervading. Then the I becomes another word for the self, and you begin to realize, I is none other than the self. I am that. You become free. It isn't hard and it isn't easy. It just is. Think about yourself for a moment. Watch what thoughts come to you when you think about yourself. Some of you are saying, "I'm hungry." Some of you are thinking of your needs. As soon as you think about yourself, you think about your body. But yourself is not your body. Your body is only a heap of rotten flesh, but that's not you. You are I. I am. I am not this and not that. I am. There's nothing else. Nothing else exists but I am. There is nothing to say about it. There are no speeches to make about I am. There's only I am. When you say, I am to yourself, what happens? Isn't there a quietness that comes over you, a stillness, because another name for I am is silence? When you talk to us you say, you don't have to believe me, you don't have to take my word. The belief, I think, is very important in the words and in the teacher, because there has to be trust to accept the validity of the teachings, in the method of the teacher as well as on the general instructions he gives. One has to ponder. Robert, I hear you, that's a good point. I'm referring to those seekers who have been around from teacher to teacher, and they just accept everything the teacher tells them without investigation. The way it should be done is, if I say something, you should investigate it thoroughly within yourself to see if it has any validity. Do not just accept anything I say on blind faith, but intelligently. Look at what I say. Feel it within yourself. Investigate it deep within yourself, and if it's real, something will tell you, and you will feel something. You will feel love for the teacher. That will come as a result of investigation. Though I'm really speaking to all the seekers who run from one teacher to the next, and they believe anything. If the teacher tells them flying saucers landed, they just believe that without investigation. Though don't just accept that on blind faith. Confirm it within yourself. Your heart will tell you if it's real or not, and you'll know. Always listen to your heart. What does that mean? Listen to the heart. Robert, it means your heart is your real self and it will never lie to you. If you tune in correctly to your heart center, your real self will advise you and tell you if your teacher is good for you or not, will advise you and inform you of everything you need to know. Your heart is the self-God. I'm very confused with my mind and my heart. Robert, well, you know the mind is nothing. The mind is only a bunch of thoughts. Thoughts about the past and the future, that's all a mind is. But the heart is a center of stillness, of quietness, of absolute peace. When you rest your mind in your heart, you feel a joy and a bliss that overwhelms you, and you'll know. Surrender your mind to your heart and you'll feel it. Well, the other beliefs and stuff like that is that if someone believes in the saying or book that when they feel peace, joy, happiness and have attained this or that, and that's the stuff that shouldn't be believed or accepted because you want to experience the truth. Robert, if you're really going to your heart, it goes beyond belief. The true heart is the self. It cannot fool you. The mind will fool you. But a true surrender of the mind into the heart center, you will actually feel a bliss and a joy that you never felt before. Well, that's what I mean in reference to believing the teacher explaining something. In this day and age there are many teachers, but few disciples. Most people do not want to do anything, but they want to become a teacher. The world is filled with teachers. It is up to you to use your own discernment and find out who the true teacher is. In reference to that, isn't it true it's really not an external teacher that's really where the unfoldment happens? The true teacher is within yourself, and if you're true to yourself, your teacher from within you will lead you to the teacher without, and you'll both be one, and you'll know it. But even beyond that, whatever I have experienced, I realize very clearly it has nothing to do with the teacher that lie already found and studied. It's always the self. It has nothing to do, when it comes right down to it, it has nothing to do with outside teachers. Robert, the teacher is also a catalyst. Yes, maybe. For you to find yourself. Robert, when you were talking about books and how much progress you've made on the path. A lot of teachers and books talk about theory, but not much emphasis is really put on practice. In fact, if you look at many books, they go into all of the different theories and how one thing relates to another and this and that. But not too much of any book really goes into actual practice of what they're talking about. It's why, like, I put this little thing together on Vichara practice, and when you said how much progress we've really made. Really, we can't know how much progress we've made because progress can be a very dubious thing. On one sense you're making progress, you may be aware of it. On another sense you may not be aware of it. On one hand things may seem to get better and you may have a better understanding. On another sense things may seem to get intense, and you can't tell how far you've come until it's all over. Robert, as you go through the vicissitudes of life, what you're saying is true. But, if you abide in the I, your problems of the world do not affect you as bad, and you will appear to sail through life easier if you abide in the I. But as you said, sometimes things intensify. Robert, things intensify, but to whom do they intensify? You abide in the I, and you watch all these things you're going through. You'll find that you're not affected as you used to be. They're not as meaningful any longer. It's like being in a fire, and you don't get burned as hard, because you're abiding in the I. Sometimes though you may be doing that and be unaware. You may think of yourself as being the same when actually you can't tell. Robert, sometimes you can't tell. But, if you abide in the I, again you'll not be affected by those things and you'll watch those things come and go. You will rise higher by observing and not reacting. Therefore the safe thing to do is to always abide in the I. And also actually effort can only take you so far. Robert, true. You can't will yourself into self-realization. You can only go so far again, and after a certain point you become pulled into it. Isn't that the goal of the Guru? Robert, you don't even get pulled into it. You simply awaken to yourself. And the Guru is a catalyst for that to happen. Well, the impression I'm trying to give is that it's not necessarily done with effort and intention. It's more a matter of letting go than a matter of effort can only take you so far. Yes, true. Sometimes it's that intense effort before you let go to realize how simple it is. You wonder why you use effort to begin with. I think it has a valid place. Too, I think it has a very valid place. It builds up such intensity that one can awaken, and then when you awaken, you realize how simple it is. Robert, but remember for whom the effort is. It is the ego that uses effort. It's much better to observe the ego than to resist it. I understand that effort because that's a spiritual practice. You observe the ego effortlessly. Well, what you were talking about, one can reflect back and seeing when was the last time one got angry and felt out of sorts. When one can't even remember those things that would happen, then what can you use as a gauge? Robert, you simply watch yourself the way you react to conditions. And see how much you react to given conditions that affect you. Are you still reacting as you always did? You notice how quiet your mind is, that your mind doesn't move so far anymore. It doesn't go out so far. It stays still. And everything is happening around you, but not to you. again you become the observer of all of the things of life going on. You watch but you don't react. Is that what you mean by abide in the I? Not really. Abiding in the I is holding on to the I by inquiring, to whom does this come? It comes to me. I feel it. Then who am I? That's abiding in the I. When you ask, who am I, then the silence comes. The silence doesn't come because the silence already is. Your awareness of silence appears. You simply become still when you ask, who am I? Abiding in the I is that the silence you abide in. You abide in the I by asking, who am I? Holding on to the I is abidance in the I. I don't still know what you mean by holding on to the I. You become aware of the I by asking, who am I, over and over again. Who is this I? Where does it come from? Who am I? Who am I? That sounds more like questioning the I rather than living in the I. It's the same thing. That's the way you abide in the I. It's the only way. Once when I used to do that, what would happen is, I'd follow the I, and it would go somewhere and it would seem like it would go into the heart. And once it went there, it dissolved whatever it was attached to. As I was working with it, it dissolved, everything dissolved in that place, and that's when I thought I was abiding in the I. At that point I followed it, and it took time. But it seemed like it went into the heart, and then everything dissolved in that place, and that's when I thought I was abiding in the I. And that would seem like abiding in the self. Yes, is there a difference? Robert, how did you abide in the I? How did you follow it? I asked, let's see, what did I do? To whom does this come? To me too, I. And I grabbed hold of that I, and I followed it, and there was something to follow. If I do it now, there's nothing to follow, but when I was doing it. What was the thing you followed? Where is the source of the I? And it was nothing that, it was a sense of following it, it had nothing to do with anything. That's right. You don't actually follow the I. You pose the question, to whom does this come? Do I? And you quicken to a sense of following it into a space where everything dissolves in the end. It happens by itself. Yes. But, as for me, it was a sense of actually following, even though there was no other traceable means of following it at all. What is the difference between abiding in the I and abiding in the self? Robert, when you abide in the I, you're abiding in the ego. The I is really the ego, the small I. Turns into the self eventually. So when you abide in the I, you abide in the self, because there is only one I. This small I turns into the self. Eventually only the self exists, but in the beginning it appears like the I. And as you continue holding on by asking the question, who am I? It turns into the self, into I am. So it's pretty clear. As clear as mud. So Robert, all the questions and all the answers are also part of Maya. Maya can never be broken up intellectually. Robert, no. The only valid thing is to practice to follow the teaching of the teacher, the method he advises. And that's it. Questions, answers, discussions are out of the question. Robert, you're right. Maya cannot be broken up intellectually because it never existed. It doesn't exist. There is no Maya. Once you realize that, you're awakened to your true self. So all the instructions, the questioning, the answering, all of that is part of Maya too. It's all a waste of time. But, you have to do something. S. Yes, that's what I mean. Follow the teaching, and the teaching of the teacher as a practice, the practice. Follow the practice. Robert, if you do that you'll be okay, but the teaching is only to show you that there are no teachings. You simply awaken. And then you know you've always been awake. There never was a time when you were not. None of this exists. If you have a quiet mind, you're safe. But if your mind is always thinking, looking for new methods, looking for new teachers, looking for new this and new books, new this and new that, then you've got a problem. Be still and know that I am God. I would have said it another way, Robert. What I'm looking for is what I'm looking with. Robert, what you're looking for, you're looking with. Yes. Well, if you want to say it, that's good. The hardest part, who am I? That's right. If it makes you happy. Robert said all you have to do is be still, be quiet. But it seems as though to find that stillness, that quietness, there's a battle with the mind. Robert, to whom? To whom does it appear that way? Well, when you do self-inquiry, if you're quiet for a moment, then the mind comes back up. And then you do a self-inquiry again, you're quiet again, and the mind comes back up. Okay. Well, that's the battle. This is really no battle if you ask, to whom does it come? Well, that's your weapon. So use your weapon to win the battle. Well, that's my point, is that it is a battle. It's not so much just be quiet. On the one hand, it takes that effort, it takes the... I understand what you mean. But as long as you talk yourself into a battle, you're going to have a battle on your hands. Well, it seems as though if you ignore the battle, you'll have the battle. To win the battle is inevitable, but you can choose the battlefield. On the contrary, if you become indifferent and just watch, your mind will actually slow down by itself. Don't get involved. Watch. Be still. And there will be no battle. Isn't part of the illusion that there is some quiet or silence that one's going to attain, because there is certainly no quiet or silence. It really doesn't have anything to do. Robert, quiet and silence is your real nature. Yes, but no, it's not. Silence and quiet. I mean, I understand what you're saying and I agree, but it still has nothing to do with silence and quietness. That's because you're making noises right now. You refuse to keep silent. It's true, that's what I feel about you too, Robert. I'm not really talking. Well, if you were to witness, and that becomes effortless, and the mind becomes quiet, that's very understandable. But if you're doing vichara, that is like an effort. Robert, vichara is really done to quiet the mind, and if you look at it as an effort, it becomes an effort. Try not to have any thoughts for or against. Just do it in a peaceful way and watch what happens. But don't tell yourself it's a battle, it's an effort, or it's hard. Make it simple. Observe, watch, ask in a simple way, and everything will take care of itself. You discourage reading or watching TV. Is there some kind of activity that we can do? Vichara. Robert, it depends on your maturity. Everybody is different. I'm not saying you shouldn't involve yourself in the world. Just do not react in anything you do. If you want to watch TV sometimes, that's okay. But if you're going to react to it and identify with it, don't watch it at all. Simply observe yourself and the things that you react to, and try to keep away from the things that you react to. Make your life simple and comfortable. And do plenty of silence. Robert, if you don't react to conditioning, then you're always in the silence. You can be in the marketplace, you can be anywhere. If you don't react, you're always in the silence. You can also be in a cave, but if you have not learned to control your mind will drive you crazy, do all kinds of thoughts. Therefore it makes no difference where you are. It's how you react where you are that counts. At this point, the tape ends. Transcript 55. Freedom. 31st March, 1991. Robert, good evening. I welcome you with all my heart. Chanting has been known to calm the mind, to calm the nerves, and to calm the soul. It makes your mind one-pointed. When your mind becomes one-pointed, you can practice Atma-vichara, or self-inquiry. And the path of jhana becomes easier. So let's all join into the chant. Chanting. I welcome you again. Good evening. I've got a Zen microphone tonight. It has transcended. Student, there but unseen. It's appropriate on an occasion like this to talk about freedom. We're celebrating Passover, Easter, and the beginning of spring. During the time of Moses, he led the Jewish people out of the land of Egypt and set them free. Jesus transcended the body and became free. In the spring flowers bloom, leaves begin to grow on the trees, everything becomes brand new. So again, it is appropriate that I discuss freedom. Freedom from what? Freedom from the mind, freedom from fear, from want, from suffering of any kind. Your real nature is freedom. You are not confined to a body, and you are not confined to a mind. It appears that way, but I can assure you, you are totally free. It's like the story of a man who was thrown into a dungeon. He stood there for many years. No one came to see him. His food was pushed under the door every day. He was confined for 40 to 50 years. Time passed. He grew a long beard, long hair. One day he got disgusted, totally depressed, and he said to himself, I'm going to commit suicide, but how shall I do it? I know. I'll hit my head against the wooden door. But when he touched the door, it opened. The door had never been locked. He walked out the door and nobody even recognized him, and he was free. He could have been free from the very beginning, but he chose to be confined by not touching the door. This is true with most of us. We think we have a problem. We think we are limited. We think we are the body, the mind, and we're finite. Little do we know the power that we really are. Little do we know that we have the ability to transcend the universe and become totally liberated. Instead, we identify with the world. We identify with conditions. We identify with person, place, and thing. We believe we are born and we live so many years and then we die. Then, what is the purpose of life? To work hard, to suffer, and then to leave everything to your children, and they go out and spend it all in a week. What is the purpose of life? I tell you the truth when I say life has no purpose as it is. The material relative world has no purpose. It has no purpose because it doesn't even exist. You may say, but I see it, I feel it, I'm in it. But are you? Aren't you also in a dream? You partake of the dream. You go to school in a dream. You get married to a dream girl or a dream boy. You have dream children. You have a good job in your dream. You become the President of the United States in your dream. You become a queen or a king, and you believe it's real. No one can ever tell you it's not. If I came into your dream and I told you, don't identify with this, you are only dreaming, you would laugh in my face and say, look, I can pinch you. Can you feel if this is a dream? And I say, yes, it's a dream pinch. So I can feel the dream hurt. It's all taking place in a dream. But you still don't believe it because you're going through it. But then one day you wake up in the morning. It was all a dream. Perhaps the world is like this. Is it? As I always say, why should you believe me? There are methods to discover this truth for yourself. As we go through the vicissitudes of life, we have all kinds of experiences, some good and some bad. This is a world of duality. For every forward there's a backward. For every up there's a down, and so forth. What this means is if you experience one thing, you have to one day experience the opposite. This doesn't mean in one particular lifetime. Perhaps you can see now why some children are born into families that are impoverished, and families in Cambodia, Vietnam, Iraq, and they never find a day's peace. While others are born in the United States, perhaps to wealthy families. They never have to work a day in their lives. Is this good and bad luck? Is there a reason for this? We do not live in a capricious universe. We live in a universe of law and order. Everything that you are, you deserve to be. Now that's a hard thing to say. You can say, Robert, I didn't deserve to get hit by a car and become crippled. You don't know that. Why should it happen to you? Let's just say perhaps in a previous existence you ran over somebody with your car, and this is just karma returning to you. Now the beginner in spiritual life goes through this process, wondering why things happen, why some people suffer and some people don't, why some people are sick and some people are healthy, some people are poor and some people are rich, some people are happy and some people are miserable. Why? Does it just happen? There is a reason for everything. And the reason is within you. But we don't want to get further into that subject. For as I mentioned before, the world has no purpose. So you say, is reincarnation real? Is karma real? Am I born again when I die? Do these states really exist? The astral plane, the causal plane, the mental plane? The answer is, for whom do they exist? They exist only as long as you believe you are related to your body-mind phenomena. As long as you feel you are a body, then there will be many bodies, and they'll never stop coming. For it'll come again and again and again. And you'll go through karmic experiences again and again and again. This is the grand illusion called Maya. Many spiritual people who understand Maya believe it only relates to the physical plane. But Maya is the universe. The entire universe is Maya, illusion. It seems to be real. It seems to be very real for some people. Then how do they get out of their predicament? People still believe that if I change my status, if I'm poor and I become rich, or if I'm sick and I become healthy, if I'm miserable and become happy, then everything will be okay. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. To acquire happiness, true happiness, unalloyed happiness, forever happiness, it is your true nature. You have to transcend the world. You have to become non-attached to this world. I'm not saying you have to give up anything. I am not saying you have to go live in a cave or live in a forest. You merely have to give up everything in your mind. And when you give up everything in your mind, then you have to give up your mind also. When you give up your mind, what is left? Pure awareness, consciousness, absolute reality. This is your true nature. Though you see, you are not your body. You are not your mind. You are not the universe. You are not the world. You just have to change your identification. How do you do this? By simply acquiring the knowledge to know what to do. Though it's knowledge that you begin the true spiritual path with. What kind of knowledge? The knowledge to realize, I am that I am. I am not anything that I associate with. Then who am I? That question is never answered, due to the fact that you are the answer yourself. If you answer the question, there has to be a doer, There has to be a seer who sees the question, observes it, and answers it. As long as you do that, it is always the mind or the ego answering the question. You therefore begin a procedure, and you start this in the morning just before you wake up. Before you start saying, "I am awake," try to observe in your mind from where the I comes from. Between awakening and as you awaken, you are in a deep space of consciousness, you are in your true nature. As soon as you say the word I, you spoil it. And you don't have to voice it. You automatically think without even knowing it, "I am awake." As soon as you do that, you should ask yourself, who is this I that is awake? Is it the body? Who is awake? You say, "I slept." The same I that is awake is the same I that slept. And then you say, "I dreamt." Again, it's the same I. I is always present. You ask yourself, who is this I? Where did it come from? What is its source? You hold on to the I. The way you hold on to the I is by posing the question, who is I? I know that doesn't sound like proper English. That's if you're referring to the I as a body. You inquire, who is I? Or who am I? And you keep still. When you keep still in the beginning, you will find that thoughts are running all through your mind, all kind of thoughts. You ask the question, to whom do these thoughts come? No matter what the thought is. Even if the thought tells you, "I am God, I am Brahman, I am Nirvana, I am emptiness," it makes no difference what the thoughts tell you. If you were truly Brahman, if you were truly Nirvana consciousness, you would never voice it. The true self is silence. It has no voice. Again, you ask yourself, to whom do these thoughts come? Thoughts that try to tell me that I am Brahman, that I am absolute reality, to whom do they come? They come to me. I think them. Who is I? Where did the I come from? This is called abidance in the I. As you hold on to the I, and again, how do you hold on to the I? By inquiring, who is I? Or you can say, I. Every time you mention the word I to yourself, your ego mind is becoming weaker and weaker, and the I is going deeper and deeper within your heart center, and you are becoming more and more peaceful. You can say, I am. Not I am this or I am that. That spoils it. Just I am. I am is beingness. Beingness is absolute reality. It is your true nature. As you pose this question again and again, as you abide in the I-ness, it will begin to disappear. It will turn into the real I am, into beingness. You will find bliss. You will find joy. You will find total happiness. This is the best way in our time to awaken to your self-realization. This is the best method, the highest method. Other methods are good also, but they don't lead you directly to transcendence. This has nothing to do with meditation. It has nothing to do with yoga. This has nothing to do with prayer. It is called self-inquiry, atma-vichara. It is for mature souls, for the mind that appears to be sort of intellectual to an extent. But, yet if you're too intellectual, you'll not be able to grasp it, for you will learn theory in dry words. And you will be able to recite all the phraseologies, but you'll never have the experience. To have the experience, there has to be total surrender into the I am, and this requires devotion, love, bhakti, total surrender. They both go together. As you practice self-inquiry, you are also surrendering your body, your mind, your affairs, your ego, everything. One day you will awaken and be free. Let that time be today. Thank you. Any questions? S.B. Robert, is the love that a person feels when they sing or they play an instrument, is that the love of the actual consciousness, the love bliss of consciousness coming through, even though it's filtered through the mind. Robert, not really. Consciousness cannot be filtered through the mind. The mind has to be totally transcended for consciousness to be aware of itself. Consciousness is self-contained. It has absolutely nothing to do with the mind. But what you're talking about when you chant, when you play beautiful music, when you feel that feeling, it's on the way towards that. It makes you one-pointed. If your mind is one-pointed, you can easily practice self-inquiry. When your mind is thinking about so many different things, about the world, about your job, about your family, about your car, about your dog, about all kinds of things, then it's hard to get through. Though we chant, we do yoga, we do different exercises, we sing bhajans, and the mind becomes calm, quiescent. When the mind becomes quiescent, it is like a clear lake. The clear lake reflects the sun and the moon and the stars. If the lake is murky and moving about, it does not reflect anything. And so it is when your mind is clear, quiescent. It reflects your divinity. When it's murky, it reflects the world. All these things are good. Chanting, yoga, singing bhajans, everything is helpful. They all lead to Atmavichara. SB, can an emotional love become divine love? Can it increase to an infinite proportion to actually disappear into divine love, or realize its oneness with divine love? Robert, what do you mean by emotional love? SB, well, like singing and kind of dissolving in a feeling. Again, all these things simply make the mind quiet. Their purpose is to make the mind quiescent, calm, and peaceful, and then yourself, your real self, will shine through all by itself when the mind becomes absolutely still. It will not happen during the singing or during the chanting. The purpose again is to quiet the mind. When the mind is quiet, when all the chanting has subsided, when all the music has subsided, when you have entered that place where there are no others, then you will awaken to your true self. SG, does there ever come a time when your mind will not need a device like chanting to become quiet? Robert, as you keep practicing whatever method you're using, you can practice meditation, you can practice mantras, whatever you're doing to quiet the mind helps. Of course, karmically, if a person has been doing this in a previous existence, it will be much easier in this particular life, and you'll fall right into it. But all these things are simply gimmicks to quieten the mind. They're necessary for most people, but not for everyone. SI, Bob, in your talk, you mentioned Bhakti Yoga as a way to lead into selflessness, or the I Am state. Aren't there other variations of yoga like Kriya and Raja, which is a culmination of the whole? Robert, the closest thing to Atmavichara, to realization, the next closest thing, I should say, is Bhakti Yoga. Kriya's mantras, Kundalini Yoga, are all very good for themselves. They open the chakras, they make you clear, they cause you to develop Siddhi's powers, but they have nothing to do with self-realization. Actually, these things must be given up if one wants to acquire self-realization. If you're looking for powers, Siddhis, if you're looking for ways to be powerful, then you practice Siddha Yoga. But, like it says in the Upanishads, when you get involved in these practices, you can go through thousands and thousands and thousands of incarnations and you'll still be practicing at that level. But some yogas call self-realization Siddha Yoga. Though it depends what you mean by Siddha Yoga. But all the rest of the practices, Ashtanga Yoga, Hatha Yoga, Karma Yoga, and the rest are very good by themselves, but they do not lead to ultimate awakening. SI, would you select one over the others? All of them together, Raja. Robert, well, Raja and Hatha Yoga are very good for your body, very good for your mind. Raja makes you very powerful mentally. But, of course, what we're trying to do is to kill the mind. We don't want to make the mind more powerful. Though again, the second best thing to jnana marga is back to yoga, devotion, and surrender. Is there something more than beingness? Nisargadatta says beingness was food. Robert, beingness is food as far as it goes when you look at it that way. But, true beingness, it depends what you mean. They give many terms for different words. True beingness is I am. You can call true beingness ultimate reality. That's the way I see it. That's the way I use it. This is why when you read so many books, it becomes sort of confusing, because many of these writers mean well. They're talking of their personal experiences and trying to put words to it, which is very difficult. We use a word and it has different meanings to us. We use the word of para-Brahman, beyond Brahman. What is beyond Brahman? Your true self, your reality is beyond Brahman. It is I, but yet we use the word Brahman. It means the same thing to certain people. So this is why I always suggest work on yourself. Don't worry about the words. Transcend the words. Have the experience for yourself, and then there will be nothing to say. But as long as you are a book reader, you never stop reading. There is a time to read, but there is a time to stop also. There's a time to put the books aside and to intensely practice and give your life up to the practice. What you put first in your life, that's what you get. So think about it. What is first in your life? A book, a house, a job, a body. Whatever you give your attention to most of all, gives its attention back to you. So if you're always thinking of God or the self or consciousness by chanting to yourself I am, with your breath, with your respiration, inhale you say I, exhale you say am, this will eventually transcend everything else, and you'll begin by feeling a peace that you never felt before, a profound peace. Then all of a sudden you'll have a feeling of immortality. There will be no words to explain it. You will just realize that you are all-pervading. You have always been all-pervading. There never was a time when you were not. There never was a time when you were born. And there will never be a time when you vanish. You are omnipresent, absolute reality, ultimate oneness. Your true nature is nirvana, emptiness, I am that I am. You have to discover this for yourself. To continue in our procedure at Ramana Ashram, every evening they have Arti to Bhagwan. So we are going to now have Arti, and Jay will do all of the Fiyami. Jay? Our service this Sunday evening to the Master. It's a form of respect in an evening prayer. Tape break as Robert continues. Devotion, it opens your heart. If you do not have an open heart, you can't go any further. Tape break, then Robert continues. This ends our puja part of the meeting. We have some prasad especially made for you on this occasion, and you can come up here and get some. Before you do that, let me remind all of the devotees there will be a special meeting at my house, Saturday at 1 o'clock. So please try to be prompt. After I hand out the prasad, we'll have some local entertainment. Then we will eat, and then we will have the pleasure of having a concert, an Indian concert by Rahul, who has honored us with his presence. So, at this point the tape ends.